I didn't set the remote control up on that one.
Should be good.
Cool, yep. You're unmuted, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So in front of you is Icewind Dale. If you want to flip it over. Targos is where we are right now. Section I need to read to before I start. You should all have your paper character sheets and a pencil and a rubber. Also, because of the nature of Icewind Dale and the fact that all of you have been here for more than a day at least, you'll be very much aware of the surroundings. It's very cold, it's Arctic everywhere. For that reason, you would also be carrying, I'm just getting exact facts on it, an extra bit of gear that doesn't get given to you as standard in your character rollout. So you'll all want to write this down. Everyone will have what is referred to as winter survival gear. Okay, so you'll all have clothing, cold weather clothing. Its value is 10 gold pieces and its weight is £5.
Are we using encumbrance?
Sorry?
Are we using encumbrance?
I don't tend to use it personally, no, but I always give the weight just because people like to fill it out on D&D Beyond and stuff like that.
Cool.
You would have 2 crampons. Again, value 2 gold pieces, £12. They're things that fit on your feet or on your shoes to help you walk.
Oh, snowshoes.
Yeah, like snowshoes. No, snowshoes is a thing as well. They're more for like climbing.
Yeah, crampons have got like points.
Yeah.
Points, so.
And you would also have a set of snowshoes, again 2 gold pieces, £4 in
If I kick someone with a crampon on, does that give me extra damage?
there. It might do.
Critical?
You could probably know that actually already, but yes, it probably will do slightly more damage than just kicking them, yeah. I have proper rules for what happens when you are not protected and travelling through long distance in cold weather. So if you decide to be out in the open in the cold, there will be negative effects in line with how that would actually work. Okay, so I've got a couple of sections that I need to read to you. I'll start with the first one. Icewind Dale has become trapped in a perpetual winter. Ferocious blizzards make the mountain pass through spine of the world exceedingly treacherous, and this land has not felt the warmth of the sun in over 2 years. In fact, the sun no longer appears above the mountains, not even in what should be the height of summer. In this frozen tundra, darkness and bitter cold reign as king and queen. Most Dale residents blame Auril, which is Auril, the Frostmaiden, the god of winter's wrath. The shimmering aurora that weaves across the sky each night is said to be her doing, a potent spell that keeps the sun at bay. Dale folk live in a scattering of settlements known as 10 towns, which are the towns you can see. The drop-off in caravans coming from the south and travel between settlements in this never-ending winter has left everyone feeling isolated. Although each town has resolved to appease the Frostmaiden with sacrifices of one kind or another, no respite from winter's fury seems forthcoming. For adventurers such as yourselves, 10 towns is a place to test one's mettle, and in the spirit of heroes who have come before, leave one's mark on this frigid, blighted land. So that's your introduction. And from what we discussed before, we find ourselves in the market area in Targos, so by the side of the harbour. And the information you should know before carrying on is that the harbour itself is pretty much frozen over. So you can get to the lake. People tend to drag smaller vessels across the ice and then go to their larger fishing vessels which are on the lake itself. So again, if you want to pull away the map, I'll take it from you now. You've got the area of the market that we find ourselves in, and if anyone is currently at one of the stalls, you're going to put yourself at the stall you would be at.
Presume I've probably just sold some fish.
Yeah, it might be more clothes actually.
Okay. So you're all at different ones. Okay. So I've got 5 different bookmarks. I'm just checking between. Okay. And we'll go to during roll initiative. You're not in a fight, but just to decide who we're going to go to first of all. Seven.
14.
14. You're
17.
Natural 1.
Ah, wonderful.
Get that out before we.
natural one. Cool. That's nice and easy. Right. So first of all, we'll go to Wetico. So you are selling. Well, go on. I'll let you describe what you're doing currently, because you can all see each other with where you stood. So describe what you look like and what you're doing.
I'm currently shoved somewhere between the fish and the clothes stalls. I've got a little array of things. It's a mixture of different meats and furs. Also some traps. Anything I can sort of sell out to make some money, to try and stay warm and stay fed. Probably just trying my best sales pitch as people walk past. It's like, are you not fed up of fish, sir?
£1, 1 fish. Come on, lady. Come on, lady.
Okay, so you just speak directly to the market trader.
Yeah,
Or
anyone
to anyone that's
anyone
listening.
who's
So
nearby.
you're pitching up almost as you're.
Yeah. You're not fed up of fish, sir.
All right.
You not want some nice deer.
Just pop yourself away from the market stall, so you're
Whereabouts?
where people are walking. That's the walkway there in between the two. So anywhere you think's appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay.
At which point I'm going to turn that way and go, oi, I'm trying to sell me fish here.
Well, once you've got the gold from that, why don't you come and buy something appetising?
Okay.
Much prefer me
So yeah,
seafood.
I'm quite happy for you to carry on just chatting away, because there's no reason to do anything out of turn. So if you all want to interact with each other, if not, carry on doing what you're doing. Next up is Agron. So if you want to,
Yeah,
are you reacting to that, or are you doing what you're doing still?
I'm gonna notice them saying it, a little bit of chuckle, but keep looking at this oddities store, looking for glass bottles, any rare ingredients or whatever. Good
Okay.
nice.
Is this somewhere you visit regularly?
The town itself, I do, yeah.
Yeah. Is this the stall you'd come to often?
No,
or-
not really. No, I'm just.
So you don't necessarily
I
know
don't-
the guy on the stall or
No,
anything
no,
like that?
no, I don't know. I wouldn't know anyone there really. Just come in, try and get what I can, and just leave. Because I'm not a big fan of town.
Okay.
So, yeah, and I'm there with my hammer, leaning against it, and my nice cloak.
Okay.
That's it.
Sidul, how are you going to react then? So you've been baited almost from selling the fish.
Oh, it was just a bit of I was more saying it under my breath really than anything. So I just sort of grumble. People need to buy fish. It's my livelihood.
So this market stall is not, or the stalls themselves, they're not particularly busy. So as I mentioned, the harbour itself is almost completely frozen over. So the trade they're getting is much reduced than what it would normally be. The traders live there, they're often there, and they're kind of just hoping that something's going to change. But as it stands, it's been this way for some time. The amount of fish you're bringing is a decent haul for the time. So you would get. 30 silver pieces for what we've just given.
I'll just make sure you do it.
Yeah. Or 3 gold pieces, so like that. Your oddities. They've got bottles. Is there any particular ingredients you're looking for?
Mainly things with restorative properties. So like things that can help make health potions or
There would be a
energy
complete
potions.
health potion there available, it's just a normal health potion.
I want the more the ingredients I can make them as well.
Okay. I mean, they're all pretty standard ingredients in a health potion.
Yeah.
So yeah, that there would probably be there with the type of things that are on the store.
Yeah,
So you want to buy all of them from there?
Purchase as many as I can, as well as a couple of bottles as well,
Okay.
like empty bottles, empty vials.
Let's see how many are actually there. There are enough ingredients to make 3 health potions there.
Alright, as long as that be.
Good question. I don't even go on figures on that. I'll check that. And what are you doing, Cestial, last year?
So I'm just at this stall over here, just trying to see if there's any jobs going, sort of leaving the city, sort of fishing boats or any hunting parties, just sort of like trying to see if there's any work.
Have you just got to the market, or have you been looking around?
I've just got to the market there, and I've come in from this side and just gone to that first stall, so I'm going, have you got any work, guys? I'm a good sailor and I can fish, hard worker. Just wanting to leave the city, to be honest. Amateur.
And the fish stall plays music to you.
That's your answer.
What was that? Where did that come from? What's that weird black box?
You nobody in that stall has any work for you. Are you just going down each one and asking? Straight up?
Just sort of any sort of. Do you have any work, or do you know of anyone that needs help?
And he literally just says, I'm always looking to buy fish, but it's not been good recently for fish.
Okay.
So there's not a lot of money in it. So you've
Deers
got-
and airs, snares and nooses, warm rich spurs, come and get 'em.
If you're going to go down all the market stalls, the only one with a job going at the moment would be the clothes stalls. You're going to pop yourself there.
Okay.
So you'll be getting very similar response from all the others. But he hears of opportunities a bit further afield, but it involved going down south and getting involved in a group that will be there in the next few days.
Okay.
He doesn't know what they're charging. It's not him directly. It's someone he's aware of that supplies his stall.
Okay. Cool. How would I go about applying?
He'd just be here in the morning tomorrow.
Just be here in the morning. Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. I
So
appreciate it.
you've bought your oddities. You've got enough to make 3 health potions, and it's going to cost you 2 gold pieces. It's really cheap because you've bought all the items separately.
Yeah. It was down for 5 don't ride, wasn't it?
Yeah.
There we go.
What do you want to do now?
I'm going to put them in my bag and then I'm probably going to head towards the clothes store, I think.
Yep.
Just have a little browse down as I go past. Just be like...
And so you're all kind of just meandering about, except for obviously Wetico that's trying to sell his wares to you.
Yeah.
So have you got like the old big cloak and you got stuff hanging out?
I've got like a little rickety table,
Okay.
with some slabs of meat, and some salt. I've got snares and traps sort of set up on the side, just sort of look, you can catch your own hares, like I'll show you how to use them, I'll show you how to tie them, just leave them out where you think they might be. If you've got pest problems, I can sort that out for you. You want cloaks? Oh, you look cold, sir. Just trying to, anyone who walks past, he looks like he's got money, so the second he's walking by, are you not fed up of fish, sir?
So you're going to leave your little spot and walk towards him?
No, I'm
You
calling
just shout to
from
him.
my
Yeah,
spot.
that's fine. So as this happens, a lady from this direction up here towards you is going to come up and just be stood on the periphery, just listening to what you're talking about, what you're selling. She's clearly listening to you, but she's not interacting with you yet.
Does she look like she's got money?
She's bundled up from the snow. It's difficult to tell. It's furs that she's wearing, but everyone would be, pretty much. She's just wearing your bog standard kind of cold weather gear. And she's completely wrapped up. You can barely see her face. She's human. That's pretty much all you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Slender. But as I say, she's wrapped up, so you couldn't really see much more than that. So she's just watching.
That's me. I'm slender. I'm just wrapped up. I just use my own body.
I mean, I'm in the same boat, so
Yeah.
yeah, I know where you're coming from.
Um,
So how does Siddle? Does he just continue standing there? He sold his fish. Is there anything that he's selling that you're interested in, or
No, there's nothing really more I want to do.
okay? All right. So the lady walks straight up to you after letting you finish the pitch you're currently in.
mhm.
Well met.
Well, what, my lady?
You seem like you're looking for work.
Well, I'm looking to sell. I'm looking for work. Anything I can be doing to earn some coin, earn some supper.
And she also looks over at Castiel. You too. You're looking for work, I hear.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, I am.
I mean, I assume you wouldn't be stood out in the cold if you were otherwise. So she actually isn't human. It becomes clear when she opens a cloak slightly to speak that she's actually an elf. Obviously, you wouldn't know that until she opens that cloak. And she's basically suggesting anyone that's listening to her that she's got work for them. And there isn't many other people around, so it would be easy for you two to hear it.
And so at this point, I'll come over and just say, someone say something about work.
Would that be of interest to you?
I'll listen in, see what they say.
I didn't get much, unfortunately, for me catch this morning, so I could do with something.
She says, she explains that she's a scholar, and she's looking for a varied group of people to help her out on a quest. It's not particularly dangerous, but it's something that she just hasn't been able to get any joy herself from. Is that something that the three of you would be, or four of you would be interested in helping her with?
Well, I can't talk for the rest of the collected company here, but most people in the region are pretty well settled. Not me, like, I tend to travel around a bit, so if you got some work going, I'm definitely interested in hearing more.
Well, this work specifically involves travel, and where that is up to you. So if you're well travelled in the area, you're probably going to be in a good place to help me.
Aye, if you need a guide, certainly.
I'm looking to leave town and travel, so yeah, I'd take you up on that offer. What sort of work though? Is there any?
So at this point, she'll kind of gesture you all to come in to a huddle. So she's not going to shout this.
Is
but
there
she'll-
do I happen to know if there's a inn or
There are
sort of
two inns
free
nearby.
Anyway.
Which
Two
of,
inns.
which of the two is
took
cheaper?
them back and I was like, no, they were for you guys.
Good question.
Like just sharing.
I would say the Three Flags Sailing Inn, which is the closest of the two. It's just off the map, but would be in that black area just there, yeah. It'd be well known by everyone as just a standard inn.
Well, if we're looking to talk shop, might be worth getting out of the cold. I've been out here all morning freezing me digits off.
She's happy to go in there. She knows it's a public place. She's not worried about it.
Yeah, my
Cool.
fingers are really cold. We should go inside and thaw up.
As they'll say that, I'm
Sounds
going
good.
to actually wander over and be like, yeah, if it involves a lot of travel, I'll join.
Well,
Might find some
first drinks are on me,
ingredients.
whether you take the job or not. So
No, sold.
yeah.
As soon as he wanders over, you sir, you look like you haven't eaten well in days. Can I interest you in a bit of deer meat?
No, I'm alright, thanks, to be honest.
Ah, well, it's your loss, sir. This here's the finest deer and only deer meat you'll find in town.
Is it deer?
Sure, it's deer. I haven't seen a deer
Sounds-
around here for years.
Sounds a bit dear to me.
Worth every penny.
So
Well, that joke.
you're not biting just yet.
No.
Okay.
Out of interest, have I managed to sell anything today?
How long have you been there? This is quite early morning.
Since
10 in the morning.
dawn.
Oh, you probably have sold stuff because it's stuff that's not normally there. But
You're
It's
basically
not a
that
busy
guy with
trading
the Buffalo
day.
burgers at the Christmas market.
I'm that guy who tries to sell you meat out of a plastic bag in a pub.
Yeah.
I'm exactly that guy.
we're in quite a unique position at the moment because with coronavirus, we're in a very similar kind of position to the people of these kind of towns. They've been in this kind of isolation and darkness. So although it's daytime, it's still dark.
Yeah.
And people are used to not having good fishing days and not having good trading days. So whilst there are a few people about, it's quiet. People expect it to be quiet. So as far as a normal day goes in current circumstances, it is a normal day.
Yeah.
You've sold a couple of things.
If I've sold something, it's a good day.
Yeah, exactly. So you're all off to the pub.
Yeah.
Cool.
Sounds good.
Cool. So this is the type of tavern that fishers would go to after a long day for stew, a pint, before going to bed. It's quite quiet. It's quite quiet, and the people there when you enter are cold, not just cold, but cold to you, and almost ignore the fact that you've walked in. As I say, a lot of fishing isn't going very well at the moment, so people would more likely be here than they would be on their boats. And it's run by a plump, grey-haired widow named Ethan Yarborough, who's a human. Everyone refers to her as Ma, and all of you would know about this. It's quite well known. She's a widow, and everyone calls her Ma. And she fusses over people as if they're her children almost when they enter. Cool. So you've entered the bar, and this lady buys a round and brings it over to the table. Do you want to do anything before you get into this conversation?
I'll as I enter, I'll have walked over to the bar and sort of just offered Ma some any of my wares at severely discounted prices.
She'll take the deer meat from you
Yeah.
at a reasonable price. Any interesting food that's not fish, they're very welcome to. How much deer meat have you got to sell?
Probably I've probably got about £5 left at this point.
Would you say 8 silver pieces is probably
For you, my dear, 7.
okay? 7 silver pieces to you. That'll go in a lovely stew tomorrow, and it won't be at all salty like the stuff we're giving out at the moment.
Anything I can do to break up the monotony of the day?
Well, always welcome here. Bringing interesting things like that in.
Oh, you're too kind.
Does anyone want to do anything else before we start the conversation?
Not really,
Okay. The lady introduces herself as Danica Greysteel. So she's an elf, a scholar, and haven't got a voice prepared for this lady. See, the thing is, I think chungas are the reason we're having these problems. You know, never daytime. We need to sort it out, and I think, having studied this for a while now, chungas. Have any of you heard of a chunga?
No. Have I heard of a chunga?
Who's the most likely to have heard of a chunga?
Is it something from the local area?
I'm a wood folk. I don't know if it's wood folk or not.
Roll a history check. In fact, everyone roll a history check.
no. 16.
40.
30.
So you definitely know what a chunga is. I'll actually show you a brief picture of a chunga. That is a chunga.
Oh.
Okay, so they're really small creatures. They're elemental creatures, and they're quite playful. So they'll cause mischief and be like little squeaky.
Mine was 15, sorry.
Yeah, so you'd be aware of this as well. And basically, they're just something that most people will have heard of, but you would know what she means by it, whereas everyone else, almost like someone might call it a poltergeist or something like that, but you would know it as an actual creature that's a real thing.
Yeah.
All right.
And they are known to inhabit the 10 towns, so it's something that is known in the area. Danica will carry on, and she'll explain that I think we can learn a lot studying these up close, but I need to have a real one here, and I've not been able to find one myself. If you're able to track a group or one and bring it to me, I'll pay 25 gold pieces for it. I mean, it could be the saviour that we need.
Okay.
Is that-
Why?
Sounds
What
like
can you
some
tell me
RPG.
about them? They're physical bodies? Or?
Yeah, so they are a physical presence, but they're elemental creatures. I mean, they're small, they're playful, they're mischievous, kind of like mini goblins almost, but they're harmless almost. Similar to fairies, actually. Fairies is
Yeah.
probably the most similar
We've
thing.
got impish.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have any experience tracking down this particular kind of thing, but I've got plenty of experience with other things out in the wilds.
Well, I'm pretty
Sure,
good
I
at
can lend a hand to it.
I'm pretty good at communicating with the nature, so
I'm not much of a tracker, but I know my way around, so.
So you're all happy
Yeah,
to take up
works.
this
Yeah.
quest?
Can I just ask, is it 25 in total or 25 each?
Let's see if you bring one back first. But it's 25 gold pieces was my initial, but I didn't realise I'd be able to get 4 of you. So
I presume that that you won't be doing any harm to this beast.
I would prefer it if you didn't. And if
you
it's
use-
intact, I want to study them, and
So would
wherever possible, I'll be trying to keep them alive because it's difficult to study what they do if they're dead.
Bro, that's all I need to
So
hear.
what you're saying to us is if we happen to gather more than one, there's potentially some extra money in it.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I didn't realise I'd be able to find 4 of you willing to take up the job. I've got 25 gold pieces. I may have more when you come back to me.
Worth getting as many as we can get our hands on then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you tell me about
Do you
where
know
they
I was just going to say exactly the same thing. Do you know
where they roam, what their habits are?
So she
or where's a good place to start?
Yeah, so
looking?
that's really what she knows right now. The issue is she doesn't have enough information about them, otherwise she'd have found them herself. But what she does explain is that she's been looking all over the current town, not been able to find any evidence of them in this settlement. So she suggests one of the nearby settlements is probably a better bet, or even just on the road nearby between those towns.
Cool. It's probably worth doing, but give me 1 second first, and I get up and I head to the bar.
Okay.
I want to talk to Mark. She knows everyone in town. Mark, don't happen to know what Chunga is, do you?
I mean, I've heard of him.
You've heard
Of them.
of them?
Yeah.
Ain't there been nobody in town coming through saying they've seen one or
Oh, I've heard stories of him ever since I've been here, but
anyone recent?
oh, not that springs to mind.
No.
But I mean, they're in stories, and the people talk about things like that all the time, especially in these dark days when people are trying to.
Oh, they are in stories, aren't they? Is there an alderman or a headman in town, or someone who's sort of versed in lore and sort of the local legends?
So, Targos, again, everyone would know this. I'm not sure I explained this last week, so I may not have done. There's a speaker called Nerth Maxildanar, who's a human, and he is the town's speaker, which is their mayor or equivalent. You would also know of Scath, who's a tiefling, but they are the head of the militia. So they're the 2 figures or figureheads of the town.
So they're the figureheads, but there's no like mad old woman or mad old hermit or anything like that.
I mean, the closest to that would almost be Mar at the
well,
end. So.
I've asked where I probably should have asked.
Yeah.
Then.
Yeah.
Well, thanks anyway.
Okay, and also for reference, because they all have one, I've sent a picture on the group, which was that shield with the black belt on. That's the Targos town logo or shield.
Crest.
Yeah. So that's the Targos one. So yeah, you've got your quest. It's a little vague, but it sounds like there would be multiple groups of these chungas in different places. It's just finding them is going to be the more difficult thing.
Would I know where to find them? Do you?
She,
Knowing a lot about the nature of the area and as a fur bulk.
you might, as I say, you'll have heard of them. Roll survival.
Would it not be nature?
It could be nature as well. Yeah, I'm happy for it to be nature.
15 on nature.
Because when you talk about tracking, it's more survival, but nature is, I suppose, what we're looking at now. You would definitely know of them. Be able to pinpoint if you're walking down like an area, you would be able to highlight the areas they're likely.
Recognise a lair or
Yeah.
a track or a...
Yeah, a lair
I
wouldn't
don't
necessarily
know
be
anything-
wouldn't be what they live in. It would be more they take ownership maybe of a place that's been left, rather than make their own lair.
Cool.
And as she
Badger.
sits, as Danica sits with you and you drink your drinks, she decides that she can help actually give you something to help. The only reason she hasn't given it to you yet is she wanted to make sure she could trust you, but she believes from the conversation that you're willing to help her, and she's going to give you a lantern. Let me just get the details on it. So she just gives you a lantern and explains how it works. So I've got something else for this. So, and she explains it, so I'll just read it as it is in the book, but she'll explain it to you in detail. So it's a hooded lantern. It burns for 6 hours on 1 pint of oil, shedding bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet. Each lantern of tracking is designed to track down a certain type of creature, which is determined by rolling on the lantern tracking table, which in this instance is a chunga. Once determined, the creature type can't be changed. While the lantern is within 300 feet of any creature of that type, its flame turns bright green. The lantern doesn't pinpoint the creature's exact location, however, so it just tells you if there is one of these creatures within 300 feet of you.
Cool.
So that obviously will be quite helpful.
Seems handy.
Yeah, so as I say, now that she believes she can trust you, she gives this lantern.
So who wants to carry the lantern?
And she also explains when you have found one of these or some of these, she will be at this tavern every evening from now on. So any evening she should be there for you to bring it to.
When you got that information about chungas, did you sort of bring that up in conversation or are you internalising that?
That was, yeah, I've told everyone what I know of them.
When you said that they tend to like inhabit places that are left behind, do you mean like abandoned buildings, settlements, human places?
No, I think more like old animal.
Both, just any area that will be warm and potentially a bit of food there for them, or
Right.
just space that they wouldn't get necessarily not interrupted, but they won't get someone's going to cause a problem for them. They're just kind of quite happy little things that just keep themselves to themselves.
Because if they're causing problems in the town, obviously they have to be able to get to the town, so it's got to be somewhere relatively nearby. I'm trying to think if I know anywhere that's sort of like abandoned sheds or old abandoned animal dens out in the wilderness.
Where are you from?
I don't know.
So she's not
All over.
she's not telling you that they are causing problems here. She's telling you that she believes they're the key. Understanding them will be the key to changing the current issues they have with climate and everything else.
Cool.
In either case, I'd still like to, if there's anywhere sort of out of the town limits, places that I might have come across, places where there are sort of animal tracks that I'm not too sure what they are. If there's anywhere like that I know of nearby.
I mean, there would be quite a few places like that nearby because of the nature of what you're currently doing. So
Then I reckon that's a decent enough place to start looking.
So she
Yeah.
suggested already that this town doesn't have any chums in at the moment, because that's where she's been looking.
So Dad's.
So just to be specific about how she's saying it, sorry.
Alright.
She's been looking all over the town, hasn't found any sign, not just not found them, but not any suggestion that they're there. So she's suggesting specifically in any of the other settlements of the 10 towns, so not this one.
I feel like setting off to the nearest.
She's not saying not
probably,
to, she's
so.
just trying to give you the information
Well,
to say,
what I would
it's a
suggest
lot
is
of time.
head to the nearest one and see if we spot any tracks or anything like that on the way. See if we want, and you can just go up.
Do we have copies of that of the map of 10 towns?
At this point, I'm quite comfortable that everyone would recognise the name of each of the towns, similar to living somewhere you tend to know the main things, and there are only 10, it's not like there's a huge amount to know. So, the easier place to do it is look at this one, and you can pick where you're going to go from Targos.
So there's
we're here.
Targos.
So,
That probably makes the most sense, then, doesn't it? Head to the next one.
well, Bryn Shando's quite close by, but Brennan's actually slightly closer.
Oh yeah.
It's closer to here where elemental stuff's more likely to be easy, no?
Yeah, I suppose if we go that way, we can make our way round here if necessary, round to Lonelywood and Tourmaline.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but wooded areas would seem to be our best
This
bet.
is what I was thinking. Yeah.
Problem with Brennan, like, is if you look at it, it's isolated. It has no trade routes to the rest of the 10 towns.
I'm
So-
loving the fact that me and you know about these things and they're the animal people. It's like, oh yeah.
We head to Bryn Shader. We have good routes to other settlements in case there's an out there. We end up back in Targos. Brennan's only not too far away to check out.
Yeah, I reckon it. What? Where we going?
I mean, I've heard stories in Brennan about chungas.
And yeah,
Yes, I am from Brennan, but
I mean, if there's
there's not been any sightings that I know of.
depends how much you trust these stories. If there's there's reason to believe we could find them in Brennan, then that is the closest settlement.
I have heard stories through my years of living there, but not much else. No one's ever claimed to see one.
So I mean, I'd suggest we try out Brennan, and then head to Lonelywood. Around
Yeah,
that,
around
is it
that
a
way.
lake?
I mean, a woods does seem like a place they would
And
hide.
then you've got the wooded areas. We've got
Play about.
They've got
So
this
just-
water
just-
nearby. And such.
Where is it you're saying at the moment then?
Because you're saying, go here.
Go ahead, and then
Work
all the
our
way
way around
around
here.
to Lonelywood if we need to.
Okay. Is that a group agreement on that?
Yes,
Well, here's the thing. I'm assuming that the yellow, orange markings are the known routes.
Yep.
If you head up this way, you can obviously follow the river, but there is no known path. You'd be voyaging out in the basically blind, and that is one way to get yourself killed up here.
It's a fair shout.
I'm not.
If you do Brennan, come back through Targos and go around the known route, and it's roughly the same distance.
So we'll do Brennan first.
Yeah,
That
sounds like
seems
it.
to be where everyone wants to go.
Sounds like a
So,
plan.
yeah, try Brennan and then come back through Targus if necessary.
Okay. Right. This is why things like this are hard, because even though I knew that was going to be the first option request, I don't know where you're going to pick to go to, so I couldn't really completely grab everything at this point. But that's fine, it's good, because you're from Bremen.
Brennan, yeah.
Bremen, sorry, yeah.
Bremen.
So, Bremen, I'll
You
show-
pronounced it wrong. No, it's like me and Harrogate.
So that's your logo for Bremen, just so you've all seen it, and I'll put it on the chat so you can all see it.
That's
So
on the
this
screen,
is
by the way.
a shield with a large circular yellow sphere with a blue line to the left and a lighter blue triangle to the right. I'll just put it on chat now so I don't forget. So you've all got a copy of that. Should it come up? So that is on there for everyone. If it's not, it should be in a second. Whilst I just prep the next location, now's probably a good time if anyone wants to go to the toilet or get a drink or whatever else they want to do, and I'll just get it ready for the next.
Alright,
Right.
so we'll be right back. One, get your drinks out.
Yeah.
Oh, cheers.
Cheers, Julie.
Put your penis away.
Oh.
I should have.
That's the fun bit.
We on?
And we're on.
Cool. So Bremen is the closest town to Targos. There's a well-worn route to it. You would all know it, especially yourself, obviously being from Bremen, and you travelled the opposite direction earlier that day.
Yeah.
And you get there without any trouble. So you get to Bremen. You've got your lantern, and you've got the 6 hours worth of oil.
Is it worth trying to find somewhere that sells the oil to try and have more?
You can do.
Is it a specific type of oil? Or is it
It's
any
just
old
oil, just any old oil.
Slump oil.
Yeah.
Cool. I feel like that'd probably be a good idea then.
I mean, you may all have some in your equipment already, depending. I don't know what equipment you've chosen off the top of my head. So, if you've got lanterns, it's likely that you'll have some oil, and if
No,
not, then you can
torches.
buy it. So,
But I might have some in my shop.
yeah, or other shops in Bremen might will likely sell it. It's a pretty common
Cool.
item.
Right, good. But it's not going to take us 6 hours to get there, is it? So.
It's a short walk. It's looking at the. I'm just trying to find the scale from here. It's 2 miles, if that. Yeah, so it takes you distance per hour.
So
it
that
takes
is a
you-
footpath. That black
I'm
line.
going to suggest it takes you 4 hours to walk.
And then we've got because they're road. 4 hours to walk.
4 hours max, probably less, between 3 and 4.
Cool.
It takes you, this is your distance to give you an idea, with a dog sled you can do 1 mile an hour. With just on foot you can do half a mile an hour as long as you've got snowshoes. Without them it's a quarter mile an hour. So that's your distances. And obviously you've got your scale in there as well. So if you want to turn it over to Bremen, because I'm quite comfortable that you've got there without any interruptions. You've passed a couple of people walking the other way, but it's just...
No lantern lighting up on the way between the two.
Have you lit the lantern on the way?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah,
that's why I was,
nothing, no change as of yet
Okay.
till you get to the entrance to, or where the settlement becomes a town. No change in the lantern. It's a yellow, bright glow.
Still a standard glow there as well.
Here. I'll just get a good feeling about it.
What does it say?
Buried treasure.
Yeah, that's the name of an inn.
Oh.
I actually thought when I showed a picture of someone, I need to block out buried treasure. I read it and was like,
I'm just going to that pub and start digging. just randomly just dig up. What are you doing? It says buried treasure.
I thought it was a sign.
Literally, it's on the sign. It says buried treasure.
So you get 300 feet with the lantern. Yeah. Realistically, it's going to take you. It's not going to take you longer than an hour to walk enough to cover the whole of the town. They're not. None of these settlements are huge.
Okay.
So this takes you up till 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Let's say 3:30 to allow for like having to go back on yourself and whatever. So you're talking 3:30, 4 o'clock, and at no point during any different direction you've gone in Bremen has the lantern changed.
Okay.
So approaching it all around Bremen, it's not changed. Do you want to do anything in Bremen?
Well, I think we should look at.
You've
getting-
also obviously had the lantern
you're-
lit for.
Yeah, I think we should look at getting some more oil for the lantern.
If you're
Yeah.
spending an hour walking around trying to find something, I'll do some reconnaissance work. So I'll go talk to any local traders, any notable individuals, see if I can dredge up anything about Junda.
So should we meet back up at buried treasure in an hour?
Aye, sounds good.
Okay, so who's looking?
Well, I'm going to go look for somewhere that sells.
So one of you has to be holding the lantern whilst you do this, and somehow if it goes
I'll look for the
green,
thing.
okay.
So if you were the lad, there's no need to get oil. I have some in my shop for my
Oh.
lights around the.
Oh, so you
shop
have a
is-
shop in Brennan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
And
Okay.
I do live here, so
Yeah,
I'll have
that's
some
reasonable.
there. We can collect it as
What
we go
do you
back.
do?
Cool,
This
that's
one
fine
has
then.
permanent residence.
Aye.
Yes, it wasn't
Show
cheap
off.
to come by.
So, how big's your shop? It's a small shop, isn't it?
It's,
So
it's quite a small
reasonably,
shop.
you're not going to have
But I'll
more.
probably have
You
about-
need, you'd have plenty of
I've got like
lights.
2 lanterns.
Yeah, well, you have at
inside.
least 2. You've got to have an outdoor
Four.
lantern and a couple upstairs.
So I'd always have a
So,
bit of oil on hand.
I reckon
Refill.
reasonably 30 hours worth.
Yeah.
I think more than that, you're probably unlikely to be storing that in one place. It'd be quite dangerous. It's quite a large barrel. So you've got a barrel of oil, let's say. I'll do 30
That
hours.
just sits in the storeroom and refill my life with every now and then.
So you're going to seal it and just take the barrel with you.
I'm quite big and
Right.
strong, I could say that.
Do we want to take a full barrel or
Well, you've got 10 towns and you've only currently checked 2 of them.
then yes, we will if you can carry this barrel.
I assume so.
A
does-
normal barrel is
It
reasonably
says I have a
fit to carry.
powerful build, so
Yeah,
I
I've seen your
to
strength.
determine your carrying
stuff, a
capacity.
barrel.
What's on there, but
You got rope, lash it to your back.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, yeah.
You're sorry?
a couple of potions and stuff that I have in there anyway.
So what kind of potions?
Well,
Well, you'd have to tell me, but if you...
There's an alchemist that'd be selling like any sort of
If you just put
restorative
anything that's not on your
potions.
character sheet, just send me a message with it on.
Alright.
Yeah. Just so that we've got a limit to what
Oh yeah, I'm
you
not
can
gonna.
pull out your pocket at any one
I'm not
point.
just gonna be like, oh,
Castle.
I'm gonna
Just have this extra health potion.
Oh look, vorpal blade.
I was 1 hit point left. Yeah, exactly. So just a list of what you're picking
Oh,
up.
look, 6 great healing potions.
Yeah. So you just send me a list of what you've got within reason. I'll check over it.
I'm only gonna pick up basic supplies.
Yeah.
from the shop.
Cool. Okay. So you want to find out if anyone's had any sightings of chungas?
Yeah. First of all, have I been to Brennan before?
Yeah, I would suggest you probably have.
Yeah.
Before we carry on, I'm going to suggest that you've gone together
Yeah.
so that you
Yeah,
can
yeah,
distract you back.
Yeah.
So currently, Castiel, you're trusting to walk around for an hour with the lantern, and then come and find you in an hour and tell you that he's found the
I like
child.
the way you
Not-
said trust.
and not well, that's what you've chosen to do.
Well, the tavern's where the beer's at, so can't imagine he'll strike too far.
So you're basically speaking to anyone you can.
Yeah, who are the notable individuals in
So
town?
notable individuals in Bremen, there is a leader, or speaker, Dorbelgruff Shaleskar, which is a dwarf, a shield dwarf. So he's the speaker, and again the head of the militia is. There isn't really a militia here. There's kind of, I've told you before, there's 3 things that everything's scored on. You've got friendliness, services and comfort. This is a 3 in friendliness, 1 in services and 2 in comfort. But there is also a comparison of how many soldiers they might have available to them. For the size town, they could only probably get about 25, 30 soldiers at any
But it's
one
quite a
time.
friendly place.
It's a friendly place.
Alright, well I'll go find, what was it, Durble?
It was Dorbelgruff Shaleskar.
Dorbelgruff. I'll go find
Shield
Dorbelgruff then. Probably met him before.
Okay. Roll. You don't need to roll anything. He's reasonably happy to just help you.
Very
I'm
nice.
going to roll. Yeah, he says that he has heard stories of chungas and knows that there are chungas in and around 10 towns, but of the last year or so, since it's been all dark, he's not heard of any in the immediate vicinity.
Alright. Just out of interest, is there anyone in town who sort of has a predilection for tales and stories and the sort who might know anything more about that kind of area of interest?
Well, I found a problem, but anyway.
Good start.
I didn't spot this when I read it, but it doesn't quite capture it. He says to find people like that, the best place to go is probably around the docks. That's where you find the interesting characters. And he even highlights that he has an interest himself in the docks. There's been some problems in the docks.
Sort of problems.
Just there seems to have been some
I've not
commotion.
looked at that,
I'm not a fisherman myself, and people have not really
You're
gone
on your
into the
own.
details. It
I've-
sounds like
we'll
myth
stick
and
together.
legend type
Yeah.
stories, but with the weird kind of time we're in at the moment, we hear all sorts. But that's where it's coming from. So when you want stories, there's at least a story going on in the area.
Well, I'm heading down there anyway. If there's out of interest, I'll
You're just going your lantern
It's
around.
a man with a lantern.
So I would say in the time you've spoken,
It's
you've probably
bad time
taken
to
20
mention
minutes,
I'm
15,
colourblind.
20, 25 minutes maybe.
Yeah, well, I'm
That's
heading
it.
down there anyway. If there's out interesting or out you might need to know about, I'll let you know, mate.
Yeah. Are you going to
Sorry.
be circling the town, or are you doing
Yeah.
anything different?
Yeah,
so you're
yeah,
doing what
yeah.
you said you're
I
going to
was
do.
going to say, is it a bad time to mention that I'm colourblind and I can't see green?
It's not a bad time. You probably would.
No, I'm
It's
joking.
whether you would have told you.
I am joking.
You now need to make a decision as to
Yes.
how you're searching the area. Are you just going randomly round and round? Are you going anywhere in particular first or second or last or
Which way are we coming into the village?
from the south?
From
going
here, yeah. So I would try and be as systematical as possible and sort of head. I'm guessing that's the path, isn't it? So I'd tread sort of up and down like that, and
Yeah.
sort of.
You
strategical.
probably wouldn't need to go that fine tooth comb. You've got
Yeah.
300-yard radius.
Okay.
So if you think about the size of those buildings, reasonably, if you
There's
just
a
did
good
the whole
scale.
perimeter and then went towards the centre, you've pretty much covered the whole of the town. They're not huge towns.
Okay. Oh,
If you
well
catch
then,
what I'm getting
all the
at.
way,
I
all the
mean,
way around, and then
The
back into
population is 150 people of this town.
Oh, okay.
So basically, I would imagine you're finishing at buried treasure. So what's your
That's
final?
Over 250.
So if you go up that way, so if you're going clockwise, yeah, around, you go around clockwise and then finish about there. I would say you probably bump into Wetico about there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, that,
Any luck?
your base is about 300 feet.
Yeah.
So
There you
yeah,
go.
there you go.
So Wetico and yourself have bumped into each other. So you've got some information you might not want to share. I don't know, but you.
Any luck?
So
Apparently not.
not yet. There's no change. No
I
change.
don't know. I'm colourblind.
Are you colourblind? It's firstly for me to
No.
At the moment, there is no change. in
No
that.
change. Nothing so far, boss.
Okay.
Well, the head man says that he's heard stories, but now recently, pointing me towards the docks for people to talk to. I heading that way if you want to come.
Yeah, let's head up that way.
Okay. Where you've already picked where your house is.
Yeah.
You already know where that is. So
Yes,
probably
I do.
just put your guy where your house
So
is.
my house is that one there.
Oh, right by the docks. That's
Yeah.
convenient.
Yeah, that's good, isn't it?
I've built it specifically to try and get people coming in from
That's
the
not
docks.
you.
That is not me, no.
That's you.
That's you, yeah.
I'll send you a message of what I'd like to try to pick
I'm
up.
drinking.
Okay.
Stand
If
up.
it's too much, then just let me know that that's too much for me to have.
No, that's reasonable.
So is it likely that I'd spot these two out of his window? Heading towards
Say that
the
again,
docks?
sorry, I was just reading his.
No, is it likely that I'd spot these two walking towards the docks out of his window?
Again, it's only 150 people live here. It's not massively busy at the moment. If anything, I would suggest, in fact, all of you roll a perception check.
Nope.
Nope.
I got a 2.
8.
Wow. Have you not got? And that's with a +3.
Wow.
Oh, I might have a plus, but I don't think a 2 is going to
I'm going to say none of you have met the AC on this one, unless this is big. No. So, as far as you're aware, it's just a quiet town. Seems quiet, seems dark, like it does everywhere else. However, I'm going to say you're all aware of each other's presence, and you're all pretty much in the same spot at the docks. And I'm now going to read
in the force.
a little section. It's quite good. It's worked out this way. The lake around the creaky docks is frozen, forcing fishers to pull their rowboats up onto the ice. Standing between a pair of boats is a stout humanoid in cold weather clothing. A grey hood hides most of the humanoid's face, but you can make out a wide nose and a long, frosty beard. The stout figure stamps their foot,
Santa!
spots you, and waves you over. So he's waving at all of you because you're the only people currently walking in the docks.
Well, I want to talk to someone.
I
so
will
I'll head straight
tentatively
that
go
way.
over.
He shouts, "Good, you're here. Get to it, ingrates. Those fish ain't gonna catch themselves."
Okay, cool.
I
I think
am a
you might have
fisherman,
the
but
wrong
I'm not-
idea, mate.
I'm not here to fish.
I'm here to talk to you. I've got
You
some-
look like a fisherman.
I am a fisherman.
these
but
two
not
are,
right now.
Not me.
I'd say it looks like he's been on the seas. I don't know about fishermen, but well, we'll see.
Listen, buddy.
Uh-oh.
This is going to be a weird one, but you happen to hear anything about a chunga recently?
A chunga? What's a chunga?
That's what I thought. Any strange occurrences, odd lights, missing objects, magical, comings and goings happen recently?
I mean, it's frozen over and it's night all day, but
Well, apart from the obvious weather.
How
Again,
you
goes
to
on-
catch this fish on a frozen lake?
you've got to take your vessel over the ice to where it's broken up and then fish from there.
What, ice fishing?
So there's basically an area
Well, that's what I
of
was
it
hoping.
of the lake that's
Ice
clearly not frozen, but the bit immediately next to the port is frozen.
That's not so much fun.
So he goes, don't you see, there's bloody ice everywhere. The last crew were apparently born with pits for eyes because they sailed right into a damned ice floe. I ain't gotten around to repairing the gunwale yet, but this will float just fine. I've got another boat. We just need to get them on the water and get the fish. People aren't doing it at the moment because it's a bit more difficult than normal. I thought you were here to fish. And whilst he's kind of ranting about fishing, somebody else approaches you and you can hear them really clearly on the almost hollow wood that you're walking on the docks. And the figure wags a gloved finger at the frosty bearded dwarf that you're speaking to. You have no honour, Beryl Boar. The newcomer yells, pulling down a woolen muffler to reveal a pale half-elven face. You're sending these innocent people to their deaths, and for what? A few fish? Pay no mind to this rambling fool, says Grinsk. Did you tell them about the monster? Retorts the half-elf.
Monster? I mean,
He did not, in fact, say anything about a monster. Would you care to elaborate further on that before my two dear friends end up on the ice and dead?
Grinsk curses the half-elf in Dwarvish before turning to the characters and yelling,
oh,
"Get to work!" He then stomps away out of earshot, not eager to hear what the half-elf might have to say.
We don't work for you, you twat.
But he's still interested in keeping an eye on his boat, so he's kind of looking over his shoulder, but he's not listening or anything. He's kind of gone back to whatever he was doing before.
what was
After
the
he leaves...
pay?
What, sorry?
What was the pay?
Well,
Sorry, what did he?
You'll
what did
notice that he didn't mention it. That's never a
What,
good
what
sign.
language did he shout it to him? Did you say?
so there was a half-elf, they're both speaking in common, but when the dwarf was responding, it was
Dwarvish.
in Dwarvish, yeah.
I don't understand. I know common druidic.
It would be
Elvish, and
clearly
giant.
Dwarvish, though. He is a dwarf, and obviously it's very specifically Dwarvish.
I was hoping I understood what he said.
But yeah, you wouldn't understand the
Let's have a
words he's
chuckle.
used.
Oh.
Sadly not. But after he leaves the area, Grinsk, the half-elf, says, "I'm getting the feeling." Sorry, Grinsk was the one that left. 1 second. Okay. I'm getting the feeling Grinsk doesn't like me very much, or anyone who steps between him and the gold swimming in this lake. I'm Tarly. I'm studying the local animal life here in Icewind Dale. I just couldn't stay silent and watch another crew fall victim to the monster of Mount Dulden.
Yeah, well, in fairness, Grints doesn't sound like he likes Grints very much.
No, you're probably right there. He explains that he's a half-elf researcher, and he's been there to study the changes in climate after all the nature has responded to this 24 hours of darkness.
So if you're studying
Do you know about
nature, do you know
Chunga?
anything about a chunga?
I was going to say, because we're in the employ of a different researcher who seems to be under the impression that Chunga have something to do with the inclement weather.
I don't know what a chunga is. Not seen a chunga or heard of one. I've heard of creatures like that. I don't know if they've had a different name, but not something I've come across myself.
I'll take any leads I can get if you know of anything in the local area.
This monster in particular is a different kind of beast. It's a large water beast. So it's definitely, or doesn't sound like what you're describing. I mean, it is something I'm trying to learn about, and if you can help me with that, then I'm very pleased.
I mean, we are very much for hire.
Tarly hands you a notebook. I can't offer you much other than my gratitude, but if you're going out on the lake, please write down any information you learned about the nature of this monster. If we know what's out there, the people of Bremen will be much safer for it. And well, it bears the potential to be awfully interesting.
I think it's worth trying to sail over to Lonely Wood.
with the monster.
with the and then we can sort of investigate this monster at the same time, or do you think we should leave that for now?
I mean,
If we can get a good enough, sturdy enough boat.
How dangerous is this monster?
it's killed at least one fishing crew.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but fishermen aren't the cleverest.
Hey,
You're a fisherman.
no, he's
Fishermen.
a sailor.
We only have
I don't think you
I've
know
never
that
said
one.
anything.
The only
But he
sailors
keeps
around
saying
here
he's
are
a-
fishermen.
How Tarly would leave it with you with regards to the monster is that few people have survived an encounter with it, and encourages you to be careful if you are going to.
Few
take to
people
someone's-
not know people.
That's how he put it.
So there's someone here who might know more about it.
I mean, I think what he's getting at is that other fishermen have seen it on the waters, and that's about it.
Well, maybe we can get something out of them. At least what it looks like.
Some more information, see if it's.
Listen, we won't promise anything because we don't know whether or not we're going to end up on the water. But if we do, we'll take some notes. How's that?
I'd be much obliged. And he highlights that, at least for the time being, Gridge seems comfortable with you using either of his two rowboats if you require.
Cool. Yeah, cool.
One of which, as he explained earlier, is damaged. So it's still usable, but there is damage to it, so it's just not quite 100%.
I mean, theoretically, we could take a rowboat over to Landwood. It would be the quickest way, but
It would, and it takes us to that wooded area,
And the woods do sound somewhere they would hide and play.
and it gives us another. I mean, if you all feel comfortable enough, I'm happy to take us over.
Yes.
So not going to go fishing.
I'd rather take the more
I'm not.
the least damaged.
all
I
of
was
us-
going to say I'm not a particularly versed sailor, but if either of you two could have a look at
Yeah,
the
I'm
boat
not
and make
much-
sure we're not going
Not
to
much of a
capsize.
sailor.
Well, I'm sure there was two boats, wasn't there? One damaged.
Two
one
boats. One is fully functional. The other is damaged.
Sure,
We'll
my
take a fully
fisherman friend here
functional.
will
Can we
sell
all
it.
fit in the fully functional boat?
Yeah, it doesn't actually tell me that. That's right.
But no, rowboats are quite small.
I don't
No,
know.
no,
Depends on
I'm
the
going to
rowboat
suggest
to the
I would assume it's a fishing
to the
boat.
fishing boat.
it's
So-
a smaller one to get to the main area, and that's where it becomes a bit unclear. So I'm going to suggest that 4 of you could fit, but you're probably at the limit to what you can get on there. So it's going to be it's not as sturdy as it maybe would be with just 2 or 3 people
If-
on there.
If you two can both sail, I can fix up the other boat.
I can say I don't know about this guy.
I can sell
Castiano,
anything with wings.
but I
Can't
can
sail anything with wings, can you?
absolutely I
I can
sail
sell
it.
anything with sails.
None of it doesn't have sails.
It's a
It's not going to
rowboat.
have sails. It'll be a
So it's not
Rowing.
sailing then, is it?
No, it's
Rowing.
rowing. Yeah, either you-
Even these 2 idiots could row.
I wouldn't put your money on that.
I was going to say I wouldn't put it past this.
I'll be coxswain. I'll just tell you what to do.
What?
But if we need 2 boats,
Coxswain.
I can mend the other
Are you
one.
in the Navy, mate? Any chance?
It still strikes me as a bit vague. I mean, we could go out there. It could be a fucking kelpie or something, or it could be a water serpent. We've got nothing to go on.
I'm not suggesting we try and get it. I'm just suggesting, if we see it on the way.
Listen, I'll always advocate not taking the dangerous route when it's available to me.
So at this point, because it's your oil, I'm going to ask you to keep track of how much oil you're using. So you've got 3 hours left with what you were given,
Yeah.
and 30 hours in the barrel you brought.
So we have 33 hours
So
until.
you have 33 hours left of lantern burning. You don't
If we
have to
can
have the
sail
lantern
over
burning
to
all the
Lonely
time,
Wood,
Yeah.
but obviously you're not checking
Right.
out for chungas
What-
whenever it's not
if
burning,
we-
so.
that's a specifically said rowboat. Is it
Yeah,
a rowboat?
it's
2 rowboats.
Rowboat, sorry. If we can pull over to here, which is the technical term for rowing, as soon as you're being facetious, if we can pull the boat over to Lonely Wood, walk down to Tourmaline, maybe have a wander round, either that, or if you guys aren't happy with that, I'm happy to walk back round. But obviously bear in mind we've already spent 4 hours walking here. It's going to be a bit of a trek.
It's a good day and a half, 2 days travel all the way around to the very least Tourmaline. Further travel through Lonely Wood. The old sailor, how long is it going to take us over water?
How long will it take us over water, do you reckon?
One
If we-
second.
If it was to be a straight line. So worst case scenario.
The only way is to
Graham to
measure it.
Lowood.
Is to measure it, and I'm going to suggest you can row at walking speed easily.
Well, I could definitely row faster than that. and
That's what I mean. But I'm
especially
going to say at
straight,
least that. So
10 miles.
10 miles. So that'll be 10 hours walking, and I'm going to say 5 hours rowing.
5 hours rowing.
I reckon you can row double the walking speed.
And walking round there is going to take a hell of a lot longer than that, isn't it?
It's about
Well, I'm also going to I'm going to read a little bit for you. So the lake is covered in ice flows. You'd all know this, which make travel dangerous.
Probably about 15.
Which would be what, 15 hours?
Okay.
30 hours. Which is,
travel probably
if
8
we were
hours
to
a day.
walk,
It's going to be too
it's gonna-
cold for at least
it's going
12
to be too
hours
cold
a day.
and kill our oil.
Probably too cold.
Supply.
The temperature doesn't change. It's always cold. But yeah, let's row across the ocean and not get involved in the fishing thing. That's really interesting.
Oh, I'm not going to fish. But we will drop the notes as promised. If we see that monster, we won't go anywhere near it.
So
Uh,
you're
what
going
if
in the
it
one
attacks us?
boat. You're not going to take two. You're just taking the one.
Anyone else comfortable pulling?
It will take 4 people. I found the notes. It will take 4 people with your game, so you can take it.
What about if we found a thing at the other end? One out there with Chunga.
What about it?
Will we get that in there as well on the way back?
You're going to row back across the
tiny.
ocean with the monster in it.
It's not a monster. It's a beast. And I'm friendly with
The
beasts.
description the scholar gave us was similar to a goblin.
Smaller
they're about
goblin, but acts similar,
yay big.
mysterious and a bit mischievous as well. Like a goblin.
So,
That's one way of describing the goings of goblins.
I'd say mischievous is pretty reasonable.
How's it a monster? How's it attacking boats?
no different thing. The Chunga isn't attacking boats.
Something
No, I
else
know
is
that. I'm
attacking
talking.
boats.
We're rowing across a lake that has something that's
Oh, yeah,
attacking
yeah, yeah.
boats in.
Oh, only if you go near it.
Oh yeah,
I mean-
you're really good at not seeing monsters, Mr.
In the
Throw a
dark.
stone at a bloody
In
beholder.
the dark.
In the dark, on an ocean. I may be invoking my special thing sooner than I think.
So, what is your course of action?
Oh, and we've been talking about this for 20
right.
minutes now. Let's decide what we're doing.
Rowing is quicker. A lot.
Listen,
A lot riskier.
you two are the nautical sorts.
Right.
If you are under the impression that you can get us safely to the other end of this
Well, I
lake,
don't know what this monster's like, so I
neither
can
do
I can definitely row us across. I can't guarantee our safety because I don't know about this monster.
But should we
However,
try find some survivors first, get a bit more
if it is just some
Hang on.
sort of beast, I could potentially talk it down.
I'd be more inclined if there was something in it for us. And let me see if I can sort that. I want to go see the headman again.
Okay. Just go back to him. Yep.
Just out of interest,
This is the guy you spoke to earlier.
So
This
how
is-
long would it take us to walk around there? So it'd be what? That'd be
30 hours.
yes, which is your entire oil supply, isn't it?
walking, yes.
Yeah.
But obviously, if we're doing a boat, we'd turn it off
Yeah.
because they don't work.
Oh yeah. No, what I'm saying is, if we were to walk this way instead, that's going to use
Well,
your
we
entire.
We wouldn't need it on from here to from Bremen to Tigris.
No,
It would only be after that.
so it'd be 26 hours with. We could probably get more in Tourmaline, Lonely Wood, etc. So if you guys are more comfortable walking, we do have enough oil for the lamp to walk.
I'm off doing something.
Yeah, I'm just telling these two.
Okay. So you've gone to speak to Dorblegruff, Shellscar, the shield dwarf. He's just where he was before.
Afternoon,
I just
speaker.
think if we're going in the boat, we might as well do the
Yeah,
fishing and
back-
earn some money
back
while we're
quick.
doing
You get your story.
Not so much on the story, but I've had a word with your harbour master.
And if we get in that boat,
Atari.
we're going to
Aye.
interact with the monster.
Well, it seems to be the impression that there are monsters in your lake.
I've heard speak of such. I don't go on the waters myself, but I've heard them mentioning monsters.
Monsters, brigands, whatever it is, you've lost at least one fishing crew.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, it's treacherous going with all those ice flows and.
indeed
whatever.
it is.
And if I was a bad sailor or a bad, not as good as I'd maybe sold myself out to be, and I damaged a boat or people got knocked off, I might be inclined to blame a monster too.
Well, that's fair, and that's encouraging for, given that we might want to traverse said lake. But here's the thing: say there is a monster, say there is someone out there killing fishermen. We see it, take care of the problem, and bring back proof. Surely there'll be a little bit of a bounty in that for the town. Removing potentially hazardous conditions.
Have you got a vessel?
Indeed.
What kind of vessel have you got?
A watertight and amicable vessel to take us across the lake.
So, if I'm going to go down this journey with you, and let's just say we believe there is a monster, right? A monster that's taken out fishing boat, and you're going to take it down on a rowboat.
Listen, the specifics are what you need not concern yourself with. This is a no-risk venture for yourself. If we die, we're dead and you never see us again. But if we bring back the head of the beast, you're down a potentially hazardous threat. You've nothing to lose and plans
And how
to
do we
gain.
know it's the only one if there is one?
Well, we're in the local area. We kill one, certainly kill two.
Look, I'm not going to put a price on it because I'm not sure you should be going chasing things like this in a rowboat. But I will promise that you will have our favour and a payment of some kind if you are to rid us of this kind of problem, if such a problem exists.
Exactly. If it exists. Well, I'll take that. I'll be seeing you.
I hope so.
For the swindler.
And I'll return to the group. We've been promised some form of payment should we rid the town of the beast. If we could prove it. Speaker doesn't seem to believe that there even is a problem. Which is encouraging because we get across the lake now.
That is encouraging. Good to know. What are we thinking? Row?
I'm more inclined to row now.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't sound too sure.
But we're not. If we go to his fishing boat, we have a bigger boat. Have you seen Jaws? I'll go along with the party.
The boat's
Reservedly.
damaged.
There's two boats, one's damaged, one's not. And one boat can take four with you go.
Yeah, but they're both rowboats, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah. So,
All right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both the same kind of
Go
boat.
then. Let's go.
Sod it. Let's go over.
Okay. So
Turn that
you're
one
getting on the
off.
boat, right? So we're now getting to about 5-6 in the evening. Yeah. From
It's
where
dark
we're
all the
before.
time anyway.
It's dark all the time. You do have rations and things like that. You've not eaten anything today.
Pretty hungry. Pretty peppered.
Probably a good
But you
idea.
could do something like that on the boat, I suppose. But anyway, so you're all getting on the same boat, and you're taking the boat that's fully functional and not damaged in any way.
I feel
Okay.
like that seems like a
So
plan.
I'm gonna. Who is going to be in charge of the boat? So someone's going to have to be the captain. Who's got?
I'll do that.
Yep.
Well, fishy
Okay.
boy over here.
Since I know how to do it. You guys ever rowed before?
No.
Can't say I have.
No? Yourself? Have you ever rowed?
I can row.
Okay.
I might be able to row.
Okay.
Everyone can bloody row.
You'd be surprised,
Even
mate.
slaves can row.
You'd be surprised.
Yes, you
All
would.
right. That's nice and easy. Could do.
I've seen people trying to row.
If you could.
I've seen many
Where have I put
Work
the
on all it.
pack of maps? There we go. If you could just flip over the map, please. Not that map, sorry, the Nominated sheep. There you go.
Ooh, that's that.
And if you could pass me the map that's underneath it, because we'll probably need that later. Cool. So you got the river. It's frozen.
Thrown in.
So let's go. You're going northwest, aren't you? Towards the.
Whatever direction, yeah.
Yeah.
Lonely Wood was,
Northwest towards Lonelywood, yeah. So this is the river. Opens out into the lake. And it just carries on in those directions. That. Not this, sorry.
Sorry, I couldn't.
So I know you're right, I don't know why I said that. Okay, so it's a 4-person boat. It's a rowboat, so I'm going to suggest you can only sit in line, not twos but ones. Cause it's
So I was going to say, what kind of rowboat is it? Is
It's,
it a rowboat
if
where...
you're rowing, you can't reach both oars if it's not a
It-
one-person rowboat.
I was going to
so-
say, sometimes you can.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So...
Like Nesborough.
Yeah, but
I'm
Knaresbury,
thinking
that's
Knaresbury.
you
So
put-
I'm thinking ASCs, for example, which is what the Navy use. You've got... Each one uses one, but you can...
yeah.
No, I know, but I'm using that as a
I'm thinking about a
size.
slightly oversized canoe if it's 4 people on as well.
So you can
Because these are
often-
smaller vessels than the normal.
So how many
Yeah,
ro-
so
how
if
many
it's
oars
If
would
there
go
are
in
ice
there?
floes,
and
you're
the
gonna
4 is the
maneuver
limit,
really.
so how many people you can
Yeah,
get on
yeah.
it in the first place. So
So it
I wouldn't say
sounds
2
almost
abreast.
exactly the same. I'll show you what one is and see if you...
Can anyone guess who did Navy cadets?
Fisherman.
Just to give you an idea, so something like that.
Almost exactly like that.
Yeah. So just to give
Almost
you,
exactly like that.
A smaller, because you can definitely get more than 4 people on that.
Yeah, like Nesborough.
that's a four. That's a
What I
4
said.
person.
Yeah, that's a 4-person.
That's a 4 person, one on each bench.
Oh right,
Yeah.
then yeah.
But you
Oh,
can
I
reach
thought it
either
was one.
side.
Yeah,
But
cool.
you generally only have one.
And you've
or
got your
each.
gear on it as well. So yeah, that's
Yeah.
anyway. That's what you're in. So if you're the captain, you've got this information to look after when we're on the journey. So your boat has an AC of 11, and it has 50 hit points.
How do you spell Chunder?
CHWNGA.
Kuchunga.
What's that? Someone asked him on the chat.
No, he's googling it.
Oh, did you see the picture of what they look like?
No, because you
Oh,
showed
right.
him.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I was like, I'll just have a
I was
quick
going to
look.
put it on the chat, and to be fair, it's probably better I show everyone anyway because we're on a
That
thing.
was the, like, I
Have
don't
we
know what I'm
now
looking
seen what they look
I
like?
don't want to show you the information on the page. That's all.
Yeah.
So
We'll
that's what they look
you'll-
like.
they'll
She's
be
described them
like
for you.
Crazy
so-
Christmas trees.
like mini crazy Christmas trees. Yeah.
When I first saw them, it made me think of-
So wooded area seems like a logical place to look. If
Yeah.
I'd have known that before, I'd have
Watch
been
no
even
eye
more.
No, I know last night.
He did say that when I showed him it. He did say wooded area would be a good place. To
Yeah.
go. So
Makes me think of
Okay.
coconuts from Moana.
Yes. yeah.
you have 2 obvious ice flows to steer around to
Okay.
start with.
Nah, fuck
Okay.
it.
So
straight
to
into
see
it.
if you're able to do that, I need you to roll a wisdom check. So
Who?
no, the captain of the ship, which is Sid.
Good job.
16.
16, you are able to avoid the
Oh,
first
no.
and the same again for the second.
This
Nine.
dice, this is the dice I'm going to use.
Okay. You nearly get past the second one, but you do take a glancing blow and take 3 bludgeoning damage.
Which one's steering that side?
I mean, if you're the captain, are you rowing or you got the rudder?
I'll be telling everyone how to. I'll be shouting pull.
Okay.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
Did you say 3?
3, so you're taking 3 hit points. Cool. Just to be clear, when a rowboat is reduced to 0 hit points, it sinks.
I could have went that one out.
I'm just
But
saying
yeah,
it, just to
no,
make it
that's-
nice and clear.
No, it's
That's not when it's not finished sinking, that's when it starts sinking, and how long it takes depends on
Cool.
other things. Okay. Cool. So,
So we're on the
so
2
how
strongest
far did we say you were travelling in distance? Was it 10 miles?
10.
10 miles.
And we decided it would take you 5 hours to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice and easy. First hour. The lake is still and quiet for this first hour. A fine time for some fishing.
Should we grab? Have we got any fishing stuff on board?
Have you? There's not.
No,
on
you
board,
don't.
No.
How are we supposed to fish if there's no fish?
Yeah, because we said that
You're a
we-
fisherman.
Well, I'm assuming that.
If you haven't done it in your
I don't-
equipment,
I'm
I
not a
can't.
fisherman.
I
I
can't.
don't know, Captain. Do we have any fishing
Yeah,
stuff
that's
on
something
board?
like you're the fisherman. If you haven't brought any, there's none on the rowboat.
Don't blame me. I'm not.
Well, no, because of the.
I've
obviously-
got snares. I'm just a
And we
sailor.
said that oh
So-
no, he'd gone by
Right,
snares.
he'd gone. He was happy for
Brought
you
in.
to use his boats,
Yeah,
and you
no,
didn't
that's fine.
check for equipment or do anything. If you wanted to get some, you could have brought some. but
Yeah, I don't think I've
set
got any.
off
It's alright, we'll keep going.
now. Second hour.
You're
Right.
right there.
I obviously keep mine on my boat.
Okay, can you just
Where's your
make a
boat?
line of 4, one
Oh.
square behind each other, in the
Oh,
order you
no.
are sat on the boat?
Oh no,
So I'm at the back,
Back at the back.
because that's where the captain goes. So,
I'll be at the front.
so the captain sees where they're going, and the others are facing the other
Dylan,
way.
could you get me a piece of paper, please?
We do like one square between.
On a rowboat.
Wait, between us.
Do we have a marker? I'll draw as a rowboat.
No, that's about what I'm about to do. I've just asked for a piece of paper.
So the captain faces.
Because we'll need to
so
move
they
it,
can
there's no
see.
point drawing it
You've
constantly.
got the bow on
Dylan's
this
got it.
side.
Alright.
Apparently, you know the printer's over there.
He doesn't know that.
Oh, does he not? Do you want to grab a piece of paper? You can keep it, Dylan.
Well, the printer's over here.
Yeah, just down there.
He's beat you.
Oh, he's done it. He's got loads of paper. Good work. Perfect.
I got the paper.
Thank you. I just need to
Cheers,
do.
buddy.
Just
Draw
do
the
me a
4
favour.
people for.
This one.
I
4,
want you to draw
then
the boat.
add 2 to it, so that's fine. I can quickly draw this now. It'll be sorted.
Where's that tick-tock sound?
That's good.
First hour, fine. Second hour, I need you to draw a bow. That's not a good sign.
Right. Do we have any
Never
scissors
is.
up here?
Probably.
Julia,
Try it in Venom.
do you have any scissors? Venom's empty.
Alright, that's where I keep putting them after I've used them.
Skissels.
Yes.
Danke. There you go, just pop that underneath. So there'll be a bit of extra in the front and the back. Yeah.
It's a nice looking boat, isn't
I was going to say that doesn't look like the dodgiest canoe ever.
Why
Right.
is your end so fat?
That's how the boats. I mean,
Okay.
this one's going to go. It's going to go like this if we're going straight. So whoever's rowing on this
A
side is going to have
knucklehead
to.
trout, which is the most commonly fished fish in the area, so you'll be very comfortable with what one of these is, jumps out of the water.
And try and catch it.
1 second.
it? Wow.
Who's at the front of the boat?
Me.
Slaps Alex in the
It makes a tail attack against one random character in the boat and dives back into the frigid water. A character with a passive wisdom perception score of 13 or higher is not surprised by the fish and can react.
I was going to say,
So what's your passive perception?
Yeah,
No.
I was expecting that.
No,
Okay.
it's like 10.
Okay.
Where'd you
In
find
that
passive
instance,
perception? What's
It's on the,
Then you have some character.
yeah, in the box that says sensors.
that? Oh, I'd have been alright.
Well, fuck you.
Can I not see him and just go, just warn him?
Yeah, same, I'd have been alright.
I'm not even looking at it. I'm rowing.
so I'm going to suggest if you all roll perception, it's set for Wetiko.
Oh, except for me.
If you roll a
A
10
waste
or
of a
more
19,
with your
yeah.
modifier, you see the knucklehead trout whack him with its tail in the face.
I thought it was going to be like warn him or something like that.
Look out, no.
I'm guessing a natural 20 might have done.
Yeah,
14.
maybe.
Yeah, I saw it. I'm just
It's
chuckling.
your laugh. Yeah.
So yeah, I think that is our actual reaction of our character.
So its
We
attack,
found the
the
monster.
tail attack is. Well, actually, let's see if it actually hits you first of all.
How's
So
your
it's
deer
made the
doing
attack.
for you now?
So it's surprise, so it's with advantage, isn't it? When it's a surprise.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. What's your AC?
15.
It misses.
Oh, good.
It jumps right past and Matrix style somehow just whacks the air, lofts, and then lands back in the water next to you. There you go. You get a bit of water splashes you in the face.
And this is why I'm a trapper and not a fisherman.
So that's your second hour. So you've got 3 hours left. Another still hour for the third hour. So you're about halfway through your voyage. You're well into the lake, yeah. Fourth hour.
Oh dear.
4th hour. you
When the
above
DM
Kraken.
chuckles, it's never a good sign.
The thing to watch out for is are you
Ripples
sure?
disrupt the surface of the lake, causing your boat to bob from side to side, and a large mass glides through the dark water below you.
Pull harder.
That's what she said.
Can all of you roll
No.
in fact, can one of you, happy to decide who, roll an intelligence check? It's a nature check.
It's not
significantly.
me.
Nature check would probably be me. I have a +3 on nature.
Yeah.
That, don't tell everyone what your bonus is,
Oh, right. Okay.
just because they're not a real thing in the game.
I know a lot about nature.
I know about 3 times as much as... Right, so...
Happy with that?
I mean, the captain would be the one, because we're busy rowing anyway, so the captain would be the one who'd see it most likely.
Someone else want to roll?
Here we go.
6.
I will let you roll with advantage, because you're looking for the monster, you've seen the ripples.
6.
Okay, you don't know what this
What
is.
are the chances of that with +3? I don't want anyone to
Stop
actually
telling
look,
people you've got +3. We're trying to forget that.
1 in 240.
I didn't want to actually know, but well done.
For knowing stuff.
Ooh,
To know if that
there's a
quickly
roll
is
now
quite
to
impressive,
see
to
how
be
it...
fair.
1 in 400. 1 in 400.
Oh, it's the funniest thing. Okay, so you
Can I-
don't
can-
know what
can
this
I notice?
creature is at the moment.
Can I notice
You're
what
all
it is?
about to notice this.
Okay.
There we go.
Awesome.
The blank monster rams the boat from beneath. The boat takes this much damage,
47 damage.
And you're dead.
15 bludgeoning damage, and any characters standing in the boat. So is anyone standing? I guess if you're looking
would-
to see what it
I'd
is,
be
you're
standing.
standing. Is anyone else would they be standing?
No worse.
It's not-
Holding
So
on
let
to
me
the
work
boat.
this out
What?
first.
So you need to roll a dexterity saving throw.
30, you say 12 damage.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
No.
which it was.
32 then. What am I saying?
You're
What am I doing?
rolling a dexterity saving throw.
Dex saving,
Both
so that's
today.
these ones up here. 15.
You save, so you do not fall.
Oh, good.
A character who... Oh, yeah, let me draw that. Cool.
Nearly did a spoiler. Read the DM bits.
And all falls silent.
Cool. Keep going.
Shall we pick up the pace a little bit?
Pull harder.
Pull harder.
Okay. So you've got 2 hours left of travel.
Would we notice that this boat's started to be a bit damaged at all from that hit? Would we have noticed?
I mean, you'll have heard
Would it-
crunching of wood, and there might be a small leak coming through. It's nothing major, but it would... I mean, it's as damaged as the other boat was when you saw it.
Would mending work on it?
Is it a cantrip? It is, isn't
Yes,
it?
cantrip.
Yep, you can. How long does it take, though?
Takes a minute.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with amending, fixing the hull,
Yeah.
but fixing without wood and other things that you would need to fix a boat, make it look bright. Basically, let's say you recover D6 hit points, which you can roll.
Get back mending on the boat.
But it's a magic spell, actually, mending, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can I just see the wording on mending just whilst? Because I don't want to
I don't know.
undersell it. I've probably got it here. Where's your character? Oh, no, it's
It
not.
just says
Yeah,
mending.
I'll get it
on
on there.
I've got the app here.
Sorry, I've just not used it, and I don't want to.
How much damage?
We're down to 32.
Oh, that would be like
For the
13.2.
Oh, no.
I was
No,
like,
no.
What?
A single break of turn.
What deals 0.8 damage?
Oh, I need to have like lodestone.
More importantly, what deals?
Because it doesn't give me specifics of that, I'm
30,
going to go with what I've said.
5,
So
Not
you've
you wanna
fixed
be
it a bit. It's not full, but you've added
34,
three,
33, 8 damage.
3 back on. Okay? And we'll go with that if you want to do it. You're doing an hour of travel, so you could just keep mending it
I'm
if you
off.
want to. I would suggest that depending
Well, I'll
on...
do it now just to essentially clear up any little holes that like spray.
Right, yeah,
any
then
bottle
you
of
can get
water,
back to
but-
50. You can go back to 50. It's a cantrip. You can keep doing it until it's
Your
full.
magical,
Cool.
your magical spell, also known as putting a cork in it.
Yeah. So,
Which it actually
It's
is.
magic.
Because I don't actually have magic. I take those tools that do things.
Ooh. Hang on a second. Matt the magician.
so
is
slowly
playing a
approaching
character
you
that's pretending to be
in
magical.
exactly the
Yeah.
opposite direction, you spot a keelboat flying the Targos flag. So you already recognise the Targos flag.
But they are friends.
They're not enemies. Well, Targos aren't enemies of Bremen.
No. Okay, cool.
There are one fisherman on board and a captain.
It strikes me that he said they're not enemies with Brennan. Out of interest, is Brennan enemies with Lonelywood? Because that's where we're going.
We're not flying the flag.
Those are
Matt.
woods of wood.
It's a small town.
Is it? Oh, yeah.
Okay, cool. It's not one of the things I need to
It's
be aware
not enemies as such. Just some towns have rivalries.
I'm pretty sure that Bremen, we don't like Targos.
That leads
no,
to
I don't like
Bremen's rivals are Lonelywood, Targos, and
So yeah, maybe if we are flying colours,
It's
I
so-
don't want to get rid of that.
Well,
So
Sounds
if
more
you
like
were
a
actually
Leeds
from
United
Bremen-
fan hates Man United fans. It sounds like that sort of rivalry.
Yeah.
isn't it?
So
No,
basically,
because that's
there's a
real thing.
difference.
Real
No, but
thing.
there's a difference here. So people from Bremen have a rival with Targos, whereas Targos don't have a rival with anyone. Right, type thing. So sometimes it's just one way rather than both ways. Anyway, they actually get close enough to speak. Do you want to tell them that you've seen anything, or are you going to say anything?
You guys see that?
See what?
That thing that just attacked us.
I don't know what you're on about. Thing.
So no then.
Somewhat large.
I mean, I don't think you're fishing in the best place anyway. I'd be fishing somewhere else than this.
Oh, we're not fishing. We're just crossing.
Right.
Listen, there's somewhat in water, so
I mean, there's
Get
good
you
crossing.
up
That's why we're fishing.
No, it's something big.
yeah. Actually, mate, you raise a valid point.
Crack on.
Crack on.
That way. just head that way.
The-
So basically, take the mick out of you. They get the feeling that you're talking about something a bit more than fish, but they're like, nah, what are they on about? They think you're pulling the leg.
But
No,
it's get turbo tap
Just,
system.
just
oh,
to,
your leg's going to be
Yeah.
right pulled off.
Because they-
So
they
this
have
is
a
your
better
last-
boat than us.
Hour of travel.
Last hour of travel, all that.
So, the last hour of travel. Ripples disrupt the surface of the lake, causing your boat to bob from side to side. A large mass glides through the dark water below you, and it rams the boat from underneath. Are you still standing?
yes.
Roll a dexterity saving throw.
3.
You fall prone. Can you roll a d20?
No.
I can't.
Don't do it, Sid. It's a trap.
What did you roll?
8. I don't play these.
You don't fall in the water, that's fine.
I don't
Natural
like
one's
these.
on
Try
the
using
roll.
the Kraken dice tower.
Because this was just here.
Is that not tempting fate? Just a little.
I don't know.
One
That's
second.
like-
What was your actual
Can't be any
roll?
worse.
Ooh,
But it can.
you were one away from falling in the water. I didn't need to do the second roll. I didn't realise. There was more information after that I hadn't seen. You good by 1. Okay, and this time the boat takes 20 bludgeoning damage.
Gotta fix it again.
Do you react or say anything or do anything?
Stand back up.
Yeah.
And tell everyone to keep
Pull
your
faster.
harder.
yeah, we remember.
Cool. And you get to Lonely Wood.
Cool.
It's a
Have you had
genius,
the
this
lantern
Fisher
on
boy.
at any point during that journey?
I don't think we
no,
did.
we turned
no.
it off before going. Like when we were talking and stuff.
Yeah, we're saving the.
There's no need for it on the
I think you're probably assuming it wasn't like
I
A
want
load of
to roll.
chungas dressed up as a like Loch Ness monster type.
What, 12 chungas in a
You
Now
make
you've
it
said,
to
now you've
Lonelywood.
said that, I kind of want to check.
Cool.
You've made it to the port at Lonelywood, so I'm going to let you just pull it into the side. I'm going to nip up for a wee. If anyone wants
This
to
is
take
a
a
really
break now,
bad
will be a good time.
scratch.
Cool. We'll do some docking. I need to do something.
Some docking.
Yeah, we'll dock it.
kill something.
Well, let's get
And
to
at this
it.
rate, it's going to be one of you.
Guys, also you should know. Have we got that? You should all know, and I did mention it in our very first session 0. I don't think I've mentioned it again today. We're doing milestone level up. So you have to finish a quest for it to count towards your milestones.
Okay.
So just to give you an idea of when you'll be able to level up and stuff. Okay.
I would
Get
like.
back in the boat and research the monster then.
Yeah.
I'm not saying to do that, but
But yeah, I'm not saying not say that.
Now,
So Lonely Wood.
now we've docked, should we turn the lantern on?
I would say that would be a logical thing to
Should
do.
do a quick. This is probably a good space for those mini angry Christmas trees.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
so now if you turn it over, oh you just turned it over, sorry.
Yeah. So again,
Pick a spot that you're going to come in at.
that's the size.
So you're
of
coming in
about
from the
300
port.
Well,
feet.
we'll
Yeah, you
probably
go through
be
one of the
docking
ports,
at one of
yeah?
I would say would be coming in
We've come in from this end.
probably near the ramshackle, that sort of area.
Yeah. Come in near the ramshackle. Alright. Do you know what the ramshackle is?
No, I presume.
Is it a pub?
As I said, I presume it's in yeah. A closed in.
Well, ain't that
Closed in.
depressing?
That's closed in.
Well, I'm thinking those things.
That will
that-
be known. That will be a known thing as well to everyone. So
those things like to try and to go into
That's
places.
a
it,
good
it,
shout.
right. So it doesn't prompt me to do this, but I personally don't think it ruins anything. So I'm going to read the description about this town, so you get an idea. Again, because nobody's picked a character that has not spent some time in 10 towns before this
You'd probably know
starts.
this
You
information.
would probably know it, so it's more just for the scene setting. So, founded by a Sembian family from Ermlandspire, Lonelywood is a quiet town of loggers, fishers, and scrimshanders, scratching out a living on the edge of the world. The town's oldest buildings and
I
docks
have the same thought.
bear carvings of dragons, lions, and goats that pay deference to the family's crest, which featured a chimera. Roughly half of the Lonelywood's able-bodied residents trawl the lake for knucklehead trout, while most of the others spend their days in the forest felling and hewing the trees that are used to construct the boats and buildings. Lonelywood's timber is taken by cart to be sold in other settlements, Tourmaline and Targos in particular. For as long as 10 towns has existed, Lonelywood has attracted the region's shadiest element. From unrepentant thieves to cold-hearted killers, the thick forest looming behind it conceals the dark and sordid dealings that sometimes transpire here. Despite its attraction to criminals and miscreants, Lonelywood is not a place where folk murder each other in the streets. The realities of
Yet.
survival demand that the residents live and work together and not dwell on history. A visitor can make many friends here, but would be wise to not drudge up the dark deeds of anyone's past in this small town. Its friendliness is 3, service is 2, comfort 2.
So we searched the Ramsey.
Everyone would know the leader's name as Nimsy Huddle, which is a halfling, and it is known there are no inns here. The only inn that remains is closed.
Well, it looks like, given that it's quite dark out, we'll be breaking into this place anyway.
First thing I'm going to do is roll a dice. Cool.
Not cool.
Not cool.
No, it never is.
Anyway, crack on.
Oh,
What do
thank
I
you.
do?
So you think we should
So we've lit.
search the
So
inn?
So you've just attached yourself to the port.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would
No,
suggest
no.
rather than breaking in,
Lit
let's
the
see
lantern as well.
if there's anywhere we
You've
can
lit the
stay
lantern.
legit.
Yeah, as we docked, we'll lit the lantern.
Okay.
to see if-
The lantern lights up, and it is currently the recognisable yellow-orange.
the regular colour.
Well, I'm happy to take it for a walk about the town, see if I can find out.
Yeah.
Cool.
You guys want to see if you can find us some accommodation?
I'll yeah, that sounds like a plan. I think I'll head to the speakers now.
So let's just get back to timings, just so I get this right. So you set off at 5 at night in the afternoon,
Yeah.
and it took you 5 hours, so it's 10 at night right now.
Yeah. So we're gonna try and find.
Realistically, how would we tell if it's always that?
You're sorry?
How would we really know if it's always that? Would we
That's
know
not going to
that?
be your issue. So in this game, the time of day isn't
Sunday.
actually your issue.
Oh shit!
The time of day isn't your issue. It's more things like resting and eating and
Yeah.
the things that you're not doing. But it's 10
I
at
mean,
night.
we could do with the rest.
Absolutely.
I'd say we could do with a beer, but
Unfortunately.
no.
Yeah.
And then
You are fresh
What?
out of luck.
The lucky.
Yes.
What's the lucky liar?
It's a tavern.
Okay, so we can go for a pint. At the tavern.
Sounds like
So there's a pub, but there's not a
So
hotel.
there's no inns, there's nowhere to sleep, but there's a pub.
There's a pub, there's always something to sleep. You just drink it until you get your nighttime blanket.
And I'm assuming the happy Scrim Chander is the same.
It's a shop.
That's a shop.
What is a scrim shander? Out of
No
interest.
Well, it describes it here. It sells the tools of the Shrimshander trade, so needles, knives, and wide array of shapes and sizes. Inks, wax, engraving. It sounds like a bit of an odds and sods.
Taxi.
It could be. It would suit the title, but I'd have to Google it to check. I don't know off the top of my head. Do you want to check it? A Shrimshander? It sounds like an oldie world term, doesn't it?
Scrim Chander.
Shrimshander, yeah, with a C.
Yeah.
In either case, the town
Oh,
is.
so it's a maker of scrimshaw.
What's that?
The whalebone with the
I thought everybody knew, sorry, yeah. Yeah, it's,
You are the sailor and the fisherman.
I meant in real life.
in real life too.
Or as
Yeah.
Julia
Yeah,
would say,
yeah, again.
in
This
IRL.
is the naval cadet in the room.
Scrimshaw is bone art, as you said. Usually whale.
I'm just educated.
Well, the town is like
That's
three.
how I know. It's
foot,
not,
so
that's
I'm
not
gonna do
something we
laps
learn
on
in
that.
cadets.
So you can do laps
You
and
can take
laps.
the ladder.
Although I did learn
Yeah,
how to
well,
make
I'm
a
going to go
handbag
down this road and then
because
do
it's
a
a boat
sort
business
of
news.
go round.
Could are you okay?
Snatch that one, yeah. Castiel's probably done it.
What?
He's got the
Sorry, so can you just, with your pencil, just mark out for me the route you're taking with the lantern?
I'm
so
gonna
not
s-
draw on it.
I'm going to start by heading down
So
there.
you've also, from my from the side I'm looking at it, hidden everything you pointed at.
Yeah, head down there and basically just follow the streets. So head down there, head back up, do a go
I
down
wait
there.
for him and go, do you want the lantern?
I assume you're going with the lantern. So you going with him, or
Yeah, might as well. I'll go with him.
We're
So
heading
what
to
are you-
the tavern.
Yeah, we're into the tavern, yeah.
okay?
So the Lucky Liar's the tavern, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So we'll go down. We'll go
we'll
down
meet you
there.
at the tavern.
Go down there, and then use that route and head up and end at the tavern.
Okay. As you walk towards, not that one, keep going. The furthest you go in there, how far are you going?
To
Right,
where
yeah.
the settlement ends.
Yeah. So at the point where the settlements end,
Yeah.
roll perception, both of you.
Nope.
I'll use some luck. No,
Has Julia touched your dice too?
very very possibly.
I can hear you.
We are on the internet.
That just makes it funny.
It's really hard to keep drinking when you're DMing. Like you're just too busy all the time.
Here we go. Perception, yeah?
Yep.
Ah, damn it, I'm out of here.
We'll have to message the family.
14?
Yep. You notice a very, very slight change in colour. It's
At the
clearly
edge.
not at the very edge, at the point you've stopped. It's slight. Now it doesn't completely change. It's like it's like it's doing something to the point you've looked at it so much you question yourself, but you've
Yeah.
noticed a very slightly different change.
Do you want to continue going out a bit, or should we get the others? Who are drinking beers at the current time, or we're doing the
Well, yeah.
We're also talking to people.
It's probably
Yeah,
better.
we're trying to find somewhere to sleep, guys.
Probably better off doing this when it's when we've had a rest. But let's
Unless
go
they're
this
nocturnal.
way a little bit and see if we can get any concrete change
Yeah,
out of
so
it.
we go a bit further out just to see.
And it turns green.
That
on the
turns
straight
green.
line.
Yeah.
So, I'm pretty sure something's over here.
Yeah, good. Right, well, we'll head back to the tavern then. Let everyone know what's going on.
If you want to pass me back the map, and you can remove your boat. Maybe keep hold of it in case we need to use it. And we'll.
I have the scissors.
For next week's Minor, we'll use that shipbuilder thing you've got and I'll bring you
That thing's ridiculous.
If you just nudge those off the map,
came to pour a pint and left my glass. Just pass.
And if you just fold that out and leave it on the forest floor, which is what I'm assuming you're going to be doing at some point, which is the other side. And yeah, so you've gone back to the pub. So as you can say, you go back to the pub, the only pub there, and it was called, which has gone out of my head, it was the Lucky Lair. So we'll go with Siddle and what's his name? Just Adron. Both there to start with. For you to walk where you walked back, but I reckon it's taken you about 20 minutes to do the walking that you've done, and then 5 minutes back to the lair. Yeah? Would you
Cool.
agree with that? It's about
Yeah,
right for what you've
sounds
done?
right.
So back to the Lucky Lair, or Lucky Liar, sorry. Okay, so you've got 25 minutes before you're joined by anyone. So this is where fishers and woodcutters gather to tell and weave tall tales. This is the kind of place where some people might let slip dangerous secrets. It's clearly a shady place. The owner of the bar, Dene Zotal, and a human, owns the bar, and she welcomes you, points at 2 seats at the bar. Don't get many new people around here.
No, well, we're currently searching for
I'm not
something.
there. Okay, so
Something. We're all searching for something. What are you searching for?
Love.
What are they called again? I can't
I'm
remember.
not there. I can't
Chungas.
Chungas, yeah.
Chungas?
Yeah.
Are they even? Well, I mean, they're definitely real. But what are you searching for? They're well annoying.
I don't know. We've
Doing a
been
bit of research
yeah.
on them.
Research.
Yeah, see what they do, why they do it. No.
Have you got any round here?
I mean, they. We
Well, I
hear about them
suppose
all the time,
If
really.
they're annoying, I'm
Yeah,
guessing
we
you do.
hear about them all the time, but I just don't. I've probably seen a few, but you're just more hearing stories about them, and they're just.
In what way are they annoying? Just out of interest.
They're just. They don't. They just want to get. I don't know. They just want to touch your stuff. They want to move it. Then they hide it. They're just annoying. They're just. If you've got a case of the chungas, someone's being messed about with, really.
Right, fair enough. So, well, we've just crossed over. Yeah, we've just crossed over the lake.
Crossed over the lake.
Yeah. We're looking for somewhere to sleep if there isn't anywhere. I know the village.
Yeah, we
I don't know if you've got
because we
anywhere
don't have many
stay.
people really, or planned visitors. We don't tend to have an inn anymore. It's actually closed down. But if you speak to the town speaker, Nimsy, I'm checking it's a he before she has a large attic. It's heated. There's loads of space up there. She doesn't charge for it. It's just quite nice, but it's just somewhere as a kind of backup for anyone that needs somewhere to stay.
That sounds good. Thank you very much. I'll have a pint while we wait, please. Or
Yeah.
whatever the equivalent is in.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a silver piece. Of pie,
comes
yeah.
in pints.
I'll take one of them as well.
Thinking about it, is it actually pints? Because that's wheat and that won't grow up here. Is it not more like just spirits?
No, they have pints. They trade the timber. They get beer and.
To be
all
fair,
sorts
the
of different
beer is just fermented.
Baptiste.
So yeah, they do get beer, definitely.
And then whilst we're whilst we're having our beers, can I just listen out to the conversations that are in there?
Before you do, Danae wants some information from you. Why are you researching? What possible help for anything can those miscreants be?
Honestly,
I will be honest, we're getting paid to do it, so
Someone's paying you.
yeah. So we're just gonna get paid to do it and
Are we there yet?
see what we can do.
No, we're still out
Information
cold.
will just help us keep ourselves afloat.
Right. And is this a lot of you? Just 2 of you?
There's 2 more who are using a
4 of you to find some chungas.
yeah, well, we've come
apparently,
from what was that?
Targos.
Oh my god. And yeah, they're just Was there,
Do you want to be in the bar? Yeah, you are coming back. I've got to be reasonable. They've only been 5 minutes.
No, like,
We've just been hired to find these things. We don't really know much about.
Scholar would like some information.
She seems to write something down and then puts it in front of her in a little file.
What was that?
Goes down the bar. She's not responding to anything enough.
I want to get.
So whilst I drink my pint, I should listen up to any conversations that have been said or anything as well.
And I'd say, whilst you're doing that, roll a perception.
I think it's 12.
You notice your two friends walking the bar. You would suggest that possibly, and you're not 100% sure of this, but there's a chance that the first thing that Danae did is tell two people sat on the corner of the bar exactly what you told them.
hey guys, did you find any information out, or did you just give all of it away? In the town full of bad people.
We found.
The others. You same as these two.
Us, same as these two. Think not.
You don't want a bit.
Oh, we'll have a bit.
Yeah. Silver piece each, please.
What was the only one I shot?
That seems a bit dear.
No, the silver piece.
Where did we get that from?
I don't know. One silver piece each.
Would you take some deer instead?
You got deer to trade.
No, he has.
Got
They
air.
sold it all.
You got air.
Hair.
It's a
You know,
deer
it's got
without
like-
a D.
Nah, it's like a big rabbit.
I've got
Air.
some 4 candles.
Hair.
I've got some 4 candles.
Fucking hell! You brought the two Ronnies in. Fucking hell!
4 candles.
It's 2 silver pieces.
I've got some O's.
You
No,
paid for
happy
both.
O's.
Yeah, got it.
Alright, okay. There you go. Frothy, overflowing.
Cheers. Cheers.
So in answer to your question, has she gone?
She waits for a second.
I'll
Depends
wait till
what.
she-
It depends. She waits for you to start speaking and see if it's anything of interest to her.
Yeah, so guys,
What is she like?
Cheers.
Visibly
She
hot?
stood at the bar, just leaning on the bar like someone
So-
who's working a bar and served everyone would do.
This
So,
lovely lady here
one
has
second.
told us about somewhere we can sleep,
Okay.
Oh, that's worth
which is
figuring out.
nice.
And she'll
it's-
walk away now.
And it's free.
Be careful around here, guys. There's some unpleasant characters about.
Good to know.
I did notice after we spoke to her, she told us she was at the end of the bar. Something straight away afterwards.
What did you tell her to?
We just told her why
Told
we're
her
here.
who I were. That's the chungus.
You told a random barmaid in a dive bar.
In the
Why
dodgiest town in the 10 towns.
We're looking for
Out of 10
chungus.
towns, the worst.
Didn't see what the problem was in telling
Yeah,
her we were looking for
looking
some
for chungus,
chungus. And it
nothing.
turned out
It's not
that
like we're
they're a
looking
bloody
for
nuisance
rat
around here. There's loads of them.
Oh, well, good.
Good, because we were out in the cold
Doing actual work.
doing actual work, finding actual information. Because
We
it
found
sounds
her
like
house.
Outside, where it's snowing, like, whilst you were in here, sipping beer and chatting to barmaids.
the lamp
10
turned
hours
green
barmaid
on the outskirts.
Cool. So
So we think there's some out there. We should probably rest.
shall we go and speak? We got to talk. If we go speak to the town speaker, then
Did we
Don't
speak
worry,
to
lads.
anybody else other
Well,
than the
no.
barmaid that then passed on information you gave her to
haven't
someone
spoken
else?
to anybody else.
I think she passed it on. It's not death.
Oh, good. Well, could you point them out without being
I
too...
wasn't there,
Oh,
but it
sorry.
feels like it was
I've already said
definitely death.
Down the
Did you
end
say
of
that
the bar.
really loud as well?
No.
Can you roll a deception?
I'm not being deceptive.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you to roll it. If you're quite good at it, I wouldn't have needed to do that.
11.
If anyone was choosing to listen, they could have heard it. There's no way to know if anyone's heard it or
Can
What was that?
I?
You pointing out the two.
Well, all I did was just go the two in the
not.
bar.
And what I imagine is someone saying, who, them. Don't point. And that's what I imagine just happened.
Yeah.
Them two, right there.
That's literally what I said without pointing.
Just walk over to him and just go, these two, right?
These
These
two
two
fellas.
fellas.
pleased with the boys.
You know what? Should we go talk to them? I'm intrigued as to why they would care about us.
I've got a better idea. Why don't we go sort out our accommodation and I'll
I'd
keep
like
an
to hit
eye on
something
them.
before I go to sleep. at this rate.
Can
That's
both
my
of you two roll a perception check?
Why me?
That's good.
That is not a mouse pad.
19.
19.
I think it's 19. I was like, what? 19?
20, that's a right modifier.
I don't think that's a roll in D&D, really.
14.
14. You notice that they're animated about something, and you notice specifically that they're chuckling, and one of them, you definitely overhear the word chunga.
I think we should
Have a chat. They're chuckling though, so it may just be that they think it's funny that we're looking at something.
I'll be honest.
Did, to be fair, the bar it seemed like it was a bit of a laugh that we were looking for.
To be on the safe side, you guys go sort out the accommodation and follow make sure they don't do anything.
Fair enough, yeah?
At this point, it's worth noting their table is full of empty glasses. There's only 2 of them sat at it.
It's not like it'll be
So
hard.
they're quite.
You did want to fight.
I want to fight.
Start a bar fight.
I mean, if you want to start a bar fight, I'm not opposed.
We're going to start about
How many-
fight.
how
I
many
just
more
In
think
the
we should talk to-
seediest bar in
I just think
Denizens.
Is it just
we
them
should have
two
a
in the bar,
conversation
or?
with the guys that are getting information about us and then laughing and talking about it.
Listen,
So,
we can have a conversation with them any time. I just think this, let them leave, see where they go, make sure they're not saying anything they shouldn't be saying.
Right, let's make some decisions. Where are we going? What are we doing?
Should we head to the speaker's house?
I'll
Speaker's house.
do a lap round the building and wait for them to leave.
That's where they said we can get some accommodation and shouldn't cost us anything.
Yeah. Finish my pint and then head out for
So we'll head there.
accommodation.
Speak to
because
the
you get time.
speaker.
Do you know where the speaker lives?
Yeah, it was on that map.
Was it?
Yeah.
Was it actually on
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
then it's something you would know.
It's,
about
Yeah, it's definitely on.
about there.
if I remember right, it's down
We
the
went
It's
past
quite
Central
close to be
Street.
fair
Was it-
to
Right,
It's
you
very
want-
close
Oh,
to
no,
where
it's
it is,
not.
and we went past it. We went past it to go.
Yeah,
The thing
you've
you
passed
still
it
know
to
where it
get
is.
back to where you were.
I know where it is. Come with me then, boys.
Right.
But try and be a bit more careful with the information
Can-
you give people.
Can all of you roll a stealth roll? I know you're not necessarily trying to be stealthy, but just roll it.
Ooh, I can. Yeah.
13. Oh, 14 even.
10.
So as well speaking, pretty small.
Castiel?
What? I thought that was 18 plus 5. It turns out that roll of the dice is actually 7.
In total.
How did you get 7 from
All of
18?
you believe
Because it just
you are
exactly
being
what it is on the screen.
inconspicuous. You believe you're being inconspicuous, all of you. You know what you rolled? You all think you're being inconspicuous.
I can control.
What, as we leave the tavern, what is in the street around us?
When it's night time, it's not busy. The fact the bar is the busiest building in town right now.
Julie, have you touched my electronical dice?
Dice. What are you looking for? Give me some information. What,
Okay,
I don't want
so,
to give you something too vague.
As everyone is leaving to go to the speaker's house and trying to secure the accommodation, I'm going to duck somewhere relatively hidden and wait for the two.
So
to
the
suspect.
Lucky Liar itself is surrounded by nothing initially. There is a full area around it of nothing, and then there are a couple of buildings, some wood. But you walk along the side of the harbour or port, and that's when there starts to be some settlements and some trees. So do you want to walk along beforehand, or
The trees and
so
the
just there?
yeah, the
So you're
trees.
there walking around here, I guess.
Well, the trees in the settlement. I need to be able to see the door. So
Of
somewhere
the,
where I
of,
can,
the, of the Lucky Liar.
yeah,
So I'm going to suggest behind this building. Here.
yeah. So if I'm sort of behind that building,
And what was
there,
your roll on the stealth?
14.
14. Okay. You believe you're hidden.
Yeah.
And you guys are carrying on walking.
Yeah.
Castiel? Are you
Hmm?
carrying on walking?
Yeah.
Can you three roll a perception check?
Natural 20 with the +3.
It's a bit of a waste.
Oh.
You spot Wetico hiding.
11.
You don't. You don't.
I mean, you watched me hide, so.
Yeah. I'm checking. It's dark and it's night time. You've snuck away. He's rolled all right, but not great. You have no idea he's hiding. You think he's with the group. You know he's not, and you definitely know he's not. He's definitely. Why have you hiding in that stupid place? I can see you.
Sat on a box like.
Yeah.
I am invisible.
If I stand perfectly still.
I can't see you, you can't see me.
Cool.
I'm gonna sort of assume.
So, how long? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for the two shady figures to leave the town.
And is that you just waiting 5 minutes, or are you gonna wait all night for them?
I'm gonna wait. I'll give it an hour and see if they emerge.
Okay. So you're hidden for an hour, exactly where you are.
Exactly where I am. What I'm gonna do is
Unless
I'm
they
gonna
come
get
out
some,
before the end of that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some line out and sort of make snares and look like I might just be leaving up
I think
against
it's
the
an
wall.
line out. I was like,
Get a line. Okay, so you three are all walking
It's a game,
towards the
everyone knows
speaker's
about.
house,
Yeah.
and two of you are aware someone was hiding. One of you thinks it's fallen. What would you like to do?
Have you still got the lantern on?
No, we turned it off when we went to the
Are
fire.
we at the speaker's house yet?
I'm asking how you're doing, what you're doing before you
We're
get
just
there.
walking there.
Just in case any of you don't want to go directly to the house.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the speaker's house, yeah.
Is that what you all want
But
to do?
saying
You all wanna
that,
go to the
if
speaker's
we-
house, yeah?
I mean, I don't. No, never mind. I can't say anything because I think we're all here.
You might. No, you didn't roll high enough. You don't know. You don't realise till you get to the door that there's only three of you.
Right. Okay.
And those
So
two
as I turn,
Those two are fully aware that he's.
as I turn round
Yeah,
to
we've
speak to
got-
the thinger, should we wait for him before? Where's he going?
And everyone else just does.
I feel like we should wait for him before we knock on the door.
Can we make a new rule? No one gets to talk to anyone without thinking first.
Is this real life or?
It's a generally good rule.
Okay,
Uh,
so you are
Fortnite didn't
outside
seem to
the speaker's house.
I feel like we should wait for him before we go in. Otherwise, never mind. That's him not sleeping inside tonight.
He can also come to the door. It's not like it's a B&B where she shuts the door at 10.
Well, you never know.
Well, if it is, we're fucked anyway. We got there at 10.
Sundial says it's going to happen.
Yeah, so like, really,
Because your sundial working.
Not really.
Not very well.
It's going backwards.
Yeah, I put up against the light.
It's. Yeah.
Hang on.
Not 5 seconds after you've knocked at the door swings open. And
Nope,
the
not
first thing you notice is the smell of something sweet. Like a biscuit, freshly baked. Nimsy Huddle, the town speaker, tempts you in with freshly baked, halfling-shaped cookies. Her house was clearly built for humans, but most of the furniture is sized for halflings.
Rainbows.
With a few big chairs for visitors of taller stock, 4 halfling children scamper from room to room and climb ladder up to the loft. So it might be this time, clearly everyone's working all sorts of hours because of the whole night time, all the time. The kids are running around, chasing one another with wooden swords while a fire crackles in the hearth in the speaker huddle's cluttered kitchen. Our loggers are being terrorised by a white moose, says Speaker Huddle, and the beast has eluded the hunters we've sent to kill it. We depend on the forest for our survival. I wouldn't be very good town speaker if I let a dumb moose get the better of us. Will you help?
Yes. He
That's
hunts
the-
deer.
Is that the first thing you've said to us?
First thing she said, that is the first
Yeah,
thing she
Well,
said.
I'm
I'll
responsible.
tell-
Yeah, how much?
We want somewhere to sleep.
Hang on, I've got this. I told you, you're not allowed to talk anymore.
So what have you said?
Yeah, how much?
Yeah, how much? 100 gold pieces for the moose's head?
For a moose's head, you
For a
only got...
moose's head. 100 gold pieces.
That sounds reasonable.
Okay, and can we stay here?
Oh, that's enough. Okay. Yeah, we can stay here in the loft.
We did say 100 each, right?
No, 100 gold pieces. That's what you said. That's what you said, yeah? She was very keen and very quick to offer you 100, so you were happy with it. So
What?
she
It sounds like a big ass moose.
I was like, a moose is different in D&D? I feel that...
One of you can make a roll to try and talk her up from 100, but I feel like you kind of missed the boat. She was very keen. That's a no. 100 gold, 90 gold,
99.
no, 100 gold
One
pieces.
gold.
That's the offer.
We're getting paid 25 to find the chimney. Where is it?
Yeah.
But what?
Chimney. Chimney.
Chunga.
Chunga.
And if you're looking for more,
Chimney.
after
Sure.
you've sold me the head for 100, I'm sure a butcher to pay 10 gold pieces for the rest of it.
Maybe we need to inform our hunter friends.
Okay, have you got any information on this deer?
You're sorry, I was
Moose.
just
Pineapple. What?
What did you, I missed what you said then.
Have you got any... What is there anything we need to know about this moose, where it is?
I didn't tell you about it. Are you taking it? Is that a deal? Are you happy with that?
I'm asking for more information.
I just want to.
What do you want to know? It's a moose. It's a big white moose.
Well, you said it's eluded the thingies. Is there anything particularly different about this moose, or is it just the moose?
Hey, stop. How you know how you beat it? We just beat it.
I mean,
You have a button?
so it's been attacking the loggers in the forest near Lonelywood. The logging industry is essential to the growth and survival of 10 towns, and I've already assured the other speakers that we'll deal with our moose problem.
Don't go on.
Aggressive white
I mean, we've already dispatched hunters to kill the moose, but it's eluded them so far. And from what the hunters have seen, their prey is smarter than the average moose. Its white hide makes it hard to spot in the snow. Sorry, was it?
Hey, boo boo.
Has anybody got a picnic basket?
What?
Have they tried?
Have they tried a picnic basket?
Sorry. I know you don't like this stuff. It's just funny.
I can't. The rest is just telling me stuff about it. It's not.
Yeah. Cool. No. Yeah.
She
100
does
quid.
highlight. She's mentioned the hunters, and she does say, obviously, if someone else finds it, they'll get the prize first if the hunters get there. But obviously, if you beat them, then great.
As long as we can stay here and you cover us for food and water, 100 gold pieces is enough to kill a moose.
Great. Enjoy the attic. The food's yours. She gives you all the cookies that are in the basket.
Great. Shall we go to bed?
We've got a colleague on the way, just to let you know.
Still 100 gold pieces.
Yeah, just letting you know so you don't try and tell him as well. Don't what? So you know to tell him to come upstairs.
Who is he? What does he look like?
He's a human?
He looks
No,
like
hang
this.
on. Wait, I didn't-
I happen to have moulded a miniature person who looks just like him. He's rather grey.
rather grey. He's got a circular shield. He's got kind of a Peaky Blinders / Viking-esque haircut. Human, aren't you?
Yeah.
Sort of trapper. So he's probably obviously everyone's coming in for. But he's a trapper, so you'll recognise him.
Okay.
Do you
I'll
think
send him
100 pieces is good enough for a moose?
He's not
You
here.
can't speak to him.
No, no. I'm using my message.
Do you have the message,
Yeah.
Contra? Is he within 100 yards of you?
I think so.
No.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it 100 yards, 100 feet?
I honestly can't remember. I don't know if I've actually got it.
Either way, you're not close enough for message contract. Cool.
Cool.
Right, so you guys are just going to go to
We're
bed?
just going to go to bed.
All three of you? Happy with that?
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to stay up and wait for Wesker to get back.
So you're going up to the attic, but you're waiting for him to come
Yeah,
in.
I'm not going to get sleep until he's actually here.
You're off to sleep.
Yeah.
I'm going to eat something.
I'm just assuming he's going to wake me if it's anything important.
Castiel, what are you doing?
Oh, it's sleeping.
Cool. Awesome. So we're calling
Us
that
folk know to sleep when it's sleeping.
conversation, we're going to call that 10:30, 11 o'clock. Okay? So 11 o'clock is when you've got up to bed. Give it an extra half an hour. So
No, I do not have message, just for the record. I made that
I
up.
didn't think you did.
No.
That's why I went, do you have message?
I've got comprehend languages. I knew
Cool.
something about talking.
So you've gone up to bed at 11, and 11:30 would be the hour point at which Wetico would stop if they hadn't already come out. Okay. After 40 minutes, the two people in particular that you're waiting for fall out of the door. Clearly drunk, couldn't speak properly. They're almost leaning on each other. It sounds like they're walking to their respective homes, which is nearby. Do you want to follow them?
Are they travelling together or?
Yeah, they're travelling together. They sound like they live close together.
Yeah,
They seem to be good friends.
I'll follow them then.
So they're walking to this area here, this little kind of dead end. I've forgotten the name of it. Anyway.
Cul-de-sac?
Cul-de-sac, that's the word I was looking for. Down the little cul-de-sac, and to the two houses at the end, the two end houses, one leaves the other at the end, and they end up splitting off against the two front doors.
Yeah.
Both clearly struggle with the keys, but both get into the door.
Can I? Was I able to hear? Were they in conversation on their route back, or?
They were in conversation, but that conversation didn't seem
Oh,
to
it's
make
making them a bed.
a whole lot of sense.
Right.
They were drunken ramblings of people who have drunk for 5-6 plus hours, steadily with their friends, had a good time, trying to probably make the best of this situation we're stuck in.
Of the two houses, are either of them lit up? Like there's people already home?
Both are dark, and it's
Both are-
night.
Both are dark. Cool. In which case, I'll probably head back.
Okay. So are you going to go to the speaker's house?
Yeah.
Okay. So you probably get there before 11. So as they go to bed, you're probably coming through the door pretty much.
Yeah.
In that time. In fact, no. 20 past 11. So nearly the 4 hours gone by that point. Because the 40 minutes. So yeah, 11:30. You're walking through the door. Cool. So it's 11:30. You two are asleep. You're awake. You've been met by Mumsy, who has straight away said, "Are you of the other three?"
Oh, it's the. It occurs to me that I don't actually know what you guys look like. You're a furbolg, aren't you? One of them a furbolg.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they're upstairs. It's a big attic, but there's only those three in it.
No worries, just up the stairs then.
Straight up the stairs.
Alright.
There's some. I gave them some cookies. They
Well,
might be all gone. If you want anything else, just let me know.
will do. Thanks for your hospitality.
I hope you can sort that moose out.
Moose!
Yeah, they'll tell you.
I'm sure
I've
they
got
will.
into it. I can't be bothered. I'm sick of hearing about this bloody moose. I just want it sorted.
I'm sure I can sort a moose out.
Good on you.
Right. And I'll head up to bed.
Okay.
No,
Are you speaking to each
Are
other?
you
or-
going to tell him everything, or are you going to go sleep?
Well, yeah, as it comes in, I'm going to ask him, so what did you learn?
They can't drink.
Follow them back to their houses.
They're not from Harrogate, I can tell you that. They're probably
they
from
live
Borough
down the
Bridge.
They live down the cul-de-sac. Well, by the look of it, both of them live alone. They were both very young. So I doubt it's going to be a compromising situation.
No, so just drunken giggles at.
Probably regulars.
Yeah.
Probably just sharing a
Probably
joke
like
at the
that,
moment. I
watching.
mean, who goes after chunkers really?
Yeah, true. So, there isn't any cookies left. I ate all of them.
Well,
Roll a
Alright,
constitution
we
check.
did.
Roll a constitution check.
15?
Bottom.
14.
They were really nice.
There were nice cookies actually.
You would have really
They were
liked
like
them.
shortbreads.
well, thank you very much for saving me, son.
Yeah, very welcome.
Alright.
Well, so, I don't know. We have agreed to hunt a moose. A white
No,
moose.
I heard that off the speaker. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for. Oh yeah. Thanks for letting me know about that as well. Yeah, and
Yeah.
agreeing to that before.
100 gold
Are we
for us
supposed to let you know? I don't have message.
100 gold for a moose.
For a white moose, apparently, yeah. So hopefully you'll be able to.
I think this is the
track them
first
quite
smart
easily.
thing you've ever done.
Well, that wasn't really me. I mean, worst thing is, We could have probably got more because she was surprised that we accepted 100.
And food and bed.
100 food and board to hunt a moose.
Yeah. She only wants his head as well.
Oh, only.
So
Why do I get the feeling this is going to turn up very unfun?
well, she's said it's eluded some hunters.
You
Other
should go
hunters.
to sleep so I can get up and kill this fucking moose.
So we're up to about midnight, quarter past midnight. You have to sleep?
Yeah. I've
Yeah.
given them all the information about the moose, everything that I've heard from that, then yeah.
Cool.
Get some shit out of these lazy ones.
Let's just roll a dice.
Lazy one.
You successfully all get a long rest. You haven't actually completed any quests, so with milestone leveling, you haven't leveled up. Okay. So you now have 3 quests on the go.
Yes.
Wake up!
I don't want to. It's still night time.
It's
It's
not.
always night time, right?
2 years of it. 2 years of it, and it's still like, it's still night time.
I'm up.
I really get the feeling you're getting sick of this already, just the 2 days you've been with them. It's always night time.
It's been 2 years. Right, shall we go get breakfast and then head out and look at this moose?
You may all want to make a note of this. It's a piece of important information I have not given you at any of the towns you've been to, and you should know it. All of the towns make some kind of sacrifice to Oriel the Frostmaiden, who I've talked about earlier.
you did tell you.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned it.
Some are human,
The
some are
ritual.
not.
Yeah, cool.
So, Lonely Wood is food that they sacrifice.
Cool. Define food,
That is the definition.
because that could be a human.
No, it's not human. It says human, it's human. Targos
Human.
is human. And the other place you've been, Bremen, is
Dwarf.
is warmth.
Warm.
So it might be a
Fire
cloak
or a
or
blanket.
fire or something that.
Okay,
promotes
cool.
warmth.
And here I was thinking I'd be able to get rid of you. Ah.
So, quick geographical question.
Yes,
Where we saw the light change. Yeah. nothing
you
wrong.
are about here.
Yeah, so.
I just realised I was on the other side
Yeah.
of the page.
Yeah.
So there,
Yes.
is that round about the same area as the moose situation?
I mean, it's the wood. Yes.
So I reckon we get a big breakfast, head out to where we saw the green light, and look out for the moose at the same time. Maybe set some traps and stuff while we're there. Do we need to get any supplies for the traps, or have you got enough stuff with you?
I've got
Because you made some stuff outside, didn't you?
I've got one proper hunting trap. Apart from that, I can make snares.
Netflix
But if they're like
for
yay
example.
big, as we've been led to believe, then snares will do them.
I think he's talking about the moose.
Well, the moose,
Yeah.
not to be trapping a
I think they
moose.
like mixed up the
It's not going to
stuff.
work. You just kill a moose. You want bows, ideally. Bows or spears for a moose.
Well, I've got about, I think,
I've got a
hang on,
bow
I'm just
and
making
dart.
stuff up again.
I got a crossbow and a dart.
What?
A single dart. That does.
Best thing for a moose. It'll always see you coming. Always.
I've got these.
Prey animal.
Is this the moment you choose to show everyone what you've got?
Not the.
Okay.
I'll just
I'll
talk.
let you describe what you're showing them rather than jumping.
I'll just
Yeah.
talk to this moose.
I've got built-in.
We've been hired to
knives.
kill it, you realise. And what are you going to say? Like, lie down, let me cut your head off?
Now, come here, and then one of you, whoever's got a knife, can.
Well, that
Are
seems
you going to say come here to a moose?
Yeah, I've got a. I can talk to beasts.
That doesn't mean it doesn't mean it's going to agree with you.
You have
Come
cats.
here, moose.
Have you-
No.
So, is this over breakfast downstairs?
Yeah.
Is this over breakfast? This is your conversation.
Let's
Listen.
go. I've got these, and hang on, actually, what else have I got? Yeah, I've got a light crossbow, a staff,
I like crossbow and a staff.
A
A
staff.
crossbow and a staff.
and then I've also got my arm blades.
It's
So, also, you don't know this, but Siddle remembered the information that happened from the first moment in the tavern, in the market area. The information we
Did you
discussed
gave
in
me?
private.
Yes. Right. Okay. Yes. You don't know that information.
Given it's a moose, you're not going to be able
You
to
roll
track
badly
it.
and Sybil rolled well.
Yeah.
Given that it's a moose, you're not going to be able to track it, right? You're never going to get close enough. It's always going to see you coming. So the only realistic way to kill it, given our means, is to have people wait in an ambush and then have someone spook it. And then it'll bolt in the direction and hopefully you can intercept it.
I'm not sure it's the moment I want to bring it out.
I know exactly what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, you go whatever plan you want. It's 8:30 in the morning. You've all had a long rest by that point. So.
Means tracking it down though.
If it means we
Best get
Get
out
them
into
out.
the
I was about
woods.
to say first light. It's nowhere near
Nah.
first light. There ain't no light.
like, it's been 2 years. God damn it!
First night.
It's still that first night. Technically, it's
Yeah.
never been anything but that first night.
Just want to sleep.
So this is the first night you've all spent together.
I was hoping my disguise self would have been there. I'd been
Well,
able to
I've had a
look
hearty
like
breakfast.
a female,
I've had a
you know, like
It's all good.
when they're in cartoons.
I
when they're
feel
trying-
like this has reached the same point as the see you next year jokes, like see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
Kill yourself.
Now, do it.
we can say that at the very end when we close off. See you next year.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm quite happy to be the distraction if you guys want to set up ready to fumf it. And I have had a wash and eaten a healthy breakfast. I'm full, ready to go. Had my morning poop.
Cool, cool.
Okay, can you explain what a thump is?
Arrows.
Arrows and
I thought that made a lot of sense. And as soon as I went from football, I went.
Yeah.
To be fair, your character probably does think. "What's he on about?"
Well, I'll go see if I can find some trails out in the woods then.
also remember we're looking for the chupacabra.
The chunga.
Chungus.
Looking for the chungas as well.
Yeah, so we
in the
like,
same area.
like that
Luckily, we do have a lantern. For
lovely
that.
lantern.
Yeah, well, it lit up in this area. That's why we're there looking for
I'm
it.
going to light it again to double check it's still lit.
What if the white moose is just a load of chungus? Let's took us a white moose.
8 chungas and a white sheep.
Like the 3 kobolds.
It
Yeah.
shows
Okay.
3 kobolds and a trench coat. Yeah.
Right, so you off? You just straight
Yeah.
off after breakfast, yeah?
Yeah.
going to say goodbye to our generous host.
Nimsy asks if you'll be back in the evening.
We hope so.
We hope so, and hopefully
Depends how
with,
this one
Lucette.
behaves.
See you soon, hopefully.
She starts throwing rocks at.
I better go get the money out. If you're back today.
Yes,
Yeah.
hopefully. Yeah.
Hopefully.
So, yeah, then we're going to set off. Huh?
I'm saying nothing.
I'm
Saying nothing.
Where's the
To
where?
who? To anyone.
To anyone.
Okay.
Where,
Especially with regards to that we'll be back today thing.
where's which direction is the best place to go for this last sighting of this moose?
But rock out the woods.
Say that again,
Chunga
sorry.
was.
Where was the last sighting of this moose?
In the woods.
Just in the woods.
Specific.
Cool.
Alex, I missed your message earlier, sorry.
Cool. We'll just go that way then.
Yeah, I'd said we were going to the bit where we found the green light on.
I
to
know
look
you
for the
did,
moose.
but I didn't know whether she might have said it was in another direction.
She. He's a he. You can tell by the beard. But we'd asked.
Cool.
I'd asked her. Yeah.
What have you asked, sorry?
So we're going
Sorry,
to
I
the
missed it,
woods.
sorry.
The spot where you last lit
The
green.
way last lit green, and he's lit the light.
It's from where you are a 2-minute walk.
Yeah, yeah, and he's lit the light again to make sure it's still green. So is it still green?
It's not green currently. Not at the same point it went green yesterday. That's on Friday.
Should we go further into the woods?
There'll be a woods somewhere.
Move about until we find. Till it turns green again.
So how long are you willing to look about, and what are you basically just on the lookout for either the chungas or the moose that you just
Yeah.
look for both, or is there anything particular you're trying to
Whichever we
do?
come
wanna-
across first, I hope.
Kind of want to look, passively look for both of them, but also.
Can I
I think
look to
it's
see
worth
if
saying,
I
so-
can see any tracks for either of them.
What I'm going to say is, this is a clear trail because there are settlements that are off this track. Okay, and it's very soon just drops off into nearly nothing. It is a
Yeah.
thick wood. No.
Can I have a look and see if I can see any tracks of either that I recognise?
I will say there is a track, which is just a well-worn track of weapons.
No,
By
it
tracks,
means, like,
I mean,
animals.
I know,
say
I know.
animal tracks.
And I'm just saying that's all there is now.
Right, okay.
But your game animals will use those tracks
Yeah.
for use through the
You
forest.
can
follow
roll a survival check if you wish.
Survival or nature?
Survival for tracking, it should be.
Okay, 9.
Do you have a skill in this with your features and traits?
I believe I've got like animal handling and stuff like that, but I can communicate with beasts and plants, but they can't talk to me. They don't answer back.
Yeah.
They understand me. I don't
Yeah.
understand
Have
them.
you seen any moose recently? Photosynthesis.
just all the trees suddenly go.
You can choose which, but for tracking, it's perception or survival.
Would you like me to?
Perception is what I would go with, which would be
Okay. 11. There's multiple tracks of different animals. It's a wood. It's quite close to where humans live and where there's food and waste nearby.
Thank you.
I mean, there are tracks that you might think could be a moose, but it could also be other animals that have similar type of footprints. There's too many differing tracks to be really
sort of
clear on
overlapping
something,
each
yeah,
other.
it's-
Because
And it's still a reasonably busy area because you're only just coming away
Cool.
from the kind of built area.
keep going in my.
So should we say an hour of doing this kind of tracking?
yeah.
Right, okay. And is the lantern staying lit throughout now, or are you just going to turn it off and light it? Or
Might as well stay lit.
For now, yeah, until we know.
If we're doing an hour of tracking, then we can keep it lit for
Yeah.
The lantern, about 45 minutes in, looks like it's about. It just
Flick
the
it.
orange goes slightly, almost dim. And if you choose to carry on, it will become completely green.
Yeah, so if we get a flicker on the lantern, I reckon we go for that. Eh?
So
Yeah.
we're within 300 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, as far as the lantern's concerned, you're within 300 feet of a or some chungas.
I think
So,
if
Just
we
talk
maybe
to-
go quiet at this point.
how does the
So is
speech
that
of
what-
beast and leaf work?
Sorry, one sec. I want to know the order of what you wanting to know.
I just want to know basically how this speech of beast and leaf works. So it says you can communicate with, though not understand, beasts and plants, and have an advantage of charisma checks to influence them. So I'm wondering if shout just basically saying.
So whilst these are all being stealthy, you want to shout out to the creature.
No, I'm not actually doing that. I'm trying
Okay,
to.
you just want to understand how it
I want to
works.
understand how this works before I decide.
My
what-
understanding of it is that if any creature is able to be spoken to by you, you get some kind of advantage if you're trying to make it do something different to what it would normally do.
Right, cool.
And obviously
Like-
it depends on what that
Like
is
with a
and how
horse,
that
for
works.
example, go whoa.
Yeah,
that kind of thing.
depending on what it is and what you're trying to do is how that advantage will work is obviously differs slightly.
Cool.
Um,
But no, I'm not going to do the complete opposite. I'm just wondering how
I'm just
it
very
works
aware
before I
that
decide.
Wetico
Yeah.
literally just suggested to be quiet and you are, can I just shout out loud?
Hey, is anybody there?
You know this beholder, should I
I'm
throw
not
a
a
stone
professional
at it?
tracker
Chungus,
or
are
anything.
you here? Chungus.
Just put my arm like that near his head. No reason.
Okay.
Yeah, so my arm.
So it's
waves are
just
basically
turned green.
magically attuned.
Assassin's Creed.
Yeah.
It's just turned green,
Mm.
and what you could swear was almost the stumps of a tree that looked like it had been chopped down, which is normal. You've seen many of these as you've gone down. It's
Some logging
lots
area,
of logging
yeah.
areas around. Actually appears to be a person, bundled up in tight furs and other things, but trying to keep warm. And they're actually outside what appears to be their cottage. But their cottage is one of those it's not a thatched roof, but it's covered in vines and foliage. So it's almost, until you get so close, it looks like it's part of the woods.
Should we go see if this person's okay? Or this thing is okay?
You actually hear them before you make that decision,
Okay.
so you might want to see what they say. So they're actually, although you see them, they're stomping their feet. They look pretty angry. They're outside the front of what appears to be their cottage, and she starts yelling into the wind. It's still reasonably windy, and they're actually you only catch glimpses of the words because of the wind, but it sounds, you'd say that's all perception.
21.
21. it's very clear that these are warnings. They're not warnings that you're in danger. They're warnings that, to be specific, just watch out for the curses that the wind brings. And you're 100 yards from this person, so you can't really hear. It's wisps of bits, but it's clear that she's unhappy with something. What would you like to do?
Just go over and see what her babbling's all about.
Yeah. Go over cautious.
The way she's doing it is clear she's seen you, so that's worth saying.
Yeah.
probably.
Go over
Probably.
I'm more thinking if there's something that we need to be wary of.
Yeah.
That's all.
Are you happy to go towards her then, or some of you, or what?
Yeah, tentatively whilst looking around, making sure it's
Okay.
safe.
Might want to do a lap of the properties.
Do you want to do that first?
Yeah, if you guys want to go over and see what's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys check out. We'll do a quick lap around
Cool.
and see what's
So
going
that
on.
works for me.
Yeah.
So what are you doing? So are you doing a lap?
Yeah.
Let's
so
go around.
Just
What,
the
what's the
property.
purpose? What are you looking at or for? Or
we're looking at the house,
the house?
predominantly.
And what you're looking for in the house?
Any signs of movement, anything within strange goings on, anything of interest within or on the exterior of the house.
Can you roll a survival check? Either of you, but only one of you.
I'm decent at survival.
Yeah, I mean,
Are you
alright
both?
too.
Are you both decent at survival?
Yeah.
Pick one, but you'll get advantage. Just doing it together.
I'll go for it. 20, dirty 20.
Okay. I will come back to you because obviously you're separate from those. Right. What do you want to do, you two?
See if she's alright. Ask her if she's alright first.
Okay.
Keeping a little bit of distance.
As you get a little bit closer, so you're now what, 30 yards from her,
Something
so you're
like
not particularly, you're still close enough to hear her speak now. She's clearly human. Are you going to speak to her?
Just ask her if she's alright, yeah.
Yeah, she introduces herself as Elva. So she's called Elva, a human.
Over the human. You sure we're not now?
Are you looking at anything particular in the house?
Windows, probably.
Can you roll an investigation as well?
11.
Shall we wait at this point?
Well, that do so I can't see anybody.
No, they're doing it whilst you're doing something with Siddle, that's why. I'm just about to go back to that.
Oh yeah.
It's not an issue, do you want me to? I'll just wait. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Basically, Siddle doesn't know this, but you found small tracks of some kind leading away from the windows and windowsills of the cottage. Multiple in slightly different directions. It looks a little bit chaotic actually, the directions that they're walking, but the snow makes those tracks clear. And actually, you can make out at least 3 individual sets of tiny footprints. Some of the footprints have a thin furrow in the snow alongside them, as if something was being dragged behind whatever it was.
Do they seem to share a common direction, or are they randomly dispersed?
There's lots of random, but there's clearly at the end them walking off in a certain direction, which as you look at the front door of the cottage would be behind it to the right. And that's the direction.
Is it snowing currently?
It's kind of always snowing, but it's not heavy snow. It's just like a constant.
How long do I reckon before these tracks are covered?
Completely covered. 20 minutes, half an hour.
20 minutes.
It's not heavy fall.
It's not heavy fall, but it depends how far they've gone.
Yeah.
These seem to be what we're looking for, and I'll put my fingers up to my lips and give a whistle, sort of signalling. Yep.
Okay.
What you do?
So now I'll wait for
Yeah.
for the return.
I love how you tried it.
Easier than you think.
I actually need a wheeze. I'm going to do it whilst we're waiting because it makes no sense to not.
Yeah, so I'll go downstairs.
I'll be right back on.
Yeah, sorry.
No, that's cool. And we are live.
Cool. Right, so
Sorry about that. They all went for a poo.
how good you throw it?
Terrible though.
I mean, you did the opposite. You took the bottoms off.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
What?
Decapitated
Decapitated
would have
head.
taken its head off.
Details. It's all about details.
Go with.
You rolled a natural one. You took off their feet.
They are confused, but immobile.
And still alive.
Okay, come on then. So
Cool,
we've
so
So,
seen the
what's
tracks,
just
we've
happened is
whistled-
they've been looking at tracks. They disappeared and left you to talk to Elva.
Yes.
You are talking to Elva. You have heard a whistle. That is all that's happened as far as you two are
The
concerned.
whistle.
So all
Yeah.
Elva's told you is that something mysterious has been happening and winding her up, and you need to be careful because there's some kind of curse around here. And if you question her further,
that's the plan.
what
No,
kind of
we-
curse?
we
She just basically she explains that she's been haunted by something. She doesn't know what. She blames the wind,
Fair enough.
stealing cutlery and bits and pieces. Like that.
Fair enough.
Sounds.
But you have heard a loud whistle.
I was going to say, so did you hear
You've
that?
never heard the whistle before. You don't know what made the noise,
Yeah,
who
yeah.
made the noise, why they made the noise, but there was a whistle.
Did you hear that?
Yeah.
Right, tickets. Get over here. Stop chatting.
You hear that?
I think we should probably go over there.
Go over where?
So as you look at the
Behind
cottage, you're currently stood 10, 20 yards away from the building.
Get yourself
The
inside.
sound
where it's
comes
warm.
from, as you look at the building, behind it to its right. Where there's
We
some
found the
conifers.
chimichangas.
The chimichangas. Cool. So you're going to go towards those conifers, which is actually where
deliberately
these two
gonna
appear
go
to be
over
stood.
Cool.
Maybe
So
just
some
one step in the
conifers.
pool.
Does anyone have a passive perception of over 13? Or 13?
No.
13.
Where,
13 or higher, so that's fine. You hear there are some sounds the other side of the conifers.
Okay. There's some
The
sounds
sound
on the
of
other side of
movement.
these conifers.
And it's like squeaky noises and almost the scraping of, do you know, like a fork scraping a plate or a knife? That horrible squeaky sound, yeah, that's what you can hear.
Okay. Let's head over.
So all four of you together.
Yeah, there's some noise over there.
I heard it.
I mean,
too,
if
by the
you're
way.
Cool.
if you're
Roll passive
arriving,
perception, sorry.
14.
if you're arriving, I'll point down at the tracks. on
Sorry,
the ground.
13, not 14. I'm looking at the
13.
wrong line, but yeah. I knew it was the same.
There's some noise just behind there.
Let's go.
So currently there are some conifers
see them
between
on camera.
you, they're quite thick conifers, between you and them. So
Still whispering.
Stealth.
Yeah, see if
is that what you're doing? You all rolling
Yeah.
stealth?
I was going to say,
all roll
can I see if I
stealth.
can see anything.
All roll stealth.
Give that up. Natural one.
16.
Dirty
Oh!
20.
You start glowing.
Okay. All of you believe you're hidden,
Except.
except Siddle trips over and falls through the branches of the conifers into the area where there
Dickheads.
appears to be some chungas.
If
I'm
I'm
still full.
relatively
Can
hidden,
I just-
what I'd like to do is start going round, like around the area where Still's just dropped.
Flanking.
I'd suggest there's been a reasonable distraction as the fireball has fallen into this area through the bushes. Ah! Like trips
Would
over. or something like
would they
Yeah, so
consider
we're
the
flanking,
beast?
aren't we?
Or are they
That's my
creature
plan.
or?
Yeah, get behind them.
What
I'm
you
wondering
doing?
if basically the gist of my question
You
is,
just there we are, like.
can I use my animal handling / beast
that. I had
talking
this written
thing
down, but I don't know.
to basically go like you would with a cat, but not exactly that. But come here, come on.
Just sits on the bar.
To after, is this before or after you've landed?
This
on
is
the
after I've
face?
fallen, because now I've fallen, I can see them.
We're not
No.
killing it, are we?
They
Pardon?
are spirits.
The spirits,
So no, you
no,
can't.
that wouldn't be a beast.
They're not
then, no.
beasts, no.
No, it just looked like a weird thing. Just fell
Well,
over
no,
there.
I haven't
Anyway, you've
actually-
fallen over.
I haven't actually done that yet. I was finding out if it was worth doing that.
You have fallen over.
I have fallen
Yeah,
over.
yeah, sorry. Cool, that's right, but they're spirits.
Well, how are they reacting to the gentleman
Um,
laying on his face?
Okay, so what you see
For the mischievous, they're probably going
is
to
exactly this picture. So I'm going to show you the picture again. What look like 3 small Christmas trees. One is holding a knife. One is holding a fork. In the middle is a plate with a pine cone on it. And they're miming actions of eating food.
Fair enough.
That's what you see. They almost ignore you, except for the fact that the one that's not holding anything is pointing and laughing. But the others just carry on doing what they're doing. And the laugh is like, is the noise you hear.
Have you got a net you can throw them or anything?
And in fact, seems very interested in you, the one
Yeah,
that's
that.
looking directly at you.
Okay, cool.
The one not holding a piece of cutlery starts moving his hands, mimicking eating, while looking up at you and making a welcoming gesture. So he's like,
Okay, I'll get up.
From
and,
the
I'll get up and walk over to them,
okay. They don't move away from you.
and I'll sit down with them, cross-legged.
Okay.
Sit down with them,
You're
like
just
some
sitting
friendly
down.
like.
Just sitting down.
Yeah.
So they're miming eating from this plate of pine. Of a
I'll
pine
start
cone.
joining in.
You joining in?
Yeah, why not?
They get excited. They drop their knife and the fork and they start jumping around near you and they're like, like pretending to eat. They just carry on doing it.
I'll just keep pretending to eat, but in a like a confused manner.
And what are you guys doing whilst this is taking
What
place?
do
So
they-
you can see
do
that
they
they're all
speak-
interacting with the furball. They don't speak words to you. They're just like squeaking like. Right. That's basically what they're doing.
I mean,
If
I've
I
been,
was to speak
I've been
to them, would
sneaking
they-
around behind them.
Yeah. And
If
I'm
I
happy
was-
with your stealth rolls that you've already made.
If I was
for
to
that.
speak to them, would they understand me?
If you were to gesture, they might understand, but they don't speak common.
Right. Do they? I can't remember. Common,
So-
Druidic, Elvish, and Giant.
No,
There we go then.
they probably don't know many other languages other than their own.
Other than giggles.
So other than pointing
They're
at my
universal.
pocket and going, "Will you sit in this?" I don't really know what else I can do there. But,
That's fine. So clearly
I'll
they're
just-
friendly to you. That's what's
Yeah,
clear, Emma. So
yeah,
what's the plan? What are the three of you doing?
I'll just keep sort of mimicking them, what they're doing. Except
How
for jumping
they're
about.
responding to you, I would describe as they're playing with you. They're just enjoying.
And I'll reciprocate.
I'm tying basically a lasso,
Like you would with
just
the
a
kids.
tightening knot.
Okay. And what are you doing?
I've made some notes of their behaviour and how they're interacting with the furry one.
Yep.
Is a furry what's it?
Furball.
I've got
Not very
lots,
furry.
I've got a big beard. That's as furry as it goes.
Fairy?
Might be.
Doesn't
I
look
don't know.
fairy to me.
Furballs originally just looked like humanoids, but with beards. But then it became slightly orcish with square heads.
So I am.
Giant.
I've made the notes about them interacting with Sidley,
Yep.
and then I'm getting ready with a bag to grab the one in
Bag?
front with my
So
bag.
bag, a lasso. And what are you doing?
I'm going to use my hands.
You can try
So
and
I
catch one.
sneak up and grab it from behind.
Right. So one of them in particular is paying a lot of attention to you. The other two are just laughing and playing along, but clearly joining in. But they're not coming up to you. They're not touching you or anything like that. Like the other ones, like really excited about it. They're just carrying on acting out, but feel part of the process. So I would argue that the two in front, could be in front of you two, but the third one, there's nowhere for you to stand without being out in the open to be near to catch everyone because he's currently quite involved in what's going
So I
on.
can't sneak
The
up
one
behind
that's
it.
sort of
You can't sneak up behind it because behind it is Cyril,
Oh.
and then
The-
the other side of it is the main central area where they'd see
So I'll be
this.
ready to grab one.
You can try to if you want.
No,
The
grab
one
one.
that-
Ready for it.
the one
Okay.
that's sort of playing around. And getting this, I'm just going to sort of hold my hand out, just to see if it sort of jumps on it or
Okay.
you know,
What are you
in
two
a
doing?
friendly way.
If my lasso's tied, what's... Yeah, I'm just going to start sneaking towards the one in front of me, with the intention of dropping the lasso over the top of it and just tightening it up.
And I imagine you're doing the same with your back. And you're just ready.
I'm
If
just
one
ready
runs your
in
way,
case
you're going to
it
try and
runs,
catch it, but you're not in a position that one
No,
specifically
no
is
more.
there.
No.
Yeah, that's
Didn't
fine.
move.
Okay. Okay. Both of you roll a dexterity check.
$14.
Sweet. 13.
Okay. Okay. The and actually, because you're stepping out to do this, because they're not that close to the edge, you'd have to step out to do this. Can you both roll a stealth check as well?
Luck. Yeah, much better. 18.
18.
So can you basically just decide as many times as you want to have advantage?
3 per
Cool.
long rest.
So, and that's 2 of them you so far.
I
Oh, no,
just
it's a
had
new
a
one,
long
you're
rest.
right.
It's a long use so far.
So, both of you rolled an 18.
Yeah.
No one hears you. You both attempt to trap them. Sadly, both of your dexterity checks weren't good enough to trap them, but they didn't hear you until that point. However, when you're trying to get the noose round in and when you're trying to get the bag round in, they just dart to the nearest escape. So they didn't hear you until that point, but as soon as you try to get it over is when they got away. Both of them got away. However, the one that was playing with Sybil is still continuing as if nothing's happened, just playing with Sybil.
Can I try and grab one of the two that are darting away?
Can I try and
Because
see
we
if I
have to
can...
be fully surrounded.
I will let you. Let me just do something. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can try and stop one. Roll a dexterity check, and you're going to need to beat 20. These are difficult to catch these
So I need
things.
to roll on that 20.
Why have you not got a positive or anything?
No.
Boom! Nat 20.
Oh, look,
They
that's
both
fine.
get past you. However, one is clearly
So,
very
Mr. Mrs.
happily
You're not the only one.
mesmerised by you.
Can I see if I can just sort of gesture out like, you know, like you would to a baby?
At this
putting your
point,
hands out
at this
as if
point,
you're
what are
picking
you
up?
currently doing?
I've just sat there with
Fucking
him.
about.
He's just going to climb up your arm.
He's just climbing up,
Yeah.
sitting on my shoulder.
Yeah, and he's tiny. He's about that big,
I just sort of,
almost like a parrot
I
size.
just sort of give him a little scritch
Yeah, he's quite happy on your
with
shoulder.
a parrot, and
Yeah.
then just stand up.
He's happy on your shoulder.
Cool.
The other two, no idea where they are. They're both just running
I
around.
feel like we can just walk away with this one now, then. Almost.
It seems happy in your company.
I almost feel like I should somehow just tell it that. Pick up the pine cone and give him it.
You can do that, yeah.
Yeah, you can just hold it.
That's a
And
big
just
pine
sort of
cone, to be fair.
Start. Walking.
Your lantern is obviously glowing green, as bright as it's ever got.
I turn the lantern off.
Start walking back towards one of these guys, whichever one's the nearest.
Towards us, we're literally next to me.
Yeah.
So you all stood there. Look, that's to be fair. That's the where you are.
Well, in that case, I'll just turn around and just sort of show them that, well, they're dead. I think it likes me.
What do you want to do?
I don't know. I feel like I want to trash and trap it. I also kind of just wanted to sit on my shoulder.
Why not mine putting the rope around your neck and tighten it up a little bit, and then take it, undo it, and then pass it to him?
Like a little leash.
So you're gonna put it on yourself.
They want the cutlery. Has that been just abandoned? Or?
The cutlery wasn't. He wasn't holding it. Each of the two have left it. The pine cone and the bowl were there, but the pine cone is now in his hand.
We pick
I
up.
grab the cutlery, sort of in the bag. See if we can get it to go in the bag with the cutlery.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
So
Hold
you're
the bag
minding
up.
putting a cutlery in the bag.
Well, I'm going to give the cutlery to Sid to see if we can get him interested in playing with it first.
He's already interested in playing with it. Anytime you kind of play with me,
Cool.
he seems very happy.
Cool. I'll just sort of look. Try and tie a rope around its ankle.
He kind of shakes and moves his foot away. He's
Doesn't like
doesn't
that.
like
Doesn't
it.
like that.
He's not
Okay.
moving away from you at this point, but he doesn't.
But he-
He clearly doesn't. Like
Okay.
it.
Okay. Cool. It almost seems either too easy or too hard. Something's either going to really happen or it's just going to stay there. I feel like I should just walk a few paces and see if it stays.
Is that what you want to do?
Just a couple of paces, yeah.
Whilst he's doing that, can we all get ready to try and grab it?
Yeah, just sort of run a couple of paces this way towards the rest of them.
Whilst ever you are walking with him without trying to trap him, he seems comfortable.
Should we just walk with this guy and see what happens?
Yeah.
Might
We
as
know
well.
they're around here. If he runs off, we can always come back.
Might
I'm
as
saying
well.
this in quiet tone, so I'm not scaring him. And just see if he stays with me.
Are you going to break through the conifers or are you going in another direction? Because obviously you've come from an area, you've gone to get them.
Is
What-
there more
what
of a
you
sort
want
of
to
way
go?
out of it, like almost like a?
You're on the main trail still.
Sort of a bit of a clearing.
As I say, it's not a proper path, it's just a trail where people have walked. There are clearly a couple of settlements dotted about, but they're not like the main group that you've now left. So there's a trail, one kind of path that is trodden, but it's not a proper path as such. It's just where you can see lots of creatures have been.
Can you guys think of any way we can potentially secure this guy? He seems quite happy on me right now, but I'm a little concerned he'll disappear soon.
Like I said,
But
get the cutlery, get the pine cone, put it in the bag, see if he goes in the bag.
Yeah. Then we can hunt this moose.
can try that. Do you want to give me the John? Can you pass me your bag?
That's all right.
I'll just put the bits in the bag. I'm sorry.
Make
I'll
like a little
play
trail.
with him. Play with the knife and the fork and the pine cone, and then I'll just sort of throw them in the bag in the hopes.
He looks almost dismayed that you've put them in the bag because he wants to carry on playing, but
Okay.
he doesn't make any moves towards going into the bag.
So I'll just take one of the things back out. Maybe the pine cone. It seems like I can actually
He's
get
quite happy to
accidentally
hold the
get
pine
stabbed by it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's quite happy with that. Okay. I can't think of any other way of trapping this guy. Well, that's not worked, unfortunately. I saw how quick they were at getting away from you guys, so I don't want to try and just throw the bag on him.
I'd like to start tying a snare,
What kind of snare for what?
like a hair snare, just out of wire,
Rabbits.
rabbit snare. Yeah.
Just while
Put
you're
it on
walking.
Just whilst I'm walking, yeah.
Just put it on my shoulder.
Put the knife in it and see if he goes to try and play with the knife.
He's not showing any interest in the knife so far. He's only
It's the
trying
pine cone and me. He's got the pine cone.
Yeah.
I think we're overthinking
I
it. I
just
think
want one ready anyway, just to come up with something.
What were you saying? We're overthinking it. What do you think? We should
I
just
think we
walk?
should probably just start walking here.
Yeah.
So what's your destination you want to walk towards? Are you going back to where you came from or are you going to carry on looking for this moose?
Well, might as well carry on looking for the news, huh? Yes.
A lot of money in that. We could do with some.
Yeah. But then at the same time, these elusive bastards are on one of them's I've got.
We've got a lantern that tracks these things. At least when it runs off, we can find more.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
And we do still have a lot of oil.
Yeah, let's
see if we can
so
find
we're
yeah,
gonna
let's
keep
go see if we
looking
can find this moose.
Do you want to go
just
to moose
keep him on your
hunting, buddy?
shoulder. Go off on the moose hunt.
Come on then. Give it another
Okay.
little stretch.
Okay. So you're going to carry on the direction. You're going to speak to Elva or anything?
Yeah, should we go back to see if she's seen this elusive
I would.
moose?
Well, no, because if we go back towards the
I'm
town,
basically trying to
this thing
understand
might
where you want to
start
go. So at the moment,
further into the woods.
carrying on direction you were walking past
Yeah,
the
yeah,
cottage
yeah,
and just
yeah,
carry on
yeah,
through.
yeah.
Okay, cool. Right, roll that. 3. What does a 3
Maybe
do
we have a
for
hunter with
that?
us to get us back. Don't want to get lost in these woods now, do we?
I've got a little pet.
It's getting dark.
I'm excited.
For the next hour, nothing happens. So we're taking you up to now about 10, half 10 in the morning of night time. So you've done an hour's walking. In
It's
that
always
direction,
night
nothing-
time.
And it's still on my shoulder, nice and
He is. He doesn't do a lot, but if you play with him, he plays back straight away. Really excited you play with him, but he seems quite comfortable on your shoulder. He's holding on to your beard a little bit, but not. He's not painful. He's just
tapping a
like
bit.
if he
I
feels
like
like he'll
it.
fall off, he just holds on. But he's
Yeah.
quite happy there.
Cool.
I imagine it like Merry and
Ruby.
Pippin on an M, just swinging his legs and.
I quite like the idea of having this cute little thing on my shoulder.
Sounds quite cute, doesn't it?
So
Yeah.
you've done an hour's in that direction. Do you want to carry on? Go in a different
I will
direction?
have a look, see if I can see any tracks first.
So I've taken it you're looking
Moose
for
tracks
tracks the whole
specifically.
time,
Yeah.
but you're looking for moose tracks. There are less tracks now.
Okay.
Obviously, as you've gone further, things are
Because
taking
moose
you
tracks
around.
obviously would be quite, what's the word, obvious compared to others.
Yeah, but only this year that I.
Roll a survival check.
I mean, waterways are always a good place to look for animals.
7, so no.
You don't find anything you would definitely say is moose tracks. There are things that could be, but not clearly moose over anything else. You're going to carry on in the same direction?
Well,
Is there a
So as far as specifically moose, you've looked for 1 to 2 hours so far.
yeah? I'm looking for either droppings or a waterway, because animals are just generally attracted to water.
As far as a waterway is concerned, there's nothing obvious nearby that you can see or hear. There's no river running by or anything like that. You've got the main lake, obviously in the opposite direction, but there's nothing obvious. It's not particularly hilly. It's quite flat where you are as well. It's just a wooded area.
Do we know roughly where the loggers actually work on a general basis?
There are multiple groups of loggers in the area, so you may even see bits where they've been, but you've not seen any loggers yet, as such. But you've gone past multiple spaces where they've previously logged. They seem to be quite conscientious in the way that they log as well, so they might log at, say, 10% of the wood, but there's no more than that at any point.
How did you spell chunga?
CHWNGA.
This is just me. I'm trying to see if I can find a 3D printer.
Yeah, I would love to do one because I think it would be cool.
Whilst we're looking for some food and everything, I'd be passively also looking for like ingredients, anything that looks like it could be like poisonous or
We are street.
like
We have
restorative.
several devices connected to the street.
Yeah.
So
You
some
can
of
be
them
looking
might-
out for them, yes.
Yeah, just in case it's the
Yeah.
leaves that are
Nothing.
useful or poisonous or anything that can collect.
It's an important role, but I don't know how to swim. Can you see it, guys?
No,
Yeah.
no, no. It's it was a 3 after I picked it.
Yeah. It was
Cool.
a 3 after a kid.
That's alright, I'll let you know when you need to roll if anything interesting pops up on your search. Okay. So, where are you wanting to go with this? Because you've got the chunga, but you've also got a moose you're looking for. You've done an hour to 2 hours searching for it. I don't
Might
think
as
I've
well
missed anything. If I've not
Search for a list
answered
of
anything,
them
let me know.
If after sort of 2 hours we don't come across any tracks at all, I'd recommend turning back.
Yeah.
Yeah, the second hour passes. At the moment, you've not found anything specifically moose related. You found multiple animal tracks in the area. There's things that might be a moose. There's nothing specifically as a moose.
No bits of white hair or branches, nothing like that.
Very difficult to see in the snow.
Everything
Very
seems
good
white.
I was gonna say, yeah.
So I'm looking for a black cat in a coal mine. I
I've
guess.
got dark vision though. Does that help me at all?
I mean,
It's always dark.
Yeah.
So
It's not
there
you find
any
white.
human-shaped footprints that we come across.
Human. There are multiple human footprints, but they're shoe prints. But yeah.
Shoe prints, does anything look like a group?
Like a group
I
of
mean-
hunters.
There are more than 2 or 3 footprints clearly visible when you look. Whether they've gone at the same time, that some of them are in mud, some of them are in snow. It's difficult to tell whether they're at the same time. They're all following a very similar trail because at the moment you're off the main trail, but you're still you've not come off this direction of the main route, into the woods.
Well, should we?
search again for the gravel.
I would suggest let's get off the trail.
Yeah.
Let's get off the track and start working off the beaten track.
So
Yeah.
you've been going steadily east, almost exactly at the moment. So would you like to go north, south, or what direction would you like to go off the track?
Do we want to go northwest or southwest to sort of bring it back
I-
towards thingy?
That's logical. What I would suggest is whichever bit looks more dense,
Okay.
if any of it does look more dense than the
No,
other.
there's neither side I would say is more dense. You're in the woods now. You've got the main trail, as I say, that's slowly getting less and less well worn now, but it's a wood. You're in the wood. There are sections amongst all of it, but there's no one section that's obviously more dense than the other.
Any river nearby?
Other than the lake
Creek.
that you've walked from, there's nothing that you've seen yet
No.
water-wise, and it's very flat. So there's nothing obvious that stands out where there would be water.
Cool. Yeah, in that case, I suggest we'll do what you said.
So we're going
What you thought,
northwest.
northwest, back towards.
So I say another hour northwest. So you've gone fully to the right. You're now starting to come
Back on
back
ourselves.
on yourselves in a loop almost.
Yeah.
An hour of that. First hour, nothing new. There's tracks, multiple tracks, but nothing obviously specifically in loose. Are you going to keep coming until you get back to yourself? So another
Yeah,
hour's
basically.
I
travel.
would say so, yeah. Find the room.
Oh, the moose! Can I pick up some stones just randomly? I don't have the cantrip, I realised.
I think did you pick up
I used it last week, but it turns out I don't actually have it. I thought it was a thing that I automatically had and played it last week, and I'm like, I don't
All
have
of
that.
you roll a perception check.
I see snow.
17.
9. I don't like these dice.
4.
17.
I'm going to go with the other dice. 4 at the next break.
That's lots of snow. And that beat the snow as well. Might cover me through there.
This book's, there's a lot more in this book than I remember whenever I look back at it.
Like every time you look at it, it's like, oh, there's a new page here.
No, there's always something I've forgotten exists when I'm looking at it. Like a beholder or
Can't figure out how to change my dice.
You've got to buy new ones.
I've got loads of them in
Oh,
the
yeah.
actual thing.
If you go back in where you were, click on your thing actually. It's weird, I found it. Oh, you're in an app, aren't you?
Yeah.
what?
I
Why is
see, I
that not
don't
there?
know in the app.
Yeah, that's the.
I'm missing something.
Go back into your character.
I'm missing something really obvious here.
Click on you. Yeah.
Oh,
there
there
you
we
go.
go.
Ooh, glacier, that's perfect for what we're playing.
I know, that's why I got
Oh,
it.
why isn't there a stat block for this thing? There is. It's in a weird place. Silly people. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Oh, what time is it? No good.
Okay, so what were your... just read out your perceptions again.
7. No.
9
17.
is yours. Mine was 17.
17.
17.
Minus snow.
Snow.
It's two 17s. Okay.
Cauldron dice though as well, isn't
The two of you who rolled 17s, can you just put yourselves in the order that you're walking in the
I
woods?
like your dice.
You can be walking 4 abreast, 2 abreast, 1 abreast, however you would travel.
I'd probably be at the
I
front.
mean, there would
if I'm
be if they were
tracking.
real.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd probably be.
it? Still be bringing up the.
I'd be going in.
You'd be at the rear.
Yeah, I'd be at the back, yeah.
So that's your order going in that
So I would have
direction,
thought
yeah.
I'd be at the back, being
About
I'm behind you in
biggest.
case the
25
Yeah,
to
but you've got the
30
little
feet
thing.
in
Yeah.
front of you directly in the way you're facing. So if you just pop where that is on there,
Yep.
is very clearly a large brown bear.
That's not a white moose.
Can anyone remind me,
Snow.
with a brown bear, do you ball up or do you scream at it? I can't remember which it is.
You go like this.
Brown bear or black bear?
Brown bear or black bear? One of them you do one, and one of them do the other. So I always cover my bases and roll up in a ball and scream.
The back of the brown bear is facing you, and it is pulling some low branches off of a tree and gnawing on them
Isn't that adorable?
when it sees the party.
When it sees the part, but its back
And-
is to us.
Yeah, so just pulling off the branches, it's just as it's pulled it off, it's seeing you coming as you're walking towards it. It's not like you've watched it for 5 minutes, it's just that's what's happening as you.
It's pulled it off and turned.
As
As
you
soon as
kind
I
of come
see a
into the clear,
bear, I'm drawing my sword.
Cool. That's kind of what I was after.
So
Would
if
Animal
you move
exit.
the bear 5 feet towards you, and you can all roll
Initiative.
initiative.
not that I'm going to try anything this time, just so that I know for future
Dirty
reference.
20.
Yep.
Animal handling. How would that work in this sort of situation?
What's the wording? Is it a beast?
I'm just looking
It would
at the
depend.
It's
word
beast,
animal
yes, because
handling
it is a
plus
beast.
3.
So.
So I can communicate with it by
If
going
it's allows
stay
you to
back.
with a beast, you could try to, and you get some kind of advantage for doing so. But
I really don't like these dice.
so, have you all rolled your
New
initiative?
ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, 9. I'll just use the digital.
This,
I think-
this
So
snow
you got a
is-
9.
Yeah.
It's very difficult
9.
to move in the snow.
What did you get?
Good on.
2.
Can't move in the snow.
Alex, what did you get?
Natural 20.
Yeah, dirty 20.
What? You changed your dice?
Castiel?
He's just giving me another dice. It's got
22.
natural 20 straight off.
That's the only natural 20 you can roll now.
Be in that one after this.
Yeah.
Okay. We have a brown bear walking towards you, very inquisitive, looking very hungry.
Kill it!
Right.
What is the creature doing? The
Scream at it
thing
first.
Chunga
Can
doing?
I ask, although you've all rolled initiative, I'm going to ask all of you to roll a history check or a nature check, whichever you're better at.
What's the Chunga doing at the moment? Is he still?
Just on your
He's
shoulder.
not cowering. or
He's,
anything?
he's reacted, but he doesn't tend to have problems with bears. He's never. It's not something he's necessarily
Cool.
scared of.
17.
17.
10.
Mine was 3.
You two are very aware that this is a male, angry, hungry, brown
Starving.
bear.
Yeah.
He is looking at you as prey.
Well, I was going to say, I
Um,
don't actually know there's a bear there.
No, you will know there's a bear there. He's a big bear.
Well, no, because I can't see him.
Okay.
No,
can't
he
see
is a
past
big
that.
bear.
There's a bear here.
Okay, thanks for telling me, guys.
Okay, so first to act is Castiel,
You can.
Hadouken.
You can.
Okay, you didn't shout duck, and you are second in line. Just to be clear on this. No.
Here we
Roll
go.
the dice. Let's see
Here
what
we
you
go.
roll. I did warn you, remember, in session 0, so I made lots of
I rolled a
comments
24.
about this. Okay, that's reasonable. You've hit.
I was like,
There was no call of a duck or anything there, though, so there was no assistance. But yeah.
He also
24.
did say that Hadouken is what he was saying.
So, 24 hits,
6 damage.
6. You've hit him on the shoulder. He's kind of done that thing, you know, where he's gone, carries on. It's not made a whole lot of difference. Next to act is Wetico.
I'm just checking that number. I keep doing that. I keep going back and he jumps.
I will move 5 feet forwards and ready an attack for if it gets in range.
Do you want to go slightly to the left so that I don't?
Good idea.
So, by ready an attack, what are you using to attack?
Longsword.
Your longsword. So you're holding it ready, but you're not attacking unless it comes into your range.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Next to act is Siddle.
That works well. Sid?
Yeah, I'm looking at what I'm doing.
Oh.
He's one of those.
It's the way to him just looked at me like, is he there?
So is this the
Take a
distance
step
we're
to the
away?
left.
Providing Castiel isn't going to stop you going through, it's quite easy for you to walk
So
through,
this
as long
is-
as he's happy for you to do so.
These are 5 feet out.
5 feet. And I'm going to say none of it is difficult terrain. There are trees and stuff around, but they're not difficult to walk around. There's nothing huge in the vicinity.
25. Poison spray.
Poison spray, what's the distance?
10 feet.
Cool, so it just reaches it.
Yep.
So poison spray, is it roll to hit, is it, with poison spray, or is it just damage?
Good question.
I'm just going off the top of my head.
Spell.
Does it have a roll
Constitution saving throw
to... Constitution saving throw, okay.
of 11.
He rolled a natural 1, so I'm suggesting he failed it. Does that work like a crit?
No.
Okay.
It takes 1d12
Or
poison.
you get to roll that. Is there any modifier, or is it just a d12?
Just 1d12 poison. Is this
Go for it.
the d12?
That is the d12.
6.
6. Very similar amount of damage to the last attack
So
you
what's
took.
poison? And what does that cause damage every turn?
No.
No, it's
No.
just
It's
a
just-
type of damage.
Yeah.
But
So if someone's weak against poison, it would do slightly more damage, and if so, or or if they're immune to it, they do less.
You can
Right.
be poisoned as like a status effect, and that does different things.
Yeah. I always used it when I was a Dragonborn. I'd be like, poison breath, thinking that, and then be like, did naffle.
Next up is the bear, and Siddle is stood right in front of him and has just sprayed him with poison.
That's fair.
So he is going to use his multi-attack, which is to bite and claw you. So to start, he's going to bite, which is a +6 to hit. So does a 9 meet your AC? No. Does a 24 hit?
Funnily enough,
No.
Okay. This, as I said, it could be deadly. 10 damage slashing.
yes, deadly.
What's your hit points?
10.
10. Okay, that's fine. It's not perma kill or anything like that. You dance, Sarah, you're on the floor. The chunga is in your beard.
Just hiding in my beard.
Just hiding in your beard. He's a bit more worried now. Okay. The
Well.
bear has had its turn. Actually, no. It turns to Wetico, and you haven't attacked it yet.
No.
I feel like I should have tried to sort of charm it, as it were, using
Right.
beast.
Depending on the roll, is what he's going to do. He's more likely to go after Castiel because he's attacked him. However, Wetico is much closer. He's going after Castiel. So he's going to use his movement to run towards Castiel.
5, 10, 15. That's in range.
He gets there. Oh, yeah, he's in your range, so you can get your attack of opportunity.
Does a 13 hit?
AC of 11 does hit.
That is 7 points of slashing damage.
Slashing. He's looking a little bit worse for wear now. So he's taken one on his shoulder initially. He's had the poison spray, and now he's had one on the other side. He's looking a bit beaten up. However, he still makes it all the way in front of Castiel. He's still a menacing brown bear. He's now angry that he's been sliced both shoulders, probably main front with this poison spray. It is Agron's going to.
I just charge it and slap it with my light hammer.
Slap
Slap
it
it
with
with
your
your
light hammer. With your light hammer.
Yeah.
Roll to hit. Roll, move
Yeah,
in.
Move in. Just move right next to it.
Yeah.
Roll to hit.
Give it a backhander with a hammer.
Bottom.
14.
Yeah.
Hits.
Yeah.
What
Roll
roll damage?
funny,
D4.
Was. Tiny little dwarf
Don't- oh, no,
swatting
yeah.
a bear with a hammer.
No.
No. No. Oh,
It's a gnome, isn't it?
No?
Or is it a dwarf?
I'm a dwarf.
Sorry, I thought you were a gnome.
You racist.
No.
Dwarves and gnomes.
It's highly
Different. Very
different.
offensive.
Yeah, it's the same thing. One's going to
3.
4 damage.
4 damage.
Bludgeoning.
Oh, he is angry.
Four.
Angry bear.
4 slap damage.
Angry daddy bear.
I'm not sure I'm happy about this situation.
And he is right in front of Castiel, whose turn it is.
Right, let me just run away. I was enjoying.
There was a way of not fighting this bear, even though he was aggressive. But you've
Feed it.
not,
Presumably
you've
you-
not. You know, it wasn't. Well, that, I mean, you could have
talking
done
to
that,
it
but that wasn't
potentially,
the
or-
way in the
Oh
book.
shit!
I'll bring away.
Feed it.
Throwing some meat.
Yeah, probably.
But he wanted a fight. We're just humouring.
He wanted his fight
24
to hit
there.
with Hadouken
Hadouken.
From
Not
that
Hadouken.
close.
Hadouken.
from that close.
Did you
Oh.
roll with disadvantage?
No, I did not.
You have to roll again.
I did not think about it. 19 still.
Still a hit. Roll damage. I mean, you can't. It's struggle to miss, I suppose, if you do from
5.
5.
Wait, it
you're
says-
probably hoping you've
right.
done more damage than that.
On here, it's got 1d10 star.
Times your spell casting, I think that means.
Oh. Let me look at the
Plus
actual.
your spell.
Where's my actual?
Although it might not. Because it's
I mean,
not
that sounds
actually-
reasonable from a level 1.
Eldritch Blast
that
is
does sound
1d10,
about right, yeah.
but there is an invocation.
Yeah.
It depends if you have it.
Eldritch
You
Blast
can't have
is-
invocations yet.
Oh no, it's saying it's a force damage. That's
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5.
Yeah. So
That's
he's
what
taken
that symbol
5
means.
damage. So again, he was already looking a little worse for wear.
Am
He's
I
looking
right
a
in
little
saying
bit
force
worse
damage
for wear.
potentially pushes you backwards? or
No,
something?
force damage is just force. and there's different damage types. So if you are not susceptible or more susceptible, there's more or less damage.
Yeah, so it's like poison.
Yeah.
So he's looking even more wasteful there. Wetico, what would you like to do?
I'd like to get right behind it and
Which will
take
give
a
you the flanking bonus, so attack with advantage.
that's
They're
a
both good.
18 and a 17. So
So 18 hits.
Plus your plus.
well, yeah, that was without plus. It's a 23 and a 24, and that is 13 points of slashing damage.
That is an X-bear. How do you do it?
I will
Stab it in the butt.
just cleave through its spine from the top.
That made me twinge.
Has anyone seen Bone Tomahawk?
Yeah,
Where the guy gets crucified upside down and yeah.
Ugh.
Cool. X-bear literally falls in a heap. Can both of you two roll a dex save?
I may not.
What was that? What was that?
It was an 8.
It was an 8.
And
It wasn't a roll, but it was an 8.
and what's the other
I
one?
thought you said that was a drop.
Yeah,
That's
drop.
one.
If you drop dice, that counts. That's fair.
Yeah, of course he does. He's let go from a distance. He can't then re-roll it. If it was a 20, I bet he wasn't rolling it again.
Oh, I still wouldn't.
Oh, 22.
Yeah, so the bear falls on top
I like
of you.
these dice,
Dead,
they're better
but he's
than
on
the
top
bear.
of you. So you got a bear on you. You're all out of combat, but you've got a bear on you.
Can I? Do I have a knife? I don't know. I don't think I should have anything weighted.
You're going to cut yourself through a bear.
Hey, there's a bear on him. He's just
Have
a
I got to
little,
roll to
a little
combat?
dwarf that's got a bear fully on
Have I
him.
now got to roll?
So,
You're all out of
can
combat.
I
So-
check the bear's
yeah, but
pocket
I'm
see if
dead
he's got
out.
anything on him?
Sorry, yeah. You were
Make
not
a
next.
rifle through
Who
the
was
bear's
next?
pockets.
You were after Alex who just went. Yeah, so roll. First of all, roll your first save. 9. That's a fail. Right, so what's going to happen is, we are technically out of combat, but I'm going to ask you all to act in turn so we can sort the saves out as they happen. So, next act is Agron.
What can I get from under the bear? Would that be an action or
It's
movement?
definitely difficult terrain. I'm going to suggest roll a strength check.
What's that noise?
Yeah, what's that noise?
Sounds like
Maybe
some
she's
hoovering.
hoovering
Yeah,
upstairs.
it sounds like hoovering.
Because you're not supposed to clean
Eh.
on New Year's Day, so maybe she's doing it beforehand.
Is that true?
Yeah,
she's
'cause if
doing
you-
it a quarter to
If you
midnight.
clean or wash
Last
clothing
minute.
and things like that, I think it's just been made up by women to not have to do any housework.
Sounds like bullshit.
But
That sounds like that whole
Sorry,
thing about blowjob.
It's the boys only.
it's
Carry on.
supposedly
That sounds like the whole blowjob things, how pregnant ladies give birth,
Yeah,
blowjobs, curries, and
it's supposed to
something
be
else.
it's supposed to be
We
bad
still
luck
live.
because you're going to wash a loved one away.
People know about this.
1 second. So even men don't have to do any cleaning on New Year's
Yes,
Day.
because
Good
you
to
could
know. There's
wash-
a tip for everybody.
because you
Remember
could wash
that
a
one.
loved one away. Funnily
Okay.
enough, my wife told me about that today.
Sorry.
Today,
Hey,
you've been
I'm
married
not
for how
very
many
strong.
years?
You haven't managed to lift him up, and currently that was only your turn. No one's helped you, so you are struggling under a bear. Okay. Next up is Castiel. What are you doing? There's a dead bear on top of a dwarf in front of you,
Okay, I am going to.
Skin it to make it lighter.
but leave the dwarf where it is.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, you're not far off. I'm going to skin it so I've got an extra like bear hood.
So you've got
jacket.
6 seconds to take your turn.
I'm going to start skinning
You
it.
just start skinning.
I'll
Roll
try
a
and pull it.
survival.
Have you ever
Survival.
seen a professional
Yeah, it's a
skill?
survival skill.
Even 6 seconds is a bit.
Yeah, you have to be fucking mega quick to do a skin a bear in 6 seconds. But you can start skinning a bear in 6 seconds. I mean, it's a dead bear. You can make a good start in 6 seconds.
While I'm doing it,
While you're doing this in 6 seconds,
yeah,
Yeah.
I pull it slightly up so if he.
you're assisting him on the
Yeah.
next time he tries to get out. Okay. So you'll have advantage next time you try to get out.
9.
You start skinning a bear reasonably slowly.
As if you don't know what you're doing.
Well, I'm trying to help you out at the same
So
time.
there's a bear on top of Agron,
Yeah.
and Castiel is trying to skin it
Whilst lifting
it's,
it a little bit.
whilst it's still on top of Agron.
Yeah, yeah.
I would like to use one of my 6
I mean,
seconds.
a natural one really wouldn't have gone well there.
Yeah.
It seems so easy. Just keep stopping.
It's just gliding through.
What's all you hear is ah!
What's that muffled screaming? Must be the bear's digestive tract.
I've heard of a death rattle, but
Where'd you go? What would you
I'd like
to
to use 2 of my 6 seconds to laugh. And then with my remaining 4 seconds, I think I better go help.
So you're also helping to lift.
No, not to lift with the person who's unconscious.
Oh, the person who's unconscious. So you're going to help with
Who's
that.
taking death
Okay,
saving throws.
do a check, medicine check.
Medicine check?
Yeah,
Sure.
medicine check.
Luck.
It's a useful thing. Can be useful.
No,
Nope.
still not good. 8.
Siddle, roll a save.
this is going to be a fun game.
Don't roll a 1.
Same again.
8.
No, worse actually. 6.
Alright, that's another fail. He is about to die.
I tried.
Someone has health potions but they're trapped under a bear! Right,
Okay.
now you're trapped under a bear.
I've got cure wounds, but I can't use it while I'm unconscious.
Can I reach his pockets?
Right, he's already trying to help you lift it.
Yeah.
Roll a strength check. I will allow you
Right, yeah,
half
see
of
if
your movement if you can get out this turn.
But anything else?
Well, that's all you can do.
Yeah, true, yeah. Move off and move.
Oh
What'd you
dear.
roll?
What?
With advantage, you got advantage.
Yeah.
Do it again. Oh,
Nat 20!
There you go. You
Very
get out,
stringy.
you get out, and you're above him, but that is your action. No, you're above him. You can be
Oh,
above him if
right
that's what you're
above
trying to get to. However, you've had your action.
Mm.
Nobody knows you have health potions. You've not told anyone
Okay,
ever
but
at any
bonus action
point.
to say I have health potions. As
Speaking
I'm
as a
like
free
going, as I'm going
action,
over,
technically.
I was going to
Yeah,
say, yeah.
I'm happy with that.
as
You
I'm
say
going
can't
over,
just-
being like, I've got health potions. Use
Yeah,
these.
yeah, I'm happy for you to say
I've-
that.
I have one in my hand.
Who are you saying that to, though?
I'm just saying it out loud.
Castiel, you're up.
I'm just saying it out loud.
Castiel, you're
I
up.
continue.
Roll survival.
8.
You make less progress than you did in the time you had last time, but you're much neater this time because you're not trying to hold up the bear anymore.
somehow the bear has more skin on it.
It's hairier
No,
than it was
the amount of
originally.
progress you made in the last 6 seconds was more than this one,
Yeah.
basically. So you may be
No.
a quarter of the way through the back. Okay. Where to go?
Well, Agron currently has a health potion in his hand, so I'd like to take that and jam it down Sybil's gullet.
Okay. So you're pouring it in and trying to make it work its way in.
Yeah. Just sort of swallow, goddammit!
And is it just a normal?
Just rub the throat like you do a dog.
roll the health potion.
D4 is my question.
People make a big deal about this, but as far as I'm concerned, a health potion is a magical thing anyway. It's like a potion. You just have to get into your throat for it to work.
Yeah.
And unconscious, you can't stop it going into your throat unless your throat's closed and you're breathing. So, as far as I can tell, it works.
So it's just a D4.
I've seen a lot of arguments about this online, and I can't say it wouldn't work. You can drown while unconscious,
Yeah.
so you can drink while
And it's
unconscious.
been administered in real life where they'll feed you they'll feed you liquid while you're unconscious.
Yeah, I agree. So roll your normal
Just a
health
D4,
potion. I
isn't
think it's D4 plus 1, isn't it?
I'm not
1
sure.
second. I should have it on
Well,
here somewhere.
it doesn't affect the roll, though, does it?
No, I'm
If
done
you
with
roll,
it.
yeah, if you roll.
It's definitely a D4.
Four.
Just a D4. Just a D4.
No, it's
That's
definitely
D4.
a D4. I'm not sure
I
about
think it's
modifiers.
plus 1.
It's in the PHP.
Yeah, and it's also online. She's always quicker.
Depends what sort of health potion it is as
Just
well.
a basic
Standard.
healing. Potion healing. It is 2D4.
There
Yeah,
you
there you go.
2.
There you go.
So eight.
far we've got 4.
So
Four,
8. No,
6, 8. No,
Eight,
8.
yeah.
Yeah.
8. Yeah, 8. There you go.
Cool.
You get 8 health and are not dead, luckily, because you are next to go.
Thank you very much, so.
Sid, roll a D20. Just roll a D.
Yeah, just
Roll
roll, see
one.
what would happen.
6.
Oh, that's a good save.
You saved his life.
You can have that dice back. Apparently, I'm the new Julia.
Cool.
I'm not sure Julia's
So,
done being
look how
Julia
you
yet.
said
We're
that,
at
or
7
just
minutes to
Dylan laugh.
midnight, and we've killed the bear. I'm comfortable now that you've got as much time as you want to finish skinning it. Everyone's alive.
So what have I got? 8.
8. So it's up to
Can
you
I-
how you want to go. Have you crossed off your health potion? Yeah.
I will,
Yeah,
can I just
3.
cure wounds to
And
get
did you
my
add your
last
other
2?
things that you added before and written it on there?
Yeah, that's all right.
I'm going to cast cure wounds to try and heal back.
How does cure wounds work again?
It's a cast.
Yeah. What's it?
It's D8 plus your
D8
wisdom.
plus your spellcasting ability.
So you're going to use that now, and you only need 2 hit points to get to 4.
Yeah, you make a valid point.
You can do. I feel like maybe.
Yeah, you make a valid point.
Whilst he's standing himself up, ask Castiel skinning this bear to get me a chunk of meat.
Actually,
You can.
bear meat's riddled with trichinosis. You don't want to eat that.
Yeah, it's not for eating. I need it to rot.
I
You
can't
need it
say
to
anything
rot,
about your
so.
weird meat predilections. Just don't eat
You
it.
can, by all means, ask Castiel for as much bear meat as you would like to
Yeah.
ask for,
Oh,
whether he
right.
gives you it.
Yeah,
As much as he wants, yeah.
Now, the first thing I'm going to do when I get up is just check, make sure the tongue is okay.
The
Like I'm worried about
the
it.
claws even.
The clits.
The claws. I turned the claws into a nice little bear necklace. So I've got the head. That's my
Oh,
hat.
yeah.
Nice
Yeah,
little.
yeah.
Like
And the claws, like you can wear them as gloves if you want
Yeah.
to. as
like
well.
a Black
Like
Panther type
No,
necklace.
full
Like a Black
13th,
Panther, yeah.
13th warrior style, like
Yeah.
bear pelt.
Full
thing.
on.
Just add that in your notes so we can add it to your character's items. If it's better.
This just reminds me of Ryan and the Goblins.
You should have seen one of the guys I played D&D with on the Tombs, and he literally everything he killed he turned into a piece of armour as he went through the Tomb of Annihilation. That his armour was like 24, and it's just like nope.
Yeah.
But he stank of rotting meat.
Lad,
You're like,
lad we were playing with Ryan, every time we killed a goblin, he'd chop its head off. He was a Minotaur, wasn't he? So he had a head of a goblin on each horn, and then he made a necklace out of the rest of them that he killed, which made goblin heads around.
I need to get an understanding of how much longer we think we can play for, so I can decide where we're taking a break. I'm happy to carry on if everyone wants to, but I'm not. I don't want to get into something that's going to take too long.
What I would suggest is, shall we take a break until the New Year's in, because Matt's got to make a call,
Yep.
and I'm good to play with whenever anyone else is bored.
I'm happy to carry on, that's what I'm saying. I don't put anyone under pressure, but I'm comfortable carrying on from it.
I'm just thinking because we.
We've got. We went to go to someone's house today.
So I'm happy sort of ringing in the new year, but if we're alright, sort of ending it soonish after that.
What do you mean soon? Just give me a time frame.
Do you want to play for the? What time is it now?
10
5
10
to
to.
5 to.
Do you want to play until like 20 past or something? Give it another half hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
So wait till you guys have had you do your call.
Yeah,
Yeah,
do you
we
call
can-
now? If we take a break now, do you do your call and then we can.
Well, I have to call because obviously it has to be after midnight that I'll be getting off the phone. So we can always still play for another 5 minutes and move on where we are now. Back.
Is it worth playing for 5-10 minutes? Or
We might
Should we
as
just?
well.
I don't know what you want to do next, so.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Because the problem is we're not going to have a lot of time to do anything. So should we just go back, rest up?
Well, you can
Or
do whatever
do-
you want to do. You've got one person who's basically taken 2 hit points. You've still not finished any
Quest.
quests.
So I'm thinking we
so-
take a little chibi to the
Back to the
person.
person, then come back
Because we're
here.
not that far away
No.
from there, are we?
Yeah.
We were
We
ages
are.
away.
A few hours, but
Yeah, but by boat again.
no.
No, walking we're like
Walking
10 hours away.
less than.
You said.
The boat was here. We got the boat from here to here, but we were here, and that village is there. So we could actually
So,
get.
just
we
so
could
you
get a
actually
dog
know,
sleigh.
From Lonely Wood to Targos is
8 hours or
Oh yeah, we could dog sled it, as you say.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
actually,
dog
yeah,
sled it, drop off the chibi.
if
Yeah.
you went on the boat, it's just over. It's 6 hours.
What about dog sled?
We'd
In
have
fact,
to
no, it's
get in.
half the time. So it's 3 hours, isn't it?
Yeah.
I say we boat back, finish up
My
this
only thing with the
quest.
boat is in fighting the serpent thing.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
it.
3
yeah,
hours
yeah,
then, so
that, yeah.
it's less encounter chance.
Okay, go on then.
So you have got a trail and one town on the way. If you just want to go the most direct route, which is your terminate, and then back to Targos, which is just one route.
What about if we dog? Yeah, what about if we dog sled around?
I mean, you have to get a dog sled first.
Yes, we have to
So-
go.
Or walk? How
Go
long's
to Lonely
walking?
Wood and see if we can get
Walking
dogs there.
is that's about 7 miles, so 7 hours.
You take the boat.
But we walk a mile an hour.
Yeah, you walk a
So
mile an
slow.
hour on snowshoes.
Still so slow.
Sorry.
Not in snow, I disagree. So
I
are
don't
we
want to push you
walking
any
or-
direction. It's
yeah.
completely your
Is
decision.
did we see any dog sleds in Lonely
Not yet. No, there's no way with what you've done that you'd have seen any dog sled.
I mean, frankly, we're borrowing this boat, and I don't want to leave it in
Oh,
the
yeah.
dodgiest
Yeah,
town in the
let's
10
take-
towns.
Wood? Let's take the boat
Yeah.
back then.
Take the boat back.
So you want to go back to Bremen with the boat?
Is
Yeah.
Bremen where we need to take the...
No, it's going to
No, we need to
Targos.
go Targos.
No, we want to
So
go back to
let's go Bremen.
Targos.
We'll go for Targus with the boat then.
So that is, I reckon, about 6 miles, which is 3 hours on the boat.
Yeah.
And I've allowed, really, it's not that far off there, but yeah, 3 hours.
3 hours on the
At
boat?
least 3 hours.
Yeah.
Cool.
Cool.
Do that.
So you're going straight back to Lonely Wood, which from where you're at is only half an hour till you get to Lonely Wood because you weren't far from where you started. So you get to Lonely Wood nice and easy. So 1 second, I've written some times down. Just
And
make
the
sure
little
I'm
thing's
up to
still happy on my shoulder and everything, yeah?
date. Little things still happy, yeah. So we did 1, 2, and then 3, 4 and a half, which takes us to 3, 4 o'clock. You are at Lonely Wood Harbour.
Can I presume that this thing's happy until you tell me otherwise?
You would notice it if it disappeared. It's still on you at the moment. It seems happy. So you're getting on the boat.
Get on the boat?
The
Apparently.
boat's there. It's untouched. No one's
Are you
done
gonna
anything with it.
make it sit down this time? You almost fell out last time.
Yeah, but I can't...
Do you want to row
Listen,
this
all
down
I'm
with-
saying is somebody else is getting in the front of that boat because someone else is getting a fish slap. It ain't being me this
No,
time.
I'm
So
getting the front.
If you want to flip over your,
I mean, I'm quite strong, so I'm happy to...
is it that one or is it the one underneath?
See if
If
I
I'm
can
not, can
rotate
I,
it.
s-
you want to get
you know
your
what,
boat
your
out
job
again.
seems easy. Can I sit at the end of the boat and go, pull harder for a bit?
You dickhead.
Yeah, okay, you can do that. It will be affected by things, but you can do that.
Yeah, sure. I'll take your place. That's not a pencil.
So if you start at where it says
See, it must-
Pathfinder or whatever it says up there,
It is. It's
facing
I don't know.
down towards there. So just start where it says
I
Pathfinder.
don't know which order that's in, but I'm meant to be at the front of the boat, so.
You're at the back of the moment.
I think I'm supposed to
No,
be at the
no,
back.
he was at the front. He's at the back. He's decided he's at the back.
No, that's the front.
No, that's the back.
This
You've got
is
the
Oh,
front.
you're going to turn it round. Sorry.
That's an udder.
You're facing the opposite direction to that.
Well, it's a
So
tiller bar, isn't it? Or is it the rudder?
you put yourself on a Pathfinder up
Over
there.
there.
Yeah.
No, the guys rowing need to be faced the wrong
Yes,
way.
I know, but
Over
that's where
there.
you're starting from, up in that corner there. That's
But
what
we
I'm trying to say.
came in there.
But he
No, but
wants
you,
us to
I'm just
start
saying
here.
so we can see. We're going from that direction. You're going towards that mouth just there.
Okay.
Yep. Cool. Right. So you've got 3 hours of travel to get to Targos.
Yep.
First hour. Oh wait. You've got a number of ice.
Ah, here we go.
3. Well, how many was it? Plus 1, I think. Making it 4. So who is now the?
It's
captain?
me.
Oh,
The
this
one
might
without.
backfire.
This-
Listen, all you did was sit there and shout at us. I'm sure I can pull
He did
that
do
off.
some navigation at the start, and
Yes,
that might be
that
about
got
to
us
bite you
through.
in the-
Bear in mind, we only have 30 HP on the boat right now because it
You're not
hasn't been,
mended
Yeah, I
it.
haven't mended it.
Get
hasn't been
mended then.
remended.
As your captain, I order you to get mended.
Alright, boss.
Would he have got it back up to 50?
What was the hit? The damage?
We were at 30.
There's clearly a period of time where someone forgot, so let's just say half that's been done. So you're at 40.
Alright, yeah.
Okay?
Are you going to keep track of the
So
boat?
you're
or
at
shall
40.
I
He
just
can add
keep
to it.
doing
He can still continue mending
Yeah,
whilst
you've
you're
got it
travelling.
written down.
Yeah.
But right now, you've got some ice to deal with. Okay? So, yeah. You have got 4 bits of ice floes to get past.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit more treacherous than last time. So, first time, roll a wisdom check, please.
13.
Are you proficient with water vehicles?
No.
Anyone?
I am.
What did you roll, sorry?
13.
13. You take some damage.
I can see how this is going to go.
Take 1 damage. Right, DC 14 wisdom check.
4.
3 damage. DC 14 wisdom check.
Are we swimming?
9.
6 damage. Last one, same again.
17.
Passed.
See, you know, I'm getting the hang of it.
Did you have a beer before you got in the boat?
Was it
It
a
is
cherry old J?
2 minutes to.
Yeah, I know, yeah, I'm not
Shall we pause after that first hour?
Why would we pause? Would we not?
I'm going to
just
roll
happy
the
year?
3 hours and then I'll play it out when they finish their
Cool.
calls.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Right, I'm going to make my call to this 1 minute.
Cool. I'm going to pay.
It will probably be like a minute or so. Obviously,
So,
saying
I'll
Happy
try
New
and
Year and then.
You got to the harbour at 4, set up the boat, got on it by 4:45. You're on the road, on the sea. So we're going to say 4:45, and then you got 3 hours, which I've already rolled for. Better remember. Are we paused?
No, but I think it will stay live to say Happy New Year.
Happy New Year! No, we're not.
Wow.
You guys just on break?
No, we're still live, waiting for Happy New Year! It's now midnight.
Happy New
Happy
Year!
New Year, everybody!
Yeah.
Fuck 2020, 2021 will be better, apart from we're in more of a lockdown.
Yeah. Everyone go into this year quietly and don't touch nothing. All right.
Don't touch anybody, no hugging.
Wear masks.
You alright? Yeah, I did try and wait
But
for
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, geek family.
We'll be done
Now
in about
we
20
will
minutes, is that all right?
take a break.
Are you upstairs?
It is.
Is he alright? Cool. Alright, well, I'll see you in the next half an hour. So. Love you, bye.
Can I go to bed now?
We're doing till about
Nearly.
20 past, I think.
Cool. that normally.
No, you say normally no one would use that shot glass to do
Are we
it
on?
for them.
I'm just going to drink it through both.
Are we on?
Happy New
Happy
Year!
New Year!
Happy New Year.
Wait.
And Happy New Year to all of our viewers at home.
Yeah.
Ka-ching.
Here's to you, here's to me, best of friends will always be, if not fuck you, here's to me.
Yeah, sounds good.
Cheers.
That worked absolutely fine.
It does work, but it still is better with a small one.
Quite nice, actually.
Almost like it's like a standard drink.
No, I don't. Last time I had a Jaeger bomb, it was not.
I could just drink that.
We need to
regular.
get actual Red Bull.
Yeah.
Not as good without the lime.
What a lime.
Right. Well, I believe we were sailing
So,
through the briny deep.
You were, and I rolled some dice.
And everything was fine, so moving
Yeah.
swiftly on.
And those dice
Next week-
said...
Moving swiftly on, we all rolled that 20s.
Yeah, next week on Dragon Ball Z.
Why does he keep kicking me in the dick?
And the order I rolled them in meant this
Hey,
happens first. Okay.
If you say to hit him really hard, I'm gonna kick you in the dick. Never
No
seen
way.
it. I only
The
know
odds of this. Ripples disrupt the surface of the lake, causing your boat to bob from side to side.
Get
A large mass glides through the dark water below you.
Is this where we're gonna
I
end
want
up?
to know the odds of rolling 5 in 20 and then 1 in 6 times 3 is.
Tough.
Speak to him, he's the
Yeah, yeah.
mathematician.
What, as consecutive rolls? So,
Yeah.
like, in order to get this result, you've rolled 5 and 20 and
Might
then
be, I
1
don't
in
know.
6.
Yeah, and then 5 in 20 and then 1 in 6.
So
And
that-
5 in
that-
20 and
that
then 1 in
two
6,
things
so
three
3
times.
in a row, yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, very high. We're talking like Hitchhiker's Guide probabilities stuff.
And then how many total rolls? 3.
3 rolls.
Alright, Rain Man.
Definitely, yeah. Definitely
He's just
50.
he's like
The alcohol slowed him down a bit.
the Jägermeister effect.
This is where he turns around and just goes Google it, dickhead.
You got a calculator on your phone. Twat.
Alexa, Happy New Year.
It's 24 cubed. I can't do 24 cubed
Alexa,
off the top of my head.
What's 24 cubed?
Because both of us said it.
That was simple.
Alexa, what's 24 cubed?
24 times 24 times 24. It's big. That's the odds of what I just did.
1 in 13,000.
Pretty sure it's
Yeah.
that.
That's mad.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Moving
happened
on.
again. So, I'm rolling.
I've got my pencil ready to take.
Well, that's the
HP
odds
off
of it
boat.
happening consecutively.
So
but-
first of all, the boat is rammed from underneath, and it's currently on 40 hit points.
30.
Nope, it got 10 of the 20.
And then it got 10 back down again.
By
because
what?
of my bad driving.
Because of his bad driving.
Oh
around the
yes.
We're just saying I'm just
And it
counting
is the
men.
first hour, so he doesn't get a chance to remend it again.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 bludgeoning damage.
Oh,
And I believe at least one is standing. Is anyone else standing on the
No, the
boat?
rest
Nope.
of us are sitting.
Can you roll a dex save, please?
16.
Pass. Cool. The next roll was that.
I would like to wobble slightly and then start yelling, "Pull faster, you salty dogs."
Part of me really
I wanna
hopes you
also
fall
say,
off.
didn't
Right,
see what
And
it is.
you.
why me?
Yeah, that's a good. That's a
Leaving
good
it
question.
there.
I'm standing, so can I get any better view of what the thing actually
It's
is?
big.
Leaving it at that.
It's big.
And, I mean, the easiest thing for me to describe is...
Got you thinking now, haven't I? I've now just told Castiel I hope he falls out.
and why is that?
You know why.
I know why. Okay, that's why. That's why I'm taking on nothing else. Okay. Okay, and the
I'm
size of this
gonna
thing,
just shove him in the water for being mean.
the exact size of
I'll
this
start
thing
PvP early, right?
is...
Although what I've actually done is gone under my breath to Castiel and you after saying I hope you fall out after taking my captain's job.
Listen, if I get us to
and
the
he's
port
hurt.
without drowning, I'll take that as a win.
Good luck.
Yeah. Good luck.
I don't know how to swim.
It's big.
Listen, it doesn't matter how much.
I'll find out how big it is. It's big.
It's big. Yeah, there's not anything. It's a large beast, so
But did I get any like
Oh, a
colour,
beast.
shape,
it's
things?
night time all the time, and it's dark in the water. So I don't know what else I can give you than it's big.
All right.
Leave us alone. We mean you no harm.
Are you saying that?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
That's
Might
it
as well
then.
write my will
Can
now,
you
right?
roll
No.
Because I can talk to beasts.
Yeah, so we start writing our will.
a charisma persuasion check, please?
Charisma check.
No, persuasion specifically is one of the charisma checks.
Yeah, right, okay. Hang on, beast thing gives me something. It says
Advantage on
If I
charisma.
die as a result of this, I'd like my
I'm quite happy
11
with
gold
your-
advantage
to go
on
to
charisma
Mar
checks.
in Targos.
What's that, sorry?
Alright.
If
Yeah,
I
yeah, I'll
die
make
as
sure
a
that
result
happens.
of this, I'd like my 11 gold to go to Mar in Targos.
You got 11 gold.
Yeah.
12.
Oh,
Yeah, that's deep.
Sid's
that's
dead.
a shame.
I mean 13.
I mean 20.
13. It's not quite
I mean
enough.
14.
14 is what you need. Yeah.
Did I roll twice or once?
I don't know. I didn't hear anything.
I wasn't paying
I only
attention.
heard the one roll.
It's worse.
It's the same.
You've seen me twice.
You just said 20 seconds.
I'm not going to lie on a roll. Where's the fun in
Yeah,
that?
I don't want
If you cheat, you cheat yourself.
Yeah, there's a guy in another D&D group I'm in, and all of his rolls seem to be incredibly high, especially when it comes to him creating his character. All of his rolls are really high, and we're just like, okay then.
The whatever
I've
it
had that with
is,
someone with like 318s.
a head pops out of the water, and the head isn't massive. It's got a long neck, and there's clearly a body under the water. It kind of almost so in literally that shape pops up, looks directly at you, goes straight back down into the water.
Okay.
Pull faster, you scurvy dogs!
Does its name
At
begin
which
with
point, I pull with all my might.
N? And Nessie pops up.
So, are you doing anything else to mend the ship?
Yeah, I want to cast mending for like the next hour.
Yeah, that's fine. So you do 2 hours left of travel. You can do the 2 hours and mend throughout, unless anything
Because I'm
happens.
not actually rowing, I'm just
Yeah.
casting mending.
So we're back up to 50.
You back up to 50 by the second hour. No one's taken any notes.
Yeah, he's jotting it
I'm
down.
scribbling
He's
down.
jotting
That's why I
it
asked
down.
for all the details.
Yeah, he's not jotting it
It
down
has a
while he's
long
rowing,
neck.
he's jotting it down at the end.
It has a long neck. It's
Anybody got a
very
camera?
And just,
large. It
just
defies
wrote-
statistical
Did you
odds
start
to attack
filming it?
specific
Where'd you get
boats.
that from? What is it? I don't know.
just wrote down
Just
Nessie.
there with his phone.
The other thing he wrote down was Nessie. That's all the information.
So what's clear with the way his head popped up, it clearly thought twice before going. It was looking at you and then decided I can't bother.
Cool.
You've gone for 2 hours without any interruption.
So one more hour.
No, 2 hours. You've done 3 altogether.
All right, we've done 3. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
So
cool.
you've now made it to pretty much Targos.
It took us 5 hours to get across in the first place.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
we
but
weren't
you're
coming
going
from
to
Targos.
Well,
Came from
Oh,
Bremen.
yeah, true.
now that we're arriving at Targos, we've had one monster encounter, and, you know, we're all here alive, so I think that makes me as good of a sailor as you.
The boat's actually in better shape.
Yeah, exactly.
It wasn't.
Yeah, but
It is.
It got
is
lower.
Because I was able to use my captain responsibility to delegate to my crew to repair the ship.
And, in fairness, no one got slapped in the face by a fish.
At least there was no shipwreck.
Andy didn't fall over.
What do you mean by that?
We didn't get shipwrecked.
Sid. Come on.
Was there a hint of irony in the way that you said that, or was it just something you
A little bit.
I think,
A little bit.
Don't tempt God.
Glancing slightly towards.
Given the way 2020 went, we all know
Castiel,
God's
okay.
a sarcastic bastard.
Now, at this point, can Castiel
I
roll
feel like these two
a
don't like
perception
each other,
check?
or one don't like the other.
Oh,
I actually hope he rolls high here because it'll be interesting.
Wouldn't it?
Always seems like he taps like 50 times to roll one
Because I have to
dice.
get into the right menu. Ooh, 12.
You realise that you may have encountered Siddle before. That's all you know then. You can't play. You know you've got a memory and you're like, I know him before this, but I can't place it.
Okay, so
And I'd suggest that you both lock eyes for a second. And it's clear that he remembers why you know him.
well, I was going to say from what he said. So I'm going to duel.
No, you have to play that. That's what you've understood. That's you have to
Yeah.
play. That's what you've understood. So you don't know where, but you know him from somewhere.
But from the comment he just made, I know exactly. Where
I know you do personally, but that's why I asked you to roll a perception check. So
Oh, I see what you mean.
yeah, if you'd rolled higher, then that might be different. But you rolled a 12, so
But would
that's
it
all
not-
you know. All you know is you know him from somewhere. Because that's a comment someone would make still, even if something. Anyway,
Yeah.
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 Can I just kill him anyway?
You may have tried that before.
Well, the very first thing I would like to do upon arriving into Targos is find myself like a seafaring hat to wear. So I'm clearly
Can we give the?
Do you know who might know where to find? I don't know. Someone might know where to find one of those.
There's a clothing shop somewhere, isn't there?
there is actually.
There's a clothing
Has
store.
anyone got a tricod?
To be fair, the clothing shop should have lots of sailors' gear. I sold a load to them.
They just fit in perfectly.
I'm
I
going to take.
imagine some of that.
Shall we take your little beard friend, or wherever he is, to the?
Yeah, well, that's back at the other place, isn't it?
No, that's where we're.
That's why we went to Targos.
All right, cool. In that case, yes. Oh yeah, no, it was the monster.
Sea
that was
monster,
the other
yeah.
thing. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, let's do that.
Let's head to the inn.
No,
No,
the
that's
speaker's
speaker.
house.
No.
No, the
inn.
the inn.
She's at the inn.
I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to let you decide where you're going to go, and you
Yes.
tell me where that's going to be.
It
It's
was
been
the inn.
before.
She said she was going to be
She's
there
gonna
every
be there
night.
every
You're
Yes.
going to be there every night, which is all
And
the
we
time.
are in the evening now, are we not?
You are at
4, 5 o'clock.
4:45 is when you
Departed.
departed. So
3
5, 6,
hours.
7:45.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah,
Well, isn't that convenient?
But it's always night time, so she lives there. After saying I'm going to be there every evening.
Every
Night
evening.
time.
Everyone understands what time
no.
it
no,
is.
no, it's
Evening
dark,
is a
but it's
time
still
rather
evening.
than
Yeah.
you keep saying it's night
Yes.
all the time, which is a.
It's dark.
It's
Yeah,
dark.
but that's
it's
not
not
how
night.
it works. There's
So
still
what-
morning and there's still night time. It's just there is dark.
How can you
Constantly.
tell?
Anyway, moving on. We shall give the little lighter to the.
Oh,
lady.
there is a way, and this is what you would all be aware of. There are still suns everywhere else in the Forgotten Realms. It is Icewind Dale that is not seeing the sun, and you are all under the impression, at least, that Auril, the Frostmaiden, is the one stopping you seeing the sun. So the sun's still there. You just
Yeah.
can't see it.
Well, it's the bloody skylights, isn't it? According to local legend.
Too many lanterns.
Too many.
All
bloody
at the same
skylights. You
time.
look up those bloody moving blue and green lights at night. That's the spell, innit?
So,
Oh, I see.
So we go to this person,
Aurora.
Yeah.
so you're going to go to the Three Flags Sailing Tavern.
if that's where she was
That's
before.
where you
Yes.
were before. Yeah.
The one that's right next to the markets.
Looking for the woman.
Right, woman.
Elven.
Danica Greysteel,
That's the one.
the half elf, the scholar, and you've returned with a live chunga.
I
Yeah.
have.
And my notes. Don't forget my notes.
And
I've
look,
got my notes.
he loves me. Not him. This thing.
Hey, don't call me this thing. I don't love you.
She sat there. With a drink, sees the chunga sat on your shoulder, offers you all a drink if you want one.
Yes.
She orders
sure.
the same thing she offered before, 4 of them. And there is already a little pouch of 25 gold sat there for someone to collect.
Cool. Well, that is on my shoulder.
And as you mentioned, partly because the way I've gone about it, I assume you then explain that you've got your notes and that you've not hardened, etc.
Yep.
So she offers you a further 25 gold pieces,
Thank you.
Cool. Split
and you
So
are
it was-
allowed to keep the lantern of tracking.
that. Nice.
Cool.
So let me just
Can we
go back to-
change?
Yeah.
We can't change the beast, can we? Once it's set at that,
It's a very
it's
good
set at
question.
that.
I think
I
I
seem
read
to
out
remember
what
you
it
saying.
said, yeah, but let me just double check that.
I seem to remember you saying you can only now find those things, but it's a lantern nonetheless.
Yeah, it's still a lantern that's useful, and also you'll know whenever chungas are around. But let me just double check that.
Which are apparently.
Because if we can
I
change
take
it
it
to
it's
move,
something
that'd
to
be
do with the
awfully
fact that I was a
convenient.
druid.
Yeah.
I'm a druid that they're
No,
attracted
No,
to me.
it's that you were just playing along with their game is the
Right.
only reason. She'll explain that to you. It's just that you were nice to it. That is all it would have taken. The aggressive nature and trying to kidnap them, they just don't react well to that, and they're not interested in being around for anything like that.
Well, that would have been nice to know before we tried to rope one.
She did. She said they were quite nice, friendly, but mischievous creatures. She said, "Please bring them back unharmed." Didn't ever say tie
We
them
didn't
up or-
intend to harm it.
No, but they don't know that when you try to tie a noose around its neck or
That
put it
was
in a
him.
bag.
I was putting it in a bag.
I give it a tickle.
I'm used to having to kill everything.
Yeah. Well, I think it's quite nice to have a quest where you'd have to kill everything. I didn't think you were going to take the hint. Like, you were like, but I still want to put, like, tie it up, I want to get it into this snow. I was like, please, just stop. Try
Yeah,
to tie it up.
It was
So
one of
that
them
was
where in this sort
Not- we're
of in
gonna
this
lose
sort of
it.
game, it's like, yeah, but if I start moving, it's probably going to run away.
Each lantern of tracking is designed to track down a certain type of creature, which is determined already. Once determined, this creature type can't be changed.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So it
Balls.
is a lantern or a chunga lantern forevermore.
Cool.
And it's
Well, if we
magical,
ever need to
so-
find any more of those guys.
Exactly.
least we've got
Or
the,
I've just
uh,
need a lantern.
Yeah.
If you ever want any more, do you want us? If we ever spot any more, do you want us to bring them to you for any more?
One should be enough.
Okay.
But if you find
Shot.
anything interesting that's different or weird about them, feel free to tell me.
Cool. Well, we've got this knife, fork, and pine cone that they were enjoying
Oh, they like their trinkets.
playing with. So I'll give you those.
If anything, the
Is
chunga
this
seems
like the
sad to
end
be
of season
leaving.
2 of Mandalorian
Oh.
where there's a really uncomfortable
Can I
goodbye?
Can I keep it? I tell you want to keep it.
Have you still not seen it?
No, because
I
I have a
think
I have a very new
Also,
child. I can't watch anything.
Streaming.
I haven't spoiled the ending.
I just said please don't say anymore, because I've still got about 3 episodes left to watch.
Yeah, I haven't even seen the full
Then
first
you
season.
don't
Oh, well,
get
I
to-
feel like
I haven't even seen the first episode.
well, that's that just wants to say bad then.
Yeah,
No,
you're
no,
not
no.
invested.
Yeah.
So
Cool.
I kind of feel
So-
sad it's going away.
And it feels sad to be leaving you, and he clearly has affection towards you. Given the times and what we've just done, do you want to rest in this town?
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah,
seems like
it's,
a valid thing to do.
We've had a busy day.
Then we'll
Some
go
of
back
us
to the
almost-
other place with the boat.
Yeah, some of us almost died.
You tell him about
Okay.
the monster.
So there is an inn, the Luskan Arms, which you'll all know of, or the townspeaker's residence. They're your options to stay at.
I think we should spend 9 minutes.
So what have we done with the 25 gold? I've taken the first lot because I had
And I
it on
took
my
the
shoulder.
second lot.
Yeah, well, you owe me 12 gold.
Yeah,
And
like
everyone else 12 gold, and you've got all 50 of it.
No, here's 25, here's 25.
Well,
So
I'm
they
owed
both owe
I'm
us
owed 12 gold.
Yeah, me too.
That's all I'm saying.
I'm keeping the 25 for the one that's on my shoulder.
I don't think that's how it works,
Yeah, I
funnily
mean-
enough.
Well, it works for me.
Who would be dead right now?
Yeah,
It
okay.
wouldn't be me.
I will split it
It
with
wouldn't
you.
be
Also,
me.
also
Actually, you
you're-
know what? I will split it with you because you did save my life. I
It's 12 and a
appreciate
half.
that. And I do appreciate
I'm sorry,
that.
who killed the bear? That
I'll give you.
The,
I'll
yeah,
give
the
you
bear
12.
that killed
I'll
you
keep 13.
was killed by it, and I'm wearing it.
but you have one
you
of the
made a
bags of
really
gold.
weird comment in the boat. I'm like, oh, I'm quite happy to share
I had
it.
one of the bags, he had the other.
Right, so I'm happy to share 12 and a half and give 5 silver and 12 gold to each person.
Alright, okay. So 5 silver and 12 gold.
To every person.
Right, okay, we'll do
Unless
that.
anyone has an issue
No,
with
that
sharing it.
is- That's just
Makes it
just
nice
makes
and easy.
everything so annoying.
And one person has to put that they have the lantern of Chungas.
I still have it. I'm not.
Okay, so you got that. So just make sure there's a note that you have that.
Where's my currency disappeared
Tell me about it.
5 silver, you say.
I started this year quite wealthy.
Equipment.
I started last year quite wealthy, and now look.
Isn't everyone asking themselves that?
Yeah.
Alright, I've
Where
got
is my currency?
15 gold and 4 silver.
So 12 gold and 5 silver, did you say?
Oh, damn, so happy new year.
So I now have 12 gold and 34 silver. Cool. Whose dice was that?
Mine.
So I'm going to suggest that it's reasonably easy for you to walk into the Luskan Arms
Yep.
and arrange for
How much silver was it? Sorry.
5.
you arrange for staying there the evening, and actually because you've helped one of the locals, they're not going to charge you for staying there for the first night. However, whilst you are in the bar area before you rest, whenever you choose to rest, you hear rumours about the speaker, and those rumours allude to the fact that he has spies in his room. That's about the information you're able to pick up. And his room is in the tavern, or the inn that you're in. He has the guest suite, or one of the guest suites. And that's where we're going to leave it.
Do we level up?
If you successfully have a long rest, you all level up to level 2.
Cool.
So
Good to know.
basically, if you could try and do that tomorrow,
Done.
cool. If we're carrying on, obviously
Can we
we use it. But if you could all just update your character sheets for tomorrow, then I can start work on prepping for the next session.
Cool. So I'm
I've
taking a
done
long
way
rest.
more than I expected to have got through this session.
7. That's good.
Well, that's good to know. Because normally when I've been playing, it's been
21.
well, we
Well,
didn't
it's
get
good-
anywhere
well,
near as much.
It's
as
because we
done as a-
started 4 quests and didn't only finished one of them
Yeah.
by accident.
It's very nearly finished the second one.
Yeah. Which one's?
What
Oh,
was
that's the
that
sea
elf
monster,
name?
isn't it?
What's
I have
it?
The one that we got
extensive
the
notes on the Steam
Chunga
monster.
Chunga is the one.
Yeah, what's her name?
The name of what?
The woman with complete quest book.
Her name.
Annika-
is just gonna.
Is it Annika something?
Right.
No.
Does she have a like
You
a
know what?
Chelsea one?
Danica, I think it was.
Danica, that was it.
Danica Greysteel, who
Is
was
the-
a half-elf scholar.
Danica NPC more.
Yeah.
Is the lantern of thingy?
Chunga lantern.
For a few notes.
Yeah, is that a thing?
I think,
The lantern of something is.
Because I've got the lantern of tracking, but they don't have Chunga on it.
Yeah, that's fine. And then in your notes, you'll be able to just put Chunga.
I get
You
to choose
you'll
a
get an
circle of
option
something
to
or other.
customise that.
Circle of the land.
And if
So
you're
you've
able to
got
customise
Circle
that,
of the Land
customise
and
it for you.
Circle of the Moon.
There should
One of
be
them
when you
is
choose
more
to go into the-
spellcaster
There's
focused.
stream
Equipment, you
stars,
should be able to edit the
wildfire
notes for
land,
it.
and the land is Arctic coast, desert, forest, grassland, mountain, swamp, underdark. Then there's moon and shepherd.
Ah, okay. Well,
Yeah,
you might want to
yeah.
do some reading. Last time I played a druid, it was Circle of the Land and Circle of the Moon.
There's all those.
Yeah, but that's because we've got access to all of them.
Yeah, because I've got
The,
the
because-
if I remember
Spelling
rightly, the
itself,
Circle of the
both
Land ones are more sort of spellcaster focused, where the Circle of the Moon ones are more like transforming yourself into beast focused. So it depends what you want to do with your character.
So hopefully you've all enjoyed that, because we did get loads more. than
Very
that.
much enjoyed that, mate. Thank you very much.
Good, good.
I do love that.
Same to you at home.
Thanks,
I don't know if it's still
Noah.
going. Are we still live?
We are, yes. Yeah.
Well, happy 2021 to everyone. Hopefully it's not as shit as 2020.
Absolutely.
It's a hell of a
2 weeks from today, is it? We're back on playing this?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So next week you've got the girls D&D.
they're going through the
yeah, what's
Out of
it?
the Abyss.
Cool. And
I think they're on session 4 or 5, and Julia's still not dead. So there's that.
Round of applause
start.
to Julie for not dying.
We should open up a book.
That's how many times Julie doesn't die.
and I didn't get us all killed.
I heard my name.
Yeah, we're congratulating you for not being
Dead.
yet.
Personally, I see this as an absolute win.
Yeah, so I think today's session was really cool. Great fun. Great way of seeing the new year in.
Yep. I've definitely had worse New Year's
I've
Eves.
definitely
Yes,
had worse New Year.
As have we all.
I'll probably remember this one for one.
20 years ago, I got engaged.
Fair
That went
enough.
well.
You saying that's a bad
Oh,
thing? Because that was me 4 years ago. We still haven't been able to get married thanks to coronavirus.
Yeah.
4 years ago. Corona's only been 1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Child, house. And the other year we knew we weren't going to get married the first year.
That's fair.
Just skip it.
That's fair.
It's
Let's
just,
delete this. Skip it.
you know,
No,
you know
we
you
just
can
went-
get engaged
we'll
and not
plan it
get
for
married
more
straight
than a
away.
year,
There is
yeah.
there is the thing. It's
Yeah.
like you don't have to, for example, like just because you like your girlfriend doesn't mean you have to actually.
You see,
get
I'm
engaged.
starting to realise why there's that issue of sorting a visa out for your
Yeah.
partner.
Yeah. Is
Yeah.
she watching?
She
So,
might be. Isn't it
I've told
recorded
her
to watch later?
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will send it to her.
I was engaged for 2 years and didn't get married.
I was engaged for 3 years and didn't get married
See?
because she went and slept with someone else.
I think
Wait,
I'm the
whilst you were
only
engaged, you
person at
found that
this
out and then
table
didn't
who has
marry her,
not
or-
been
or-
engaged.
Oh no, she started sleeping with them and then.
But I'm the
broke
only
up with
person
me
that's
and
been
then moved in with
divorced.
Have
So
we?
thanks for watching, guys.
Yeah. We wish you all a
It was a
very
rather
merry
good
New
ending
Year.
until that
Um,
little.
We wish you a happy
Well, I don't mind.
2021.
And
And we'll see you in
Hopefully
2
we'll
weeks.
see you here
yeah,
soon.
see you later,
The
guys.
girls will
Bye.
see you in a week. Yeah, make sure you watch, make sure you follow.
But hopefully we see you
Um,
in real life at the Geek Bar very soon.
Hopefully, when we get. Well, we'll see what happens with
When
these
Boris
tiers.
gets his arse into gear.
when we're allowed to open.
Adios.
So 2022.
And remember, guys, get in contact if you want to take part in a D&D session ourselves. We've got Alex and JM as our DMs, and then there's also potentially me and Matt, and Sid if he's up for it at some point. We're sort of learner DMs, so it might not be as good. But
And a word
Definitely
for
try and make it
everyone
fun.
I
is
might try doing the Stranger Things one again.
I only started playing D&D a year and a month ago, so it's not that difficult.
It
Even
is
though
if you're
looks
me.
it.
I've been playing for what, 2 years now, and I've.
I'm
still
too
don't know
lazy
as
to
much
read
as you.
the
As someone who's been playing for quite a while, I'd say that the only way to get involved with D&D is to just jump right into it. So if you're wanting to play D&D, have any interest, get in contact with the Geek Bar. We'll sort you right out with,
Cool.
a D&D, a DM to match your group, and we look forward to hearing from you soon.
Bye.
Absolutely.
All
Good one,
right,
guys.
guys.
Goodbye for now.
See you later.
Bye bye.
Bye.